Chapter 250, Remembrances at the Eastern Hundred Cities. At this point, the yearning sentiment emerged once again as Su Yuha's figure came out from the coffin. She prostrated before Li Qie and bowed before speaking. "This is the second time Your Excellency Dark Crow buried me. I am very grateful. No, this bond was formed because of me, so I should be the one to end it." Even the most devastating war came to an end as all became nothingness in the gentle breeze from the inevitable decay. The sword maid that had followed him to all of his battles, a woman that was loyal to him for life. She didn't want to be like those who lingered on a borrowed life with their last breath. She was willing to leave this world in her most graceful bearing and carefree attitude. In the end, he buried his lifelong sword maid at the place of their first meeting. During that era, who knew that the goddess with one sword that frightened the 9 worlds used to be a daughter of a fisherman? Because of the training from a crow, she eventually became the most amazing sword goddess in the 9 worlds. Fallen leaves returning to their root, this is but an impossible wish for me. With one final glance at this resting place for all eternity, Li Qie eventually drifted away. Above the mountains on a high peak, Li Qie silently stared at a shattered column. This used to be a monstrous and prosperous city. Unfortunately, the heartless torment of time had turned this place into a wilderness with towering trees. Pictures of the grand heaven appeared one after another in his mind. This was the area where he met Empress Hong Tian for the first time. At that point, she was just a stubborn girl and nothing more. Who would have guessed that she would eventually become an invincible character in all the domains? As the Dark Crow, an eternal existence, Li Qie had developed many invincible characters and not just one immortal emperor. However, the most exceptional was still Empress Hong Tian. An entire generation as an invincible empress who put an end to the 1000 Emperor Gate. This was one gate with 4 emperors in a row. At that time, even the soaring immortal sect would not dare to compete with the 1000 Emperor Gate. This was the 1000 Emperor Gate that reigned over the 9 worlds, yet it was ended in the hands of Empress Hong Tian. Even a genius with the highest talents and probability to become an immortal emperor was killed in the hands of Empress Hong Tian. This was a time when they were always together and shared many experiences. In the end, because of conflicting ideologies, because they aimed for different paths, they were separated and even became enemies. Li Qie stood in this place with a heavy heart. It seemed that there were some things that couldn't be helped, for there was no other option. He had his own principles, and so did she. The master and disciple, lifelong friends, became enemies in the end and never met each other again. "Why must you pick such a route?" Li Qie finally murmured. "Time is endless. There will be a day when even the ocean dries up and the mountains erode, a time where even the blue seas turn into mulberry fields. Why the need to suffer like this?" In the end, Li Qie dejectedly sighed before leaving this place. Empress Hong Tian had become a legend forever. There were too many secrets buried behind her that were not known to the world. Li Qie walked and contemplated some more. Cultivating and traversing the mortal world while heading eastward, he was not only thinking about the past. By walking along this land, it immersed him in a mysterious state of selflessness. This indescribable state allowed him to lay down a solid foundation. After several days, Li Qie's heaven's primal had reached grand accomplishment and he began to step into the soul creation realm. Soul creation was another big step for cultivators. Soul creation cultivators were considered experts, and even vagrant cultivators could join and accept the title named hero from many countries. They were quite welcomed and could even be bestowed their own territory to become lords of their own domain. Named heroes and royal nobles could be considered the temporary masters. During the difficult Tao era, all the enlightened beings and ancient saints were living in seclusion. As for the legendary heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings, they were even more hidden inside their blood era stone, for they did not want to endure the torturing difficult Tao era. Because of this, the contemporary world was a battle stage for named heroes and royal nobles, especially before the end of the difficult Tao era. Chapter 251, Qi Xiaodao. While traversing the eastern 100 cities, he was cultivating while also honing his treasures. Inside his second fate palace was the auto-refining pristine worldly metal turning itself into a bow. The speed at which this bow was forming shocked even Li Qie. This divine bow was Li Qie's first life treasure, and it was the type personally fed by him. In fact, Li Qie originally wanted to grow little Silly's Dao bone inside his second fate palace. Unfortunately, the pristine worldly metal was too domineering and took over the spot. Li Qie gave this divine bow a name, the 9 words true bow. This was a peerless true bow created from the supreme true mantras of this heaven and earth. After being ferociously beaten by the stone, the pristine worldly metal lost its initial arrogance as if it had thought things through. After it turned into a true bow, Li Qie had always been trying to resonate with it. Meanwhile, this 9 words true bow also accepted Li Qie, so the master acceptance ceremony went extremely smoothly. Keep in mind that this bow was refined from a pristine worldly metal with its own consciousness. This was a bow with perfect and complete 9 sets of true mantra. These types of weapons had their own sentience and it was extremely difficult to force them to submit. However, this bow became smart after being beaten by the stone egg and easily accepted its master. During his eastward journey, Li Qie also contemplated on the mysteriousness of the 9 words true bow. After testing its power again and again, Li Qie couldn't help but become astonished. One had to know that he had even used a ferocious weapon like the immortal's blood spear, and there were not too many things in this world that could excite him. However, the 9 words true bow actually moved Li Qie. Once he became an immortal emperor in the future, this will surely be his #1 bow. Cultivating and remembering along his eastward way, he eventually came across a mountain range with very few inhabitants. There was an old ancestral temple in this place. The ancestral temple was hidden inside a cedar thicket. This place had become ordinary, but one could still faintly tell its past glory. This ancestral temple used to have ancestors with heaven-soaring prestige. The old bricks and tiles were now green while all the carved walls and columns carried mottled appearances. There were flourishing weeds, proving that this place had been abandoned for a long time. Squeak. Li Qie opened the doors and entered this ancestral temple. This hall was worshipping a mighty and majestic stone statue of an old man. Even though it had not been taken care of for a long time, one was still able to see that when this old man was alive, he was an awe-inspiring figure capable of disdaining all directions. Even the Qi clan has fallen. Li Qie lamented after seeing the empty incense burner without any signs of recent visitors. This was the ancestral temple of the Qi clan. Its ancestor used to be one of the most powerful generals under him. However, the immortal massacre war was too cruel and countless people died in the battles. Wise sages of the human race fell one after another. However, after one fell, a new one took a step forward in the never-ending struggle as blood filled the rivers and mountains were made from bones. So many people by his side died in that war. Like the ancestor of the Qi clan, he was one of the most powerful existences. During the Immortal Massacre War, the Qi clan ancestor was the commander protecting the rear. He stayed behind in order to protect and allow Li Qie's Tetrawar bronze chariot to reach the center of the battlefield. He used his blood to stop one flank after another. Because of this, Li Qie was able to reach his destination. In the end, it was a victory, so the sacrifices of all the human wise sages were not in vain. The Qi clan ancestor had a great contribution in this matter, but he also died in battle during this war. As the Dark Crow, Li Qie had agreed to protect the prosperity of his Qi clan for 3 generations, then he brought the ancestors' remains back to the Qi clan's ancestral ground. For the next 3 generations, the Qi clan was protected by the Dark Crow, so they prospered for its entirety. After millions of years, he came here again today to look at this old ancestral hall. The Qi clan that was once protected by him for 3 generations had fallen. Time was heartless, and even an immortal emperor lineage like the cleansing incense ancient sect would eventually fall. The years are so relentless in the end. Li Qiye finally looked at the old man's stone statue and bemoaned. This was one of his most powerful generals with great contributions during the Immortal Massacre War. After looking at the stone statue for a bit, he left the ancestral temple and walked through this cedar thicket before inadvertently stopping at an old pond. Ah! Before Li Qiye reached the old pond, there was a loud scream that resonated to the far reaches. There was a young man standing before the old pond. His fate palace hung above his head with a turtle image. His entire body exuded a bright light, creating an illusion of a lion. It rushed towards the emerging turtle and bit this image. After a roar, the light around his body eventually disappeared and his fate palace went back inside his meridian. At this time, the turtle and lion both disappeared while the young man looked as if he had just been through a harsh battle. His entire body was sweating as he sat straight on the ground with a tired expression. Li Qiye from afar was surprised from this scene as he murmured while walking towards the old pond, "It has been a long time since I've seen a person with this fate line." Who? Li Qiye's footsteps immediately alerted the young man next to the pond. He suddenly stood up and turned around to glare at Li Qiye. "Who are you?" "Just a passerby." Li Qiye gave a friendly wide smile at this young man before him. This young man was a bit older than him and he had a clear and bright expression. He was dressed in black from head to toe to give off an unusually awesome look. His eyes flashed a brilliance that revealed an unyielding resolution. "Why did you come to this place? There is no beautiful scenery to be found here." The young man was on full alert after seeing a stranger like Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled a bit and replied, "I had read many ancient books about the Eastern 100 cities. However, people do say that reading for 10 years is not as great as walking 1,000 miles. I am on a vacation and wanted to see a few legends. It was written that this place used to be the ancestral temple of the Qi clan, so I came here for a look to see if it was the truth or not." "Oh, so you are trying to find the ancestral temple. I will lead the way for you to see." The young man became relieved after hearing Li Qiye's answer. Li Qiye did not look like a bad person, so he had a good impression of him. This young man was truly friendly and immediately led Li Qiye to the ancestral temple. He was walking while talking, "My name is Qi Xiaodao, what is your name?" So it was a descendant of the Qi clan. Li Qiye smiled and was a bit surprised. He didn't think that he would meet a descendant of the Qi clan. Li Qiye then told the young man his name. "Where are you from?" Qi Xiaodao was a talkative person and immediately struck up a conversation after meeting Li Qiye. "The Grand Middle Territory, it's very far from here. I went on this trip so that I could see this world." Li Qiye calmly and leisurely responded with a smile. "The Grand Middle Territory, wow." Qi Xiaodao was quite surprised and became even more curious as he struck up even more small talk. A few moments later, Li Qiye followed Qi Xiaodao back to the ancestral temple. While looking at the stone statue, Li Qiye glanced at Qi Xiaodao once and smiled, the Qi clan's ancestor. So the ancestral temple of the Qi clan was at this place. Yep, this is the ancestral temple to honor my maternal ancestor. Qi Xiaodao looked at the statue and said with some emotion. Li Qiye acted as if he was in a daze. He looked at Qi Xiaodao and asked, "Your maternal ancestor? But your last name is also Qi." Qi Xiaodao smiled and explained, "My grandfather was a live-in son-in-law at the Qi clan. My grandfather's last name initially was not Qi, but we all followed our grandmother's last name so it is now Qi. You know, my grandfather's clan before was not any lesser than the Qi clan. My grandfather's ancestor was also an unfathomable character, and people called him Lion Monarch Ba Xian. Legend has it that he was an invincible existence, and some rumors even stated that he was a grand completion immortal physique." Qi Xiaodao loved to talk, so he chatted up about his clan's story to Li Qiye. Lion Monarch Ba Xian. Li Qiye was a bit taken back after hearing this. This world was really too small. Back at the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, He had tricked the tyrannical immortal saber from Lion Monarch Ba Xian and had formed a positive karma with him. He didn't expect to meet his descendant at this moment, and he also didn't expect that the future generation of the Lion Monarch married the future generation of his general. You have also heard about the ancestor of my grandfather? Qi Xiaodao excitedly asked. Li Qiye nodded his head and spoke, I have. Lion Monarch Ba Xian was a great character during Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's era. Even when Immortal Emperor Tun Ri was alive, the Lion Monarch was still an amazing character. After knowing that the ancestor of Qi Xiaodao's grandfather was Lion Monarch Ba Xian, Li Qiye now clearly knew just what had happened with Qi Xiaodao. This was a rarely seen conflict between the fate line and physique. After hearing Li Qiye's response, Qi Xiaodao was even more ecstatic as he continued on, no wonder why you like old tales about the Eastern 100 cities. So it turns out you know so many historical stuff like this. My grandfather's ancestor, Lion Monarch Ba Xian, was quite great, but in fact, my maternal ancestor was even greater. Legend has it that my maternal ancestor was an invincible character, that he participated in a heaven-frightening war and managed to save the human race. His name was immortalized. Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but become proud when mentioning the glorious deed of his ancestor. It was as if he could reimagine the scene where his ancestor swept through the 9 worlds and 10 earths. Yes, the immortal massacre war. Li Qiye softly sighed. Chapter 252, Old Pond Golden Turtle, right, that's the name. I heard that my maternal ancestor participated in such a war, but I didn't know the exact name of it. Qi Xiaodao continued on with excitement, you really do know a lot. No wonder why you are here to see my Qi clan's ancestral temple. Yep, in order to remember the great hero of the human race and recall the glorious memories of the past. Li Qiye said while looking at the statue. The excited Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but become dejected. He glanced at the statue and softly sighed, unfortunately, both my Qi clan and my grandfather's clan are no longer the same as before. After my grandfather's clan fell, he then came to the Eastern 100 cities and eventually met my grandmother. They got along well, but our family only had my grandmother as the main descendant. He then passed down the Lion's Roar country and Lion's Roar gate to my grandfather so, in the end, he became a live-in son-in-law for the Qi clan. Qi Xiaodao couldn't stop himself from feeling this sad pathos. Both his Qi clan and grandfather's clan used to be extremely powerful heritages. Unfortunately, his grandfather's clan had completely collapsed in the present day. Even though the Qi clan of now still controlled a country, it was no longer as powerful as before. Time is heartless, declination is a part of nature, even a more powerful heritage, like an immortal emperor lineage, will not escape from the eventual fall. Li Qiye smiled and comforted him. In the end, Qi Xiaodao was a cheerful person. He lifted his head and smilingly said, you are right. However, I still hope that one day, I will be able to revitalize my Qi clan. He clenched his fists as he spoke, but he became melancholic again after thinking about his own situation. After conversing with Li Qiye, Qi Xiaodao then left towards the old pond again. Li Qiye looked at him and asked with a smile, are you staying at this place? No, I stay at another location. Qi Xiaodao shook his head and replied, recently, I wanted to train. I heard that my ancestor used to train near this old pond and became powerful. Starting from this place, he finally became an invincible existence. I want to train at this place to see if I could get pointers from the ancestor's spirit, to become enlightened and break through my own shackles. I'm afraid your ancestor's spirit will not be able to guide you from your current situation. Li Qiye shook his head and continued on, I know 1 or 2 things about your situation. You know. Qi Xiaodao suddenly turned around and said with some emotion. Li Qiye smilingly responded, I can see it. You are stuck at the soul creation realm. The most important thing about the soul creation realm is to pay attention to the true fate, to control the inner physique, and to support the life wheel. However, your inner physique cannot control your true fate. During your stagnation, you can clearly feel a mad force breaking out and suppressing your true fate, rendering you unable to channel your fate palace and thus resulting in a halted blood energy. It should be just like being unable to breathe. How do you know this? Qi Xiaodao was extremely shocked. Li Qiye's words revealed the full extent of his situation, all of the main signs. Li Qiye elaborated, like I said, I like reading ancient texts the most. Regardless of whether it is a random one or a secret scroll, I like them all. I have seen your situation in an old classic, this is the lion biting the turtle from the legends. I understood it better once you explained the situations of your ancestors. You have a turtle fate, but also a lion physique. The truth is that your fate palace is a truly rare type. Most fate palaces are king fates or saint fates, but you are a turtle fate, this situation is really rare. Meanwhile, your grandfather's ancestor is lion monarch Ba Xian. Even though you didn't inherit his furious immortal tyrannical physique, you obtained the Hotian physique, the tyrannical lion physique. Coincidentally, your fate and physique oppose each other, lion biting the turtle. This results in your true fate not being able to control your physique, thus you are stuck in the soul creation realm. Li Qiye elegantly explained as if he had it memorized just like the palm of his hand. Is this curable? After hearing him outline his situation so clearly, the emotional Qi Xiaodao stared at Li Qiye and urgently asked after witnessing a sign of hope. Li Qiye pondered for a moment and said, in a different old book about alchemy, I had seen a method that can change one's fate. Your fate is a turtle and it cannot suppress a lion physique. If we can change your fate and upgrade it one level to a heavenly turtle fate, then it will be able to suppress your lion physique. Fate changing. Qi Xiaodao was in a daze. He had heard of such theories before, but they were out of his reach. Fate changing was a technique that belonged to the legends. Only legendary alchemists and even emperor alchemists would be able to change one's fate. It was because this was the most profound technique of the alchemy Dao. After hearing this, Qi Xiaodao was like a deflated ball as he lost all strength in his body. He bitterly smiled and said, fate changing, this is an alchemist technique only found in the legends. Who will know of such a technique in this world? This is such a coincidence. Li Qiye calmly spoke, I coincidentally am practicing a few alchemy arts and maybe I will be able to change your fate for you. Really? Qi Xiaodao's heart trembled after hearing Li Qiye's words, but he quickly regained his mind and cautiously asked, what are your conditions? What do you want? Qi Xiaodao was very cautious, it was as if he was watching out for thieves. This made Li Qiye unable to hold back his laughter. It seems like you don't believe me and think that I am swindling you. Qi Xiaodao was a straightforward person. He embarrassingly smiled and said, you and I met by chance, and it is indeed a bit too coincidental. I have found many alchemists and I was swindled badly by a little thief. He cheated a large number of medicinal materials along with refined jades from me when he swore that he would fix this issue of mine. Thus, you cannot blame me for this. After being fooled once, I have learned to be more cautious. I don't blame you. Li Qiye smiled and said, would be cautious as well. At this moment, the two of them had arrived at the old pond. Even though Qi Xiaodao was wary of Li Qiye, he still didn't give up. He couldn't hold it back and asked, my problem can really be fixed. Do you trust me? Li Qiye smiled. This, Qi Xiaodao hesitatingly stared at Li Qiye before finally replying, frankly, we have just met once. It would be a lie if I were to say that I trust you. Li Qiye let out a smile and then looked at Qi Xiaodao to say, how about this, you will swear for me. Then, I will let you know a secret. You will never tell anyone about this, not even your closest family members. Use your true fate to swear. This is not possible. Qi Xiaodao shook his head and rejected the idea, using a true fate oath is too serious. A true fate oath was not ordinary and would have implications throughout one's life. They were just strangers, so how could he make this oath? I understand. Wait for a while until you trust me, then it will not be too late to make a true fate oath, right? If not, then I can only leave. Li Qiye smiled and said. What could be so serious? Qi Xiaodao noticed that Li Qiye was not messing around and asked with some confusion. At this time, Li Qiye was staring at the old pond ahead and leisurely said, Have you ever been down this old pond? I have. Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but shiver after this old pond was brought up, then immediately said, This pond does not seem that big, but it is unbelievably large down below, just like an endless cavern with countless branches underground, just like a labyrinth. I went down it once and almost died there. At this time, Li Qiye stood next to the pond at a specific location and said, You jump down from here. After diving a bit, you will see many caves. Then, go into the 13th cave on the right and keep right. After going into the underground river path at the 32nd layer, you need to calm your mind and focus to listen. After you hear a particular sound, follow that sound. I trust you will find something nice. People would not dare to believe Li Qiye's words, for they sounded just like he was reciting an old tale. Jump down. At this time, Li Qiye put on a solemn demeanor and spoke with an unquestionable and dignified manner. With a trembling heart, Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath and then jumped down the pond. He suddenly disappeared from sight into the water. Li Qiye quietly stood next to the pond as his expression became natural. He was at ease again, it was as if he was enjoying the scenery. He had his reasons for selecting Qi Xiaodao. The boy's nature was not bad and was worthy of passing down some teachings. The more important part was because the Qi ancestor was extremely loyal to him back then, and he also made great contributions. At the same time, he had agreed with Lion Monarch Ba Xian about having a good karmic relationship with his future descendant back at the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. These two things combined and resulted in a great choice for Li Qiye. Because of this, he selected Qi Xiaodao and will train him for a bit. Whether he will be successful or not will depend on his personal efforts. Some time later, with a splashing sound, Qi Xiaodao's head suddenly sprouted from the pond as he excitedly exclaimed, I found something, I found something. Look, what is this thing? He was talking while raising his hand at the same time. He was holding an item grasped in his palm. There was a golden turtle in his hand. It was not big and seemed to be alive. In fact, it was not a living golden turtle but rather a golden-colored stone turtle. Qi Xiaodao jumped up from the pond and opened his palm, then he cheerfully spoke, It is too amazing. The moment I held this golden turtle in my hand, I felt my halted blood energy flowing again. It was as if this golden turtle was made by the heavens just for me. Compared to the excitement of Qi Xiaodao, Li Qiye, on the other hand, was quite calm. This was within his expectations. Only he and the dead ancestor of the Qi clan knew this secret. What is this treasure? Qi Xiaodao handed the golden turtle over to Li Qiye and asked him with astonishment. However, Li Qiye didn't take this golden turtle. He simply smiled and said, This is yours. This treasure belongs to you. Its last name is Qi. Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but become startled. In a short period of time, he changed his expression many times. It all seemed so coincidental and unbelievable. Chapter 253, Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath before asking, What is this treasure? He had an indescribable feeling when he grasped this golden turtle in his hand, just like what Li Qiye had said. It was as if this golden turtle's last name was really Qi. How did you get it? Li Qiye answered with a question instead. Qi Xiaodao earnestly answered, I followed your instructions and dived to the end of the cave. Eventually, I saw a huge and majestic stone foundation with this golden turtle lying on top of it as if it was growing there, so I just caught it. Li Qiye gently sighed and said without any clearly discernible emotions, "This place is the origin of your Qi clan. There is a golden turtle earth vein down below, and the entrance is precisely this old pond. A golden turtle earth vein can give birth to a heavenly stone golden turtle. Outsiders might not be able to use this heavenly stone golden turtle, but it is a different case for a Qi descendant, especially you. At this point," he continued on, "keep carrying this heavenly stone golden turtle on you. This thing can change your fate and, in the future, it might be able to raise your turtle fate into a heavenly turtle fate." "Really?" Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but feel jubilation after hearing Li Qiye's words. He was filled with both excitement and happiness. Li Qiye nodded his head and said, "However, to actually advance to a heavenly turtle fate. Fast would be 1,000 years, slow would be 5,000 years. However, regardless of what happens, there will be many benefits by carrying this golden turtle on your body in the future." After hearing that it would require 1,000 to 5,000 years, Qi Xiaodao became discouraged. At that time, he might be too old to even walk, or he might not even be around in this world anymore. "Which is why you still need to change your fate." Li Qiye smiled and said in response to the discouraged Qi Xiaodao. Calming his mind once again, Qi Xiaodao looked at Li Qiye in surprise and said, "How do you know all of these things? Even my Qi clan didn't know about this. This is why people say to read more books. The more you read, the more you know." Li Qiye said with a smile, "However, you need to make the vow right this moment. You will never speak of this matter to anyone else, including the ones closest to you. This is the origin of the Qi clan, and it's also the root of your Qi clan." Qi Xiaodao was astounded to find out that this place was the origin of his Qi clan. In the end, under the urging of Li Qiye, Qi Xiaodao used his true fate to make the vow in order to protect the secret of the golden turtle earth vein. "Can I really change my fate?" After making the vow, Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but to ask again. Li Qiye smiled and smiled some more before saying, "If you can trust me, then there is absolutely no problem. We need time and a huge amount of medicinal ingredients. After the preparations are complete, changing your fate will not be too difficult." "Good, then let us return. You will go with me back to my sect. I will prepare whatever you need." Qi Xiaodao immediately answered. At this time, it would be hard for him to not believe Li Qiye, not to mention that he really wanted to fix his own issues. Li Qiye smiled and nodded in agreement. Qi Xiaodao came from the Qi clan, and the Qi clan controlled the Lion's Roar Gate while the Lion's Roar Gate reigned over the Lion's Roar country. Prior to this, both the gate and the country were not named Lion's Roar. A long time ago, the Qi clan was once a powerful and ancient family that reigned over a gigantic country. Unfortunately, they had declined in future generations all the way until the era of the first ancestor of Qi Xiaodao. Even the little country of the Qi clan was in turmoil. It was not until Qi Xiaodao's grandfather, the descendant of Lion monarch Ba Xian and live-in son-in-law of the Qi clan, showed up that the Qi clan started to show positive signs as the country stabilized due to his powerful personal strength. Because of this, after the union of the two clans, the Qi clan was considered to be reborn and its foundation, from then on, became the Lion's Roar Gate and the Lion's Roar country. And Qi Xiaodao's grandfather was referred to as Lion's Roar Heavenly King. He could be considered a top character within the Eastern 100 cities. In fact, the current Lion's Roar Gate compared to the truly fallen Cleansing Incense Ancient sect was still much more powerful. At the very least, it still had its own country while the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect only had control over a remaining ancestral ground. The sect could not be called a country. There were more than 10,000 disciples at the Lion's Roar Gate. Many disciples began to enthusiastically greet Qi Xiaodao as he brought Li Qiye back to the gate. Qi Xiaodao could be considered the descendant of the Lion's Roar Gate as well as the heir for the Lion's Roar country. However, he was not arrogant and mingled with the disciples in the gate with an air of friendliness, so he was quite well received by others. And so, After his return, many disciples quickly came to give their greetings. One of them even asked, "Senior, did anything major happen this time? Did Junior Chi get any inspiration after going back to the ancestral ground?" Another senior sister jokingly asked. Another senior brother saw Li Chia and also asked, "Junior Chi, you wouldn't be bringing another alchemist back, right?" Qi Xiaodao and the other disciples were having fun with laughter while Li Chia slowly walked into the Lion's Roar Gate and enjoyed its scenery. Regarding the magnificence of its mountains and rivers, it was not as great as the cleansing incense ancient sect's ancestral ground. However, its scenery was flourishing with rolling pavilions that carried quite a grand momentum. Even though it was from the Qi clan of that year, it still had some power. Qi Xiaodao arranged for Li Chia to stay at his own compound. Li Chia did not waste time and handed a list to Qi Xiaodao. "All the materials on this list are necessary, it is better to get them as soon as possible." This was not Li Chia's first attempt at changing one's fate. One could say that no one in the contemporary times could compare to him regarding the art of fate changing. He and the alchemy god traveled fairly far on this path, and fate changing could be one of the most essential things regarding the alchemy Tao. Plus, fate changing was very complex. Different situations required different Dan recipes. The fortunate thing was that Li Chia's alchemy god's grand canon had the most Dan recipes in this world, so this was not a problem for Li Chia. "I have to ask the elders about this first." Qi Xiaodao looked at the list while wryly smiling and scratching his head. "My father is at the royal city to preside over the country, so I can only ask the elders." Finished speaking, he orders for servants to take care of Li Chia before quickly leaving. Qi Xiaodao returned not long after with a not-so-good mood. After he met Li Chia, he wryly smiled and helplessly said, "The other elders are in secluded meditation, and the third elder refused to agree. He was afraid that I will swindle your medicinal materials." Li Chia smiled a bit and said. These words made it very awkward for Qi Xiaodao as he dryly smiled, "The third elder can't be blamed for this. I was truly cheated by a little thief last time, so if the elders don't forgive my debt, I don't even know how long it will take for me to get these herbs and refined jades. So this time, there was no way the third elder would have agreed for me." Li Chia couldn't help but smile. This was understandable because the medicinal materials he needed were extremely valuable. There was no chance for consideration if it was someone else. However, since Qi Xiaodao was the descendant of the Lion's Roar Gate and the heir of the Lion's Roar country, Li Chia gave him such an opportunity. "I still have a little savings left." Qi Xiaodao violently gripped his hair and made a decision. "So be it, I will go borrow from the senior brothers and senior sisters. I'll see if I can gather enough money to buy this group of materials from the gate or not. Then go." Li Chia smiled and replied. In fact, he had the ability to obtain these medicinal materials because of the War God Temple support. It was not a difficult matter if he truly wanted them, but he didn't want to make a move at this particular juncture, for he wanted to first test Qi Xiaodao. In the next few days, Qi Xiaodao busily borrowed money from the senior brothers and sisters everywhere in the Lion's Roar Gate. He even borrowed money from the uncles. Many seniors reminded him with good intention to not be tricked by someone else again. Despite the warnings, Qi Xiaodao was quite loved at the sect. So many brothers, sisters, and uncles all lent him money. In a few days, it was enough for him to buy half of the medicinal materials. While Qi Xiaodao was busy trying to get money, Li Chia, on the other hand, was enjoying the scenery of the gate. On the fifth day, Qi Xiaodao quickly left to go borrow more while Li Chia stayed behind in his grand hall. He didn't expect to have a visiting guest who directly went to meet him. "Please leave the Lion's Roar Gate." The moment they met, these were the first words this female guest spoke to Li Chia. Li Chia, with his always nonchalant expression, lifted his head and looked at the girl in front of him. The girl before his eyes was adorned with a complete phoenix garment. This was not a traditional phoenix dress, as the upper dress was more like a phoenix spreading its wings. These two wings accentuated the towering breasts of this girl while the lower portion of the dress revealed a narrow and soft waist as white as snow, extremely tender and smooth. The skirt was like a phoenix that had its white feathered tail fanned out, swaying and flowing. It created a very beautiful scene that matched quite well with its wearer. The woman before him was the embodiment of both nobleness and arrogance. With their faintly golden pupils, her bright eyes easily moved others. What was even more charming was that her hair resembled strands of golden silk, creating an exotic allure. She was just like a canary, both elegant and full of pride. There was somewhat of an overbearing style, but her appearance still contained a dignified air that dispelled any trace of shallowness. Leave the lion's roar gate? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh after hearing the first sentence of this girl. After seeing her golden hair, he immediately knew her identity. Without a moment of delay, he thought of Lion Monarch Ba Xian quickly after, for his hair was also golden. This girl in front of him sharply glared at Li Qiye and deepened her voice. I have heard of the matter between you and my little brother. Changing one's fate is an impossible matter. My little brother might be fooled by you, but the lion's roar gate will not be subjected to your trick. Fooling him? Li Qiye smiled and understood why she wanted to chase him away. She assumed that he was cheating Qi Xiaodao. Chapter 254, Qi Xiaodai. In fact, most of the people in the Lion's Roar Gate thought that Li Qiye was fooling Qi Xiaodao, it was just that they didn't want to stomp on Xiaodao's parade. After all, Qi Xiaodao had always been a hard worker and his innate aptitude was not bad either. Moreover, the gate itself had poured a lot of effort into him, yet his cultivation had always been stuck at the soul creation realm, it would not advance to royal noble. Everyone could understand his desperation and willingness to try anything, so, after Li Qiye's arrival, most of the seniors all assumed that Li Qiye was fooling Qi Xiaodao. Back when Qi Xiaodao went around to borrow money, his seniors also reminded him of this fact, but they didn't go as far as this girl who directly wanted to chase Li Qiye away. Am I not correct? The girl glanced at Li Qiye and said, fate changing is the most profound technique of the alchemy Tao. For a little brat like you who's only around 17 to 18 years old, are you able to grasp it? My little brother is sick in the head, so he believed you, but this does not mean that you can also fool other people. Li Qiye smiled and looked at the girl before him to say, first, even though I am a bit young, this does not mean that I am unable to grasp the profundity of fate changing. Have you never heard of the phrase, the first to be enlightened is the senior? Second, these medicinal materials might be precious in your eyes, but they are nothing in mine, they are not worth my effort to try and swindle from you. Third, we'll pretend that I am a swindler. If this was the case, then I would not pick your Lion's Roar Gate in the first place. Your gate has nothing that's worth my time to swindle. Qi Xiaodao really wanted to reveal the secret regarding the Qi clan's ancestor that Li Qiye told him, but he made a vow so he couldn't say it no matter what. If it is really the lion biting the turtle, then this matter of fate changing cannot be rushed. Qi Xiaodai continued on, fate changing is not a trivial matter, and it could hurt you without having careful preparations. We need to tell Royal Father to find the most renowned alchemist in the Eastern 100 cities, what do you think? Sister, I trust Brother Li. Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath and exclaimed with a firm attitude. As for Qi Xiaodai, she was wondering just what kind of medicine Li Qiye fed to Qi Xiaodao to completely win this trust after only meeting him for a short amount of time. Li Qiye could only shrug against Qi Xiaodia's killer gaze as he said, you don't need to glare at me like this, I didn't feed your brother any weird medicine. I dare to say that in this era, only I can change your little brother's fate. Even if you find a legendary alchemist, they would not be able to do it as well as me. Such big words. Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but snort and said, do you even know what a legendary alchemist is? You're so young yet so arrogant already. Legendary alchemist? Li Qiye leisurely smiled then answered, they are only alchemists who are capable of refining 7th or 8th transformation fate pills, they're no big deal. Qi Xiaodai was completely speechless. It was her first time meeting such an egoistic person. Even Qi Xiaodao, who trusted Li Qie, became silent. A legendary alchemist, this was an existence of extremely high status. Even a heavenly king would have a hard time inviting such an existence even if he personally went to do so. At this moment, Li Qie made it sound as if they were only chefs who could make decent meals. Well, I don't care if you believe it or not. Li Qie lightly waved his sleeve and said, this time, the reason why I am helping him is purely to form a positive fateful bond with your lion's roar gate, and it's also to end a karmic fruit. I have not obtained any benefits from you, yet you feel afraid of the possibility that I might swindle your little brother's materials. You all can just keep the materials then, the moment when I need to use them, you can stay and watch. Of course, if you feel that I am not trustworthy, then this matter concludes here. The opportunity is in your hands, whether you can seize it or not is up to you. Li Qie's words caused Qi Xiaodai to be a little bit lost. What was this about forming a positive fateful bond, and what was this about ending a karmic fruit? No one would be able to understand such a thing. Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath and earnestly spoke to Qi Xiaodai, sister, I trust brotherly, and I have confidence in him. Li Qie didn't even hesitate the slightest bit when he told him a secret like the ancestral vein of the Qi clan. Even a great treasure like the heavenly stone golden turtle was not worth a glance to Li Qie. Xiaodao believed that Li Qie would not swindle his medicinal materials. Seeing her brother show such determination caused Qi Xiaodai to gently sigh. As his big sister, she naturally wished for his problem to be solved and, no matter what, she wouldn't want his cultivation to always be stuck at the soul creation realm. The elders will never give you these medicines. Qi Xiaodai became soft under the firm resolution of Qi Xiaodao. She couldn't do anything but to say this. Qi Xiaodao nodded his head and replied, the elders have already rejected my request, but I will gather enough refined jades to buy it from the gate at whatever the market price is. Qi Xiaodai looked at her little brother and asked, how much did you manage to borrow right now? A little more than half. Qi Xiaodao wryly smiled and didn't answer. The medicinal ingredients that he needed were all very precious. He pretty much borrowed from all the seniors in the sect, but it was still not enough. Qi Xiaodai paused for a moment, then she said, I still have a little savings. If you still don't have enough, then take from my treasure trunk until you have enough. Sister, the items in the treasure trunk were given to you before grandfather went into secluded meditation. They are meant to be your future dowry, I absolutely cannot touch them. Having heard this, Qi Xiaodao shockingly replied. Once Qi Xiaodai made up her mind, there was no way to change it. She deepened her voice, just take it for now, you can return it to me later. If you delay any longer, then you will miss out on the best time to cultivate. Besides, I'm not going to marry so there is no need for a dowry. In the end, Qi Xiaodai coldly spoke. Chapter 255, Qi Xiaodai's doubts because the matter of his sister's marriage was brought up. Qi Xiaodao softly sighed as his normally cheerful mood was dampened. Even though his sister was the princess of the Lion's Roar country and was made out of golden branches and jade leaves with her high status, she couldn't decide her own fate. After winning the support of Qi Xiaodao finally gathered enough money and went to buy the medicinal ingredients from the sect. After he left, Qi Xiaodai glared at Li Qie with her golden eyes, revealing a cold glimmer. She said with some gravity, if you dare to trick my little brother, I will be the first one to kill you. Li Qie didn't care as he shrugged and smiled, you want to kill me? You are welcome to try, but unfortunately, you have to wait in line. There are too many people who want to kill me at this moment. But no matter how this line was formed, you're definitely not the first in this line. Qi Xiaodai simply snorted at Li Qie's attitude. Without a doubt, she didn't trust Li Qie as she was maintaining her antagonistic and cautious attitude towards him. On the other hand, Li Qie essentially didn't care for her attitude. He smiled and left the yard to take a stroll throughout the Lion's Roar Gate's territory. At the same time, Qi Xiaodai scowled and followed Li Qie. Of course, she was not friendly enough to be his guide, it was more accurate to say that she was supervising him. There's no need to be my tail and follow me like this. This much property of your lion's roar gate is really not enough for my taste. Li Qie nonchalantly stated his thoughts about Qi Xiaodai's supervision. Qi Xiaodai was very unhappy with Li Qie, so she drily retorted, "You don't know the immensity of the heaven and earth, so conceited and ignorant. A dog's mouth will never be able to spew out ivory." Of course Qi Xiaodai was annoyed with Li Qie's response. Even though their lion's roar gate was not a grand heritage, it still had a considerable amount of strength and their outlook was still quite optimistic. At the moment, Li Qie spoke as if it was not worth a single coin, so how could Qi Xiaodai remain at ease? A girl should be more soft-spoken and have a gentler attitude. Li Qie glanced at Qi Xiaodai and freely spoke, "If you are a bit more friendly, then maybe out of love for your ancestor, I can think about taking you in as a maid. I personally still want a maid to take care of my daily necessities." "You." Her complexion immediately turned ashen from anger. With a clanking sound, she suddenly drew her sword and, with a murderous shimmer in her eyes, she coldly spoke, "Do you believe that I will kill you right now or not?" How could she not become angry? She was the golden child of the Lion's Roar Gate, the princess of the Lion's Roar country. As a royal noble, it was not outrageous to call her a heaven's proud daughter. The only flaw is the lack of gentleness, otherwise, it would be quite fitting to cure one's loneliness. Having said this, Li Qie then winked at Qi Xiaodai. Once again, Qi Xiaodai was driven livid by Li Qie. Countless people always adored her and repeatedly spoke flattering words, yet this little brat right here dared to say such things in front of her. It would be strange if she was not exasperated. It is best to watch your foul mouth. In the end, Qi Xiaodai snorted and turned around to leave. After she left, Qi Xiaodai finally became relaxed. His eyes turned and began to laugh, "Hee, brotherly, what do you think about my big sister?" "About what?" Li Qie looked at Qi Xiaodai's strange demeanor and replied, "She's very far from being virtuous." Qi Xiaodai wryly chuckled and didn't give up. He continued to ask, "The truth is, my big sister is very protective of me and is only afraid that I will be tricked. Normally, she is actually very gentle and virtuous. In my opinion, Big Brother Li is talented and knowledgeable, definitely a dragon or phoenix amongst men. You'd make the perfect pair with my sister." Qi Xiaodai actually wanted to pair his sister together with Li Qie. Li Qie glanced at him and only smiled without saying anything else. He didn't want to diminish Qi Xiaodai's goodwill. With his requirements and expectations, taking in Qi Xiaodai as his maid was already very forced. Out of sentiments for the Qi clan ancestor and lion monarch Ba Xian, he could still train her for a bit. However, as for becoming his wife. Since Brotherly did not object, does that mean you are interested? Do you want me to say one or two good things about you to her? Even though my big sister may say some harsh words, her heart is very soft. Maybe it won't take too long to change her opinion of Brotherly." Since Li Qie did not voice his disagreement, Qi Xiaodai kept on trying to pair the two of them together. "I am still young and I still have a very long road to tread." Li Qie smiled a bit and slightly shook his head. "When you think it through later, you have to let me know. I will be the one to connect the red string for you too." Although he was disappointed, Qi Xiaodai still didn't give up. At this time, Qi Xiaodai impatiently urged them on from the outside, "Hurry up, what are two grown men gossiping about inside? Let us go." Qi Xiaodai smiled and told Li Qie. Eastern Descent City was a famous city in the eastern part of the mortal emperor world. It had been established for a very long time. Someone even said that when the mortal emperor world came into being, Eastern Descent City was already there. It was extremely prosperous, and this had a lot to do with its ancient history along with the geography. It was adjacent to the four most powerful heritages and countries of the Eastern Hundred Cities. To its east was the Eternal River School, the west was the Heavenly Tao Academy, the north had the Ice Feather Palace, and the brilliant Ancient Kingdom was to its south. Keep in mind that outside of the Heavenly Tao Academy, the other three were all immortal emperor lineages, one could only imagine their might. As for the Heavenly Tao Academy, it was not any weaker than an immortal emperor lineage. Its prestige ran side by side with the War God Temple, and the world's inhabitants referred to them as the two original lineages of the human race. Even though Eastern Descent City was adjacent to these four powers, it did not belong to any of them or any sect. Its status was very special, as the source of the human race, it was untouchable by any sect. Because of its geographic and social advantages along with its independence, it became extremely prosperous as one of the richest cities in the Eastern Hundred Cities. Chapter 256, 9981 Transformations. Eastern Descent City was extremely vast and there was no end in sight for its city walls. The citadel pillared all the way to the clouds. Among its ancient walls, there were countless mottled holes with numerous scratches from arrows and blades. Even up till now, one could still find broken arrows nailed to the walls. Even though it was old and tattered by the arduous workings of time, the walls still had flowing lights running throughout. Each brick and boulder contained Tao runes, for these walls were reinforced by countless wise sages of the human race. Because of this, it was able to withstand countless years without falling. Li Qiye started to recall the past while looking at this ancient city. Did modern society understand the past where the human race lived in a dark and tortuous era? At the mortal emperor world, the human race was once driven away with no place left to go. During that era, Eastern Descent City was one of the last bastions of the human race. In the present times, how many people knew about the plethora of bloody battles that occurred right outside these walls during the human race's darkest times? The enemy attacked one after another while the human race endured time and time again. The city had been shattered many times, but the human race never stopped rising again to rebuild these walls and reinforce them again and again while holding out to the very end. Sad emotions filled Li Qiye's heart, for this city carried many memories for him. However, he didn't want to think about the era of the ancient Ming again, the darkest time of the human race. At that time, how many people by his side died in battle? In that era, how many invincible beings under his banner fought till their death? He went on like this while standing in a daze outside of the city. No matter the occasion, his heart always dimmed down when he recalled the darkest era. "Brotherly, what's wrong?" While he was in a daze, staring at Eastern Descent City, Qi Xiaodao called for him several times, but no response was found. Qi Xiaodai looked at the stunned Li Qiye and angrily said, "What are we waiting for? Don't tell me you have never seen such a huge and prosperous ancient city like this. Weren't you boasting all the way to the high heavens earlier? Are you finally nervous now?" Li Qiye was in a bad mood, so after hearing such words, he coldly glared at her and slowly said, "Even if you don't talk, no one will think that you are a mute. One is without all criticisms regarding a gentle and virtuous girl." This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man amongst the crowd was completely different from the street vendor from earlier, but the moment Li Qiye's hand approached, this middle-aged man lost his colors and immediately retreated. He then disappeared into the crowd without the same figure as the fat man just now. "Keep on running then." However, Li Qiye immediately followed into the crowd and reached for an old hunched-over woman. This shocked old woman suddenly shifted her position and rushed into another avenue filled with people. She went out of sight once again while Li Qiye was in hot pursuit. This left Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodai, who were right behind Li Qiye, dumbfounded with stars in their eyes. The escaping street vendor once again transformed into a pretty girl with jade-white skin, then a sickly person who coughed after every 3 steps, and then a buffed heroic man. This street vendor always naturally became a part of the crowd without any openings. No one could ever relate his new transformation to his previous street vendor form. Even if it happened right before their eyes, the sister and brother duo would still not be able to tell that this was the little thief who swindled Qi Xiaodao. However, regardless of his transformation and how he blended in with the crowd without any flaws, Li Qiye could easily find and distinguish him. This really amazed the two who were following right behind him. It was as if this little thief's transformation could not hide from Li Qiye's eyes. The four of them kept on running from one street to another. As for the pedestrians, they did not find this to be strange, for this kind of thing occurred many, many times every day. Eventually, the vendor stopped after entering a small alley and no longer tried to escape after all of his transformations failed to elude Li Qiye's gaze. How is this possible? The little thief stared at Li Qiye in astonishment with a pale expression and said, "This is not possible. My 9981 transformations have never failed before. Even an old undying would not be able to figure out my 9981 transformations. How did you do it?" The little thief believed that his 9981 transformations was extremely magical and no one would be able to guess his transformation. He turned from one person to another and no one would be able to link the two. Even with a magical pair of eyes, one could not see any flaws in this technique. It would be as if his transformation was a real person. However, his time-tested 9981 transformations had met its nemesis. No matter what he turned into, Li Qiye was able to tell with just a single glance. This was simply too unbelievable. And so, this little thief looked at Li Qiye in a daze and didn't think about escaping anymore. Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodai were just as surprised. They used magical gazes and still were not able to see through the thief's transformations. In their eyes, his transformation compared to his true form were two completely different people that was without any discernible connection. Moreover, his transformation speed was extremely fast, within the span of a blink. They had no way of distinguishing between true and false. However, this magical transformation was not a match to Li Qiye's eyes. This was simply inconceivable to the utmost extent. 9981 transformations, do you know its true origin? Li Qiye gave him a glance and lightly said. The thief was stunned by Li Qiye's words. He obtained this 9981 transformations by chance. After he managed to cultivate it, it proved to be very useful. He could escape completely unscathed from many dangerous situations, but he knew nothing about its true origin. Don't tell me you know its true origin. The confused thief answered with a question. Chapter 257, Sikong Taotian. Li Qiye glanced at the thief and said in a dismissive manner, I know its origin better than you. How could he not know of the origin of the 9981 transformations? He was the one to create it during the Desolace era before becoming powerful enough. As the Dark Crow, he used this art to escape pursuits one after another. Once he reached the true apex of power, he would rarely use this art, and so, he just casually handed it to a junior nearby. This art was personally crafted by him to escape countless times, so how could anyone in this world understand it more than him? The advantages and disadvantages of this art were all clear in his mind. This little thief using the 9981 transformations before him was simply displaying one slight skill before an expert, merely seeking his own doom. But of course, the little thief in his wildest dreams would never expect the person who created the 9981 transformations to be right in front of him. If he did, he surely would have not used such tactics. Reveal your true body, don't play games in front of me. Li Qiye nonchalantly demanded. The little thief stared at Li Qiye without saying a word. Keep in mind that he would not easily expose his true body in front of outsiders. He had many enemies, and once people knew his true form, it would then be an unpleasant time, for he would be chased by people all over the world. Li Qiye noticed the hesitation, so he casually added, Are you going to reveal your true form, or do I have to personally force you? Trust me, when I personally take action, it doesn't matter who you are, because you will never be able to stand up again. Li Qiye's plain and leisurely tone carried no threatening presence, but after hearing these words, the little thief and the Qi brother and sister duo couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, they had no doubt about Li Qia's words. The little thief took a deep breath as his body eventually flashed once. He suddenly became a totally different person, his true body. He would not easily reveal himself in front of strangers, but his intuition was telling him that this seemingly young man before him was far more dangerous than he could imagine. Just like the young man's words, if he didn't reveal his true body, then it would be big trouble. The moment his true body came to light, both the brother and sister were stunned. In their mind, this little thief was a swindler, so he should have a wretched and lowly appearance. However, in actuality, this little bandit before them had a handsome and proper appearance, making it difficult to connect him to a swindler. The little thief bowed down before Li Qia with his true body and said, "Brother is truly amazing. My 9981 transformations has never failed before, I can turn into a different person in just a second. It is essentially impossible for anyone else to discern it, yet brother could do it with just a glance. This still leaves me perplexed even now. Because you are simply displaying your slight bit of skill before a true expert." Li Qia spoke while narrowing his eyes towards the little thief. "I don't care how you received the 9981 transformations, but from today on, remember two things for me. Make sure to be smart when standing in front of me. If you are a dragon, then coil yourself and behave, if you are a tiger, then lie down peacefully. Don't play games with me. Second, I don't care what you do, whether they are good deeds or crooked matters, I will not question your tricking and swindling behavior. However, remember to keep a bottom line in mind and never cross this particular line. If you cannot do these two things, then from now on, never use the 9981 transformations again. You must obey my two rules if you want to keep using this art, otherwise, I will personally remove your bones one by one, understand?" Li Qia uttered these words with a flat tone, but, at this moment, Li Qia had changed. It was as if he was sitting on his throne above the 9 worlds and grasped the entire universe as he looked down on the rest of the world. At this very second, even the gods and devils would be in awe from his aura. It was not only the little thief, Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodai were also intimidated by Li Qia's grandeur as their hearts shivered with a chilling sensation. An instinctive, primal fear appeared from the depths of their souls. At this moment, all of them trusted that Li Qia would do anything he said, and they could even imagine Li Qia personally removing the little thief's bones one by one. They couldn't help having their hair stand on end as they coldly trembled. Especially the little thief. His background was amazing, and he had experienced even more waves and winds compared to the Qi sister and brother duo. However, although he was much more mature, the fear remained irrepressible deep within his heart. He felt that he had met an unfathomable person who was even younger than him, and his terror was absolutely there. He trusted that if he provoked this young man, he would die without a grave. Having thought to this point, even his self-proclaimed courage doubted itself. In her daze, Qi Xiaodai was also perplexed. Li Qia's aura did not resemble someone who would trick her brother's medicinal ingredients. With such an aura, maybe it was just as he said, he did not care for the treasures of the Lion's Roar Gate. All three of them were shocked. If the 9981 transformations of the little thief could turn someone into someone else, leaving others unable to recognize them, then Li Qia's aura, this divine might high above the 9 heavens, was not something that could be replicated. Even the little thief's transformation art could not turn into such a thing. I will bear brother's words in mind. The little thief turned cautious and didn't dare to act presumptuously. He bowed towards Li Qia. In his eyes, messing with this young man before him was absolutely akin to dying without a proper burial. Li Qia glanced at him and asked, "What is your name?" At this time, his earlier aura that was capable of dominating the 9 heavens had completely dissipated as he resumed his ordinary teenager appearance. People call me Sikong Taotian. So many people curse you as a wicked merchant, grave digger, thief, shameless dirty thief, miss, rumors like this are not credible and shouldn't be trusted. Sikong Taotian was quite embarrassed after Qi Xiaodai listed so many nicknames like that and retorted, I am only a street vendor, although I sometimes coincidentally pick up a few things that are thrown away by other people. I am not a wicked merchant and definitely not a thief. Bullshit. Then what about when you swindled my materials? You still dare to say you are not a little thief, but you clearly stole a lot of medicinal ingredients from me. Little thief, you really caused a lot of trouble for me, I'm not gonna let you go today. Qi Xiaodao jumped up and cursed Sikong Taotian while pointing at his face. Sikong Taotian was quite embarrassed after being cursed at by Qi Xiaodao. He wryly smiled and said, Brother Qi, this, I really didn't want to deceive you. The truth is like this, at that moment I really wanted to treat your problem. At that time when I had just started, I thought that your physique and blood energy were too powerful and hard to control, so I thought about calming down your blood energy. But when I actually started your treatment, I found that it was not the case. At that point, I understood that your issue was not just a simple overpowering physique and blood energy, it was an extremely rare condition of the lion biting the turtle. The truth is, my heart really wanted to treat you, but I was powerless. Your condition must be treated by changing your fate, but this is very difficult, you should also know about this. This matter is even harder than traversing to the high sky and it needs a supreme and appropriate Dan recipe. Not to mention, you also need a supreme alchemy Dao to treat it. Sikong Taotian was very embarrassed as he defended himself. Sikong Taotian's words stunned the sister and brother for a bit, especially Qi Xiaodai. She was shocked for Taotian's words were exactly the same as Li Qi's. But this isn't an excuse for you to swindle my ingredients. At this time, Qi Xiaodao's anger had dissipated quite a bit, but he was still very upset and spoke. With another forced smile, Sikong Taotian replied, Brother Qi, at the time, I didn't really want to swindle your ingredients. I also thought about fixing your issue while making a bit of profit along the way. I more or less should get some materials, right? But when I began to cure you, you didn't have the problem I originally thought you did, so it was impossible to cure. To tell you the truth, Brother Qi, at that time, I was bragging the whole time, so I didn't want to lose face, thus I ran away. I really didn't want to steal your ingredients. I don't care whether you intended to cheat me or not, give me back all of my medicinal ingredients. Qi Xiaodao said with much annoyance. After being caught, Sikong Taotian had no choice other than to acquiesce, so he smilingly said, Fine, wait until I gather all of Brother Qi's materials. I will bring them to the Lion's Roar Gate for you. I don't buy your nonsense. Qi Xiaodai snorted and demanded, You better hand them over right now to my little brother. This is a bit difficult. I don't have so many medicinal ingredients at the moment. Sikong Taotian awkwardly smiled and spoke. Li Qie interrupted their conversation and asked while looking at Sikong Taotian, You know how to rob graves? Brother is playing with me. With my little skill, how could I dare to say I know how to rob graves? I'm simply picking up some stuff left behind by other people at the cemetery. Sikong Taotian immediately denied. He was still a little afraid of Li Qie. Li Qie didn't care for such things and continued, Since you know how to rob graves, then do you know a place that will sell a rotten underworld bean at Eastern Descent City? Rotten underworld bean? After hearing Li Qie's question, Sikong Taotian paused for a moment before conveying, This item rarely appears. I heard that there was one underworld rotten bean that surfaced, but it was quickly purchased by the Eternal River School. This toy is very useful and versatile, so it is very hard to come by. Do you know any other places? Li Qie asked once again while looking at him. Chapter 258, Sima Longyun. Sikong Taotian couldn't help but to scratch his head and ponder for a bit. After a while, he finally clapped his hands together and exclaimed, Yes, I've got it. There is a grave auction outside of the city at the Forgotten Wasteland. This grave contains an alchemist who was amazing when he was still alive, and he probably buried many ancient herbs with him. The grave auction will happen not long from now and many people will come. You guys can also go, maybe there will be a rotten underworld being there. Grave auction. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and nodded afterwards to say, "Come, take me there to check it out." Sikong Taotian was not quite willing in his heart. He wished to be as far away as possible from this god of death before him, but once he was gazed at by Li Qiye's eyes, he became frightened and didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately led the way for Li Qiye's group. Another grave auction. I wonder if there will be anything good. Sometimes it is too hard to get anything at a grave auction. As Sikong Taotian was leading the way, Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but murmur. The grave auction was a very popular type of auction at the Eastern 100 cities. In fact, the entire mortal emperor world also had grave auctions, but it was not as common compared to the Eastern 100 cities. The reason why it was popular was very simple. As the base of the human race and an existence that was able to be traced back to the ancient times, there were many ancient burials under the city. Who knew how many invincible characters were buried below its earth? The grave auction was really just a regular auction. The auction organizer would ask the owners of the mountain peaks or territories to buy the graves. Once the organizer managed to buy the graves, there would be two approaches. The first was simply to auction the entire grave to someone, the second was to open the grave and take the items out to have auctions right on the spot. After the auctions were over, the corpses without any value would be returned to the previous grave's owner. Outside of satisfying those who wanted to find rare and new items, this type of auction also attracted those who wanted to make some profit. Of course, a grave auction and grave robbing only had a thin line of distinction. If it was a grave without an owner, there will be those who will open the graves to steal the treasures and then begin the auction. In fact, for the organizers dealing with grave auctions, they needed sufficient power to carry out such a task. In the end, valuable graves, especially those of extremely powerful characters, carried mortal dangers. Some were even impenetrable and could not be opened. This was why any auction organizers who dared to do grave auctions were quite formidable. Without a doubt, the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion was an extremely powerful auction site. It was not only powerful but also extremely ancient. Its origin even went back to the Desolate Expansion era, or it could even be older. Legend has it that back at their peak, their auction houses spread out all across the 9 worlds. Today, the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion was number 1 throughout the Eastern 100 cities. Even though the Forgotten Wasteland was described by Sikong Taotian as outside of the city, it was in fact almost 10,000 miles away. This was a vast wilderness with weeds and wild grass everywhere and also a pervasive trace of human presence. However, the place where the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion was conducting its grave auction was a small green and luscious valley. It was completely different from this wasteland. So when everyone stepped in this small valley, the first thing they felt was a green freshness of life, so they couldn't help but nod in approval. It seems like this area is indeed a bit extraordinary. I can easily tell that this is the resting place of an alchemist. A truly powerful alchemist is able to give birth to a myriad of existences, so even after death, this many ancient herbs and vines will become his friend. In fact, after receiving an invitation from the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion, many cultivators traveled the far distance, including named heroes and royal nobles from the great powers. Many cultivators were very interested about grave auctions since they all held the intention of profiting from such an endeavor. An ordinary auction house would have underwent heavy selections, so there was a very unlikely chance for profit. However, a grave auction was different. Even if the appraiser had keen eyes, there would still be times when they are wrong. In the end, there will always be errors at these moments. Before the auction began, the small valley was filled with people. Vagrant cultivators and experts from the great powers kept on coming. Even if the vagrant cultivators didn't have the power to bid, they still wanted to watch the fun and increase their knowledge. I heard that this grave belongs to someone who was a legendary alchemist when he was alive. This valley used to be the property of an alchemy clan, but unfortunately, it has completely fallen. The descendants of this clan were no longer able to cultivate, so the inheritance ancient pavilion was able to buy it with a relatively low price. Before the auction began, many people were discussing this matter. It is not certain whether we can unearth any astonishing artifacts from this grave or not. The biggest gamble is whether we can find any ancient medicines from it. In the end, ancient medicines are quite rare nowadays. A cultivator with some great background also talked about this matter. Another one opened their mouth and added, I heard that the inheritance ancient pavilion didn't invite the sect masters and royal lords. There is only one explanation: the value of this grave is quite limited. It is really hard to find a good grave right now at the Eastern 100 cities. However, even if people can find a good one, they wouldn't be able to open it, for it would be too powerful. Didn't the inheritance ancient pavilion buy a tomb last year? They attacked for 9 whole months and it was all for naught. I heard that many experts were killed, they only entered and didn't leave. In the end, they couldn't do anything else besides giving it back to the family. That time, the pavilion only lost money and even got sick from it. An older cultivator commented. It was a spirited young man who wore a set of golden armor while suppressing his battle intent. His aura was like a bull that was capable of crumbling the mountains and rivers with one stomp. A dominating aura exuded from his body. Plus, his entire set of golden armor made him look like the son of a god. Virtuous disciple Sima of the furious immortal saint country. Even cultivators from the previous generations were surprised after seeing this young man. At this time, many cultivators, including royal nobles from the great powers, all came to greet this young man one after another. This young man was quite proud of his popularity. It was as if he was basked in sunshine. His elegant appearance was what other people would refer to as a dragon amongst men. Many people shuddered when the furious immortal saint country was brought up. It was definitely part of the grand countries in the Eastern 100 cities with a very old legacy. Even though an immortal emperor never came from it, its progenitor was a grand completion immortal physique and was invincible in this world. One could even say that he was comparable to an immortal emperor. It was one of the few countries within the entire mortal emperor world that had an immortal physique law. That year, its progenitor was a grand completion furious immortal tyrannical physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. He created a supreme immortal physique law named Lower Tyrannical Immortal Physique Law. Because of this immortal physique law, the furious immortal saint country was able to create a foundation that has stood strong to this day. I never thought that this ordinary grave auction would be able to draw good nephew Sima. Many cultivators went to greet Sima Longyun, including the older ones. Even the royal nobles from the great sects were willing to become acquainted with him. At this place, Sima Longyun could be described as a fish meeting the water and was extremely welcomed. He was also very flushed with success, so he smilingly answered, I heard that the owner of this grave is an amazing alchemist, so I hope to find ancient medicines in his grave. My golden savage bull physique is complete, so my seniors found an ancient Dan recipe for me to create a physique paste. However, it does need a few ancient herbs, so I wanted to see if I can find them here. If I'm successful, then not long in the future, it will not be a problem for me to step into the tyrannical saint physique. Everyone knew Sima Longyun was bragging. However, there was no other way. This guy truly had the ability to brag, so after hearing his words, even royal nobles from the previous generation quickly congratulated him. Meanwhile, Sima Longyun was enjoying this vanity of being the moon surrounded by the stars. Although Sima Longyun was showing off, he really was a person with some capabilities. He came from the furious immortal saint country and was a natural-born golden savage bull physique. One had to know that the golden savage bull physique was a Xiantian physique that belonged to the furious immortal tyrannical physiques family. It was also one of the 48 Xiantian physiques. Most importantly, the saint country also had the supreme furious immortal tyrannical physique law and, with Sima Longyun's conditions, there was a chance that he might be able to be valued by the elders of the country and be able to cultivate the supreme immortal physique law. Therefore, one could say that Sima Longyun's future potential was limitless. This time, if there are any ancient herbs that are appropriate for my ancient Dan recipe, then no matter the price, I must have them. Sima Longyun released such a statement in front of everyone. This was not only a warning against those who wanted to compete against him for ancient medicines, but also to show off that he was from the Saint country, a genius royal noble, and that he never lacked money. Smart people shouldn't compete against him. Brother Sima is the talented pillar of the Saint country. If there are really any ancient herbs in this grave that Brother Sima needs, I trust that everyone will leave it for you. Who would be dumb enough to compete with Brother Sima, right? Isn't that the same as not giving the furious immortal Saint country any face? A few disciples from other sects were flattering Sima Longyun by his side. Regarding Sima Longyun's arrogant attitude, many people were actually quite annoyed. However, what else could they do? The guy really had the capital to be cocky, and the Saint country was not something that could be messed with by just anyone. Chapter 259, Ice Feather Palace. The grave auction had not yet begun when the group of Li Qie arrived at the little valley. However, the inheritance ancient pavilion's grave digging had entered its last phase and a corner of the buried tomb had been revealed. Witnessing the revealed corner of the tomb, Sikong Taotian quickly spoke to Li Qie. This grave does not seem to be that big. It clearly isn't a tomb of the alchemy emperor level. At best, it will only be the grave of a legendary alchemist. At this time, Sikong Taotian had turned into an ordinary-looking young man. Anyone who previously saw him would soon forget his original appearance after averting their eyes. This brat didn't dare to use his real figure in a place with so many people. Just like Qi Shaodai said before, this guy had committed many nasty acts, so his enemies were all over the eastern 100 cities. Li Qie didn't say anything and simply focused his gaze to analyze this place. No one knew what he was thinking. Since Li Qie didn't say anything, Sikong Taotian especially didn't dare to utter the wrong choice of words. Even without taking his remarkable background into consideration, Sikong Taotian had always been daring, but he was very dreadful of this man who was even younger than him. Since his debut, what type of trouble had he not been able to surpass? He dared to trespass the ancestral grounds of the great powers, and he even dared to dig the graves of their ancestors. However, after meeting Li Qie, he was filled with fear. His intuition told him that this young man before him was an absolutely terrorizing character, someone who could even eat people without spitting out their bones. Messing with him would only result in a sad demise. This no-name junior daring to ignore him caused Sima Longyun's mood to sink as his eyes became cold. This person is my friend. Qi Shaodao immediately smoothed things over after seeing Sima Longyun's change in expression. They came here for the rotten underworld bean, so he only wanted to get it without any trouble. He especially didn't want to provoke someone like Sima Longyun. Is that so? This friend of Brother Qi is a bit too arrogant. Sima Longyun coldly sneered at this point. At this time, Li Qie slowly turned around and glanced at Sima Longyun. He slightly opened his mouth, wanting to speak. However, before words could come out, a majestic hymn appeared like a heavenly orchestra descending down, resulting in everyone inside the valley to be stunned into a daze. At this time, immortal flowers fluttered down from the sky like raindrops. This caused everyone to look up to the sky to watch. And this wasn't even the strangest part. After the rain of flowers descended, burst after burst of sweet-sounding immortal music resounded. Then, women from the sky began to land. The moment these women nearly reached the ground, ice flowers began to blossom right below their feet to hold them up. These women who suddenly descended from the sky were all wearing clothing decorated with plumes and had a silky veil covering their faces. It was as if they were goddesses from the heavens itself. The Ice Feather Palace also came. Even royal nobles and enlightened beings from the last generation became serious as they murmured after seeing the blooming immortal flowers. The Ice Feather Palace was one of the most powerful heritages at the Eastern 100 Cities, and it was also an immortal emperor lineage. It was created by immortal Emperor Bingyu on top of a high snowy peak. An immortal Emperor Bingyu was one of the few female immortal emperors since the ancient times. Even though the Ice Feather Palace did not create their own nation to rule over one domain like the other emperor heritages, they were above a snowy peak and had an aloof aura. They wanted to be removed from the crowd. However, even without a nation, no one ever dared to disdain the Ice Feather Palace. Even until now, the Ice Feather Palace has been unfathomable with great hidden powers. It seems like I am not too late. At this time, a very pleasant voice appeared, followed by several figures descending down from above. Everyone became shocked the moment they saw these people falling from the sky. These women were all charmingly beautiful like newly bloomed lotus flowers above a pond. It was such a visual pleasure to witness so many beautiful women appearing at the same time. And all of these beautiful women were like stars orbiting around one man. No, they were surrounding a girl cross-dressing as a boy. The girl surrounded by these women was not any less than those around her, she was even a bit more dazzling. She had a pair of pretty eyes like the morning stars that had an alluring charm, like the brightest glittering stars amidst the night curtain. With red lips and snow-white teeth along with a fine and tall sculpted nose like a prime piece of jade, her face was as white as powder. There was a glow filled with health and vigor amidst her eyes. This was absolutely a country and city-toppling beauty. However, such a charming beauty like this was cross-dressing. Even the loosely laid crescent robe adorned by males on top of her body could not hide the jade peaks before her chest. One could easily see the visible rolling ridges, and it only added even more to her charm. This cross-dressing beauty before them did not cause people to be taken aback. Instead, they were filled with exultation from witnessing such grace and allurement, causing their hearts to beat faster. Bingyu Xia. Even the arrogant Sima Longyun lost his colors after seeing this cross-dressing girl. He definitely didn't want to mess with such a person. Chapter 260, Cross-dressing Bingyu Xia, Ice Feather Palace. Li Qiye couldn't help but narrow his eyes after seeing this girl dressed like a man in front of his eyes. He recalled a memory from his past, immortal Emperor Bingyu. He couldn't help but smile after thinking about a certain matter. Everyone erred on the side of caution to avoid Bingyu Xia from thinking that they were laughing at her. At this moment, Li Qiye was the only person who was smiling and it immediately attracted Bingyu Xia's attention. It seems like this is not a tomb belonging to an alchemy emperor. At this moment, Bingyu Xia glanced at the grave site that was still being excavated and smilingly declared. Her smile was extremely beautiful. She was initially a city-toppling beauty, yet she chose to wear men's clothing. Her smile carried 7 parts of a woman's charm while the other 3 belonged to the attractive handsomeness of men. When combined together, this smile was especially attractive. Even women could only sigh at such a scene. At this time, the female disciples of the Ice Feather Palace who came with Bingyu Xia also prepared a pavilion on the highest place of the area. Even though the pavilion was not large, it had everything from an ice stove to teapots with a soft bed, everything one could think of was at hand. Bingyu Xia lay on the soft bed in complete enjoyment and ease while carrying a lazy attitude with an indescribable comfort. Meanwhile, the beauties by her side were serving her as she slightly smiled and hugged 2 of them, one in each hand, just like a perverted young master. She even occasionally teased the beauties next to her as waves of cheerful laughter resounded. It was as if she was not a girl, but a peerless, handsome young man who was enjoying the endless, fortunate pleasure of beauties with pretty girls all around him. This absurd and flowery scene silenced many spectating cultivators. One from the previous generation lamented the shift of attitude in the new generation while a younger cultivator couldn't help but become envious and imagine that it was he who was enjoying so many beauties like this. Bingyu Xia was clearly a girl, yet she was acting like a shady young master. However, with her gentleness like jade and an impressive and personable aura. If she was truly a man, then she will definitely enchant numerous young girls. Her romantic style caused men to be envious and women to lament with praises, such an amazingly dirty young master. Compared to Bing Wuxia, the self-proclaimed outstanding and extraordinary Sima Longyun became abandoned goods. Even though Bing Wuxia was a girl pretending to be a boy, her aura was graceful and completely natural. It was without any trace of pretension, completely contrasting the previous performance of Sima Longyun. A comparison would only cause others to become even more annoyed at Sima Longyun. Her appearance immediately stole Sima Longyun's spotlight completely. Just earlier, he could be considered a talented prodigy, for he was a grand completion Xiantian physique as well as being a disciple of the furious immortal saint country that garnered much attention. However, the moment Bing Wuxia arrived, she was the real dragon and phoenix, while Sima Longyun was simply an earth dragon at best. Although Bing Wuxia stole his fame, Sima Longyun didn't dare to utter a single grievance. Even as the disciple of the saint country, he was still way too lacking compared to Bing Wuxia. Bing Wuxia was the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace and had an unreachable and awe-inducing status throughout the entire Eastern Descent City. Not to mention, the Ice Feather Palace was an immortal emperor lineage and was much more powerful compared to the saint country. And not just Sima Longyun, even the crown prince of their saint country would have to give Bing Wuxia some face. Bing Wuxia enjoyed the pavilion by herself along with all the marvelous satisfactions that life had to offer. Li Qiye couldn't help but to wryly smile while watching such a scene. He couldn't help but remember immortal Emperor Bing Yu. It had been so many years, yet the Ice Feather Palace still didn't change this particular tone. This girl really wanted to copy their Ice Feather Palace's ancestor. She even learned her ancestor's style, but how much of immortal Emperor Bing Yu's actual abilities had she learned? It's coming out, it's coming out. Not long after, inside the valley, the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion finally finished digging up the entire tomb that was underground. This tomb was quite old and had experienced uncountable years. It was built by divine rocks as the Tao lines still traversed throughout the surface. Without a doubt, this tomb was enforced by a powerful character. However, it had been eroded by time, so the Tao lines became much weaker. At this point, the experts from the pavilion lifted up the entire tomb and placed it in the middle of the valley. After a short clean-up, the auctioneer finally came out. Ahem, fellow Taoists, this tomb belongs to a legendary alchemist from an old era. He came from an alchemy clan, and after our appraisal, we have determined that this is absolutely the real thing and has a fair price. We guarantee this on our golden plaque and reputation for the past millions of years. The auctioneer declared after stepping up. At this time, with great focus, all eyes were on this tomb. According to our Inheritance Ancient Pavilion's grave auction rules, we will first start with an auction for the entire tomb. If there is no one willing to bid, then we will open the tomb to start the second auction. The auctioneer spoke as he glanced at everyone. How much do you plan to auction this tomb for? After hearing his words, a cultivator became impatient and loudly asked. Even though this tomb that belonged to a legendary alchemist did not necessarily have any invincible manuals or peerless treasures and weapons, it was likely to have some valuable ancient medicines. Many alchemists, before dying, would bury all of their precious medicines and grass along with themselves. Many cultivators with special needs, especially grand characters of the royal noble and enlightened being levels, highly valued ancient medicines. For example, Sima Longyun needed ancient herbs to refine his body. Even though a physique paste was appropriate to temper every kind of physique and the paste formulas were readily available to the world, high-level physique pastes and their required ingredients were not easy to find. The finest ranked ones were even more difficult to obtain. Physique pastes were universal and applicable for any physique, but there were heritages with their own recipes, or they would use an ancient recipe to temper a specific physique. Because many of these ancient recipes required ancient medicines were quite a hot commodity. Sima Longyun was looking for ancient medicines that could be used for the ancient recipe to refine his golden savage bull physique. After noticing the eagerness in all the cultivators that were present at the scene, the auctioneer coughed and carefully said, "I don't think I need to repeat that, outside of the forbidden grounds and ancient earths, the majority of ancient medicines can only be found underground. Good ancient medicines are well received universally. After our appraisal, we guarantee that there are quite a few ancient medicines inside this tomb. We have decided that this tomb will start at 900,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. 900,000 virtuous paragon refined jades." All the cultivators at the scene immediately exploded into an uproar after hearing this. It was not a sum that vagrant cultivators or even royal nobles from the great sects could afford. Even the great powers would not necessarily be able to come up with such a sum. Even if they did, they would have to gauge whether this was worth the price or not. What a joke! A demon monarch began to speak. "This is a price up high in the sky. One could buy a finest rank Saint Physique paste with such a price. If I were to exaggerate a little, one could even buy an immortal physique paste. Who would be willing to gamble 900,000 virtuous paragon refined jades on a legendary alchemist's tomb?" These words resonated with quite a few grand characters as they jumped on the bandwagon. Another enlightened being shook his head and said, 900,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. Even the lowest rank amongst virtuous paragon refined jades already have a monstrous price. This price is way too high. Change it a bit, maybe 900,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades is a lot more reasonable, and one would actually think about it. However, finest heavenly sovereign refined jades will still be a bit expensive. That's right. Many other people quickly echoed, "This price is too illogical. If this was the tomb of a virtuous paragon, then your inheritance ancient pavilion can name this price without anyone questioning it. However, for a legendary alchemist, this price is unreasonably expensive. Gentlemen, everyone knows that the status of a legendary alchemist has always been very high, it is not any less than a virtuous paragon. Taking into account the prestige of a legendary alchemist, this tomb is worth the price." The auctioneer was not angry and smilingly answered with a harmonious tone. This was the benefit of attending a grave auction. If it was just an ordinary auction house, then the moment an item was appraised, there would be no room for bartering. However, it was possible to do so at a grave auction. As long as one was capable, they could try to lower the price. That is only when he was still alive. Another alchemist opened his mouth and retorted, "A living legendary alchemist could be said to have an even higher status than a virtuous paragon, but this is not the case when he is dead. As an alchemist, the items left behind to his future generations would only be a few ancient medicines." The auctioneer remained smiling as he said, "This price is still acceptable. Maybe there is a 9 transformations soul grass amongst these ancient medicines. Everyone is aware that a 9 transformations soul grass buried for millions of years is truly unfathomable. If it is synthesized with an ancient fate pill recipe, then it will definitely be a priceless treasure. It will have an even greater effect for virtuous paragons of the previous generation. You speak of 9 transformations soul grass so easily. Even a legendary alchemist would not be able to see a 9 transformations soul grass more than a few times in his entire life. Just 1 or 2 times would have been plenty." A royal noble shook his head and said, "It is acceptable for alchemy emperors to be buried with 9 transformations soul grass. As for legendary alchemists, this is impossible. Why would he not pass such a priceless treasure down to his descendants? 900,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades, if you guys want to sell at this price, then I will want it." An enlightened being offered. "Impossible. 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades." The auctioneer shook his head and named a new price. At this time, an ancient saint spoke after some pondering, 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades is still completely impossible. If you guys really want to sell it, then it must be 50 virtuous paragon refined jades. In a short amount of time, great characters with some capital started to haggle with the auctioneer. After a few rounds, the auctioneer finalized the price at 200,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. 600 virtuous paragon refined jades. If you want to get rid of it, I would want it at this price. In the end, the highest bid was from Bing Wuxia of the Ice Feather Palace. The difference in price between the bid and the desired price of the inheritance ancient pavilion was too high. The pavilion would not want to do such a business no matter what. In addition, medicinal racks were present as well. Whether it was because of rotten wood or some other unknown reasons, these racks already collapsed to the floor. There were a few bottles and treasure boxes scattered on the ground along with a few decayed wooden boxes. By now, the appraiser had already evaluated all the items. Even though there were many bottles inside the tomb, the appraiser's ability was of the finest level, so their speed was quite swift. At this time, the buyers in the valley were holding their breaths while gazing intensely at all the items in the tomb as well as the appraiser, hoping to see a few clues. In the end, it was a test for the experience and insight of the buyers. Sometimes, an experienced buyer would still be able to pick up some good deals. It is indeed a tomb of an alchemist. Just like what everyone thought, only ancient medicines were buried. There are no life treasures nor manuals. A buyer murmured after seeing that all the buried items inside the tomb were medicinal bottles. Another experienced buyer sighed in relief and commented, "Fortunately, I didn't buy the entire tomb, otherwise, it would have been a big loss." Of course, the buyers who came for ancient medicines were happy and hoped to be able to buy their needed drugs. Many people began to speculate after seeing all these bottles on the floor. This was a legendary alchemist, so his buried items should not be too bad. Hopefully, there will be one or two supreme immortal medicines. A person was quite excited and exclaimed. Many alchemists had a habit of burying a few spirit medicines and immortal grass along with them when they died. Even a weak alchemist would also do the same. It would be a waste of being a prestigious alchemist if they didn't have one or two precious materials buried along with them. This natural Dan fruit will start with 5,000 ancient saint refined jades, and they have to be of the grand saint level. The auctioneer spoke to all the potential buyers. Refined jades of the same realm also had different levels. For example, refined jades meant for ancient saints were called ancient saint refined jades, but when it was made from the purest world's essence within this realm, then it will be classified as grand saint refined jades. So it really is a natural Dan fruit. At this moment, everyone stared at the treasure fruit inside the bottle. Ordinary longevity medicines and this natural Dan fruit were a bit different. The fruit had been sealed underground for too long, and it had turned into a dark reddish brown. This was the sign of an ancient medicine absorbing the yin essence of the underworld. I bid 5,000 ancient saint refined jades. A royal noble of the previous generation immediately declared. I bid 6,000. A different sect master immediately shouted. There were many people who competed. Another royal lord quickly bidded, 10,000. A natural Dan fruit was one of the most important side ingredients for refining longevity medicines. Having a 700,000-year-old medicinal spirit meant that it could be used to create a true medicine. This level of medicine was loved the most by royal nobles and enlightened beings, especially the older ones, thus, it was quite sought after by the experts of the previous generations, resulting in its rarity. The royal nobles and enlightened beings of the last generation whom had some formidable backgrounds had most likely used a lot of ordinary longevity medicines, maybe it was not their first time trying to extend their lifespan. To them, even true longevity medicines became much less effective due to the tolerance they built up. At this point, no matter how many longevity medicines they used, they would not be able to prolong their life for much longer. Because of this resistance, ancient medicines became their aspiration and goal. Since they have not used longevity medicines made from ancient medicines before, their resistance to it was quite little and the effect would be quite great. Because of this natural Dan fruit buried for 1,000,000 years became quite a hot item. Ultimately, this bottle of natural Dan fruit was sold for a price as high as the sky. At 80,000 ancient Saint refined jades, this price was much higher than the initial starting price of 5,000. Moreover, only the old royal nobles and ancient saints with a little bit of life remaining bidded for it. Naturally, they were willing to pay a high price to buy an item that could increase their lifespan. The second item for auction, this is the profound vessel wood. The second item being brought up was a piece of treasure wood. It was stored in a jar. The moment this jar was opened, a wooden fragrance caused everyone to be intoxicated. It was quite a marvelous scene. The value of the profound vessel wood goes without saying. The auctioneer continued, each expert will eventually undergo a fate calamity. If they have a piece of profound vessel wood on their body at the moment of their fate calamity, I trust that their true fate will never become lost. This profound vessel wood had been buried for millions of years and its wooden fragrance had been coagulating for just as many years, making it even more powerful. This piece of profound vessel wood will start at 100,000 enlightened being refined jades. A furor broke out after people heard that it was a piece of profound vessel wood. The people of the younger generation with high aptitudes were especially excited as their hearts started to beat faster. Cultivators who wanted to reach the apex would always meet two deadly obstacles. If they couldn't rise above these two deadly Tao obstacles, then they would die with their Tao lost and become mere puffs of smoke in the sky. These two Tao obstacles were fate calamity and life reduction. There was a phrase circulating amongst cultivators, a fate calamity was the devil of the mind and the life reduction was the withering of the heavens. A fate calamity was a disastrous tribulation of the true fate. Any cultivator at the grand achievement mysterious fate realm or peak royal noble must face their fate calamity. If they could not break through their true fate's tribulation at this level, then they will become nothing. This was a great disaster to all cultivators. It was extremely difficult to surpass and once they failed, then all of their effort throughout their life would go down the drain. Chapter 262, Competition for the Rotten Underworld being so when this profound vessel wood appeared, it became very popular, especially towards the gifted young crowd. To them, breaking through royal noble and becoming an enlightened being was only a matter of time. Even royal nobles of the last generation who wanted to reach enlightened being did not want to miss out on this block of profound vessel wood. 150,000 enlightened being refined jades. The first to bid was Sima Longyan. He immediately raised the price by 50,000 with a must-win attitude. 160,000, even though ordinary experts were wary of Sima Longyan, this did not mean that no one else would dare to compete against him. 170,000. The competition for this piece of wood was mainly amongst royal nobles. In the end, they wanted to become enlightened beings so they had to face the inevitable fate calamity. 3,700,000 enlightened being refined jades. In the end, this profound vessel wood had a sky-high price, and the person who crazily bidded such a high price was Sima Longyan. Bidding more than 3 million jades immediately made many people give up. This price was unreasonably high. Even if some other buyers had the money, Sima Longyan acted as if he must have it, so they were not willing to compete with him any further. In the end, it was not a wise choice to become enemies with the furious immortal saint country. The third item is an urn of ivory rock water. We'll start at 320,000 soul creation refined jades. The third item's value was worth far less than the previous two items. Each buried item was brought out one after another for the auction after being evaluated by the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion's appraisers. The majority of these items had something to do with spirit medicines and soul grasses. There was no doubt that the owner of this tomb was indeed a legendary alchemist, only an alchemist of this level would be able to seal so many ancient medicines to bury alongside them. After seeing that the buried items all had something to do with ancient medicines, Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodai became quite spirited. Maybe there will really be a rotten underworld beam that they needed amongst the buried items. The 45th item for auction is a pot of rotten underworld beans. Under Qi Xiaodao and Qi Xiaodia's eager anticipation, a pot of rotten underworld beans finally came out. A rotten smell rushed out the moment the auctioneer opened the pot. It was really a pot filled with rotten underworld beans. Each of them was the size of a soybean and had a brown color. Li Qiye sniffed right when the pot was opened to carefully check the smell of the rotten underworld beans. This pot of rotten underworld beans will start at 4,000 royal noble refined jades. The auctioneer declared. The Qi sister and brother duo were ecstatic because this was the thing they needed. Even though the price was higher than their expectations, they were still able to afford it. I will. The moment the auctioneer finished naming the price, Qi Xiaodai was unable to hold back. However, before she could say anything, Li Qiye immediately interrupted her and pulled her to the side. Qi Xiaodai, who was dragged by Li Qiye, immediately glared at him and shook his hand off. She then drily said, "What are you doing? We need the rotten underworld bean." This scene was caught by Sima Longyun, who had always been watching Qi Xiaodai. He stared at Li Qiye with cold glimmers flashing in his eyes, but he gently talked to Qi Xiaodai instead. "Sister wants the rotten underworld bean. How about I buy it for you?" Qi Xiaodai looked at him and said, "I will buy it myself." Finished speaking, she wanted to bid but was stopped again by Li Qiye, who was shaking his head. A fiery anger flared in Sima Longyun's heart. He didn't know the relationship between Li Qiye and Qi Xiaodai, but his furious immortal saint country had proposed to the Lion's Roar Gate. "I bid 5,000. At this time, someone else decided to bid on this pot of rotten underworld beans. "I bid 10,000. Sima Longyun immediately challenged the bid and then spoke to Qi Xiaodai, "As long as you need it, I will help you get it." With that said, he then snorted and glared at Li Qiye. Li Qiye immediately laughed after seeing Sima Longyun's attitude as he leisurely offered, "I bid 20,000. Li Qiye's attitude was a challenge in Sima Longyun's eyes and thus, his eyes turned fierce. Nobody actually dared to provoke him. "What are you doing?" Qi Xiaodai immediately glared at Li Qiye. Even though they must obtain the rotten underworld beans, bidding required a particular method. If someone acted like Li Qiye, who was only raising the price without any finesse, then they would only lose out in the end. Li Qiye looked at her, then he nonchalantly smiled and said, "As long as you like it, I will grab it for you. Money is not an issue as long as you like it." Having said that, he then revealed an ambiguous and misleading smile. Disgusting, Qi Xiaodai felt the creeps and uttered after seeing Li Qiye act like this. She didn't know why Li Qiye suddenly became crazy and spoke such words. "I bid 30,000. Sima Longyun was furious after seeing such a display. A nobody was competing for his woman. Truly tired of living. Li Qiye raised his eyelids once, then he slowly said, "I bid 40,000. Qi Xiaodai glared at him and coldly asked, "Are you out of your mind?" They truly needed the rotten underworld beans, but their refined jades were not earned without any effort. It was all from Qi Xiaodai's tedious gathering, completely unlike the carelessness of Li Qiye's bidding. "It's no problem. I might be missing a lot of things, but money is not one of them." Li Qiye leisurely answered. People who didn't know better would actually think that he was trying to win her favor. The flashy point garnered from this scene, in the eyes of the spectators, was that Li Qiye wanted to please his beauty and didn't care about throwing money away like trash. And Qi Xiaodai, on the other hand, was worried about her dear lover's money, so she didn't want her beloved to spend too much. They looked as if they were quite in love. Sima Longyun was particularly annoyed by such a scene as his expression dimmed with surging murderous intent. The Saint country had proposed to the Lion's Roar country, so this matter was 80 to 90% certain. Yet at this moment, a nobody suddenly appeared and competed for his woman. He must be tired of living. "I bid 50,000. Sima Longyun looked at Li Qiye and proudly said, "My furious immortal saint country does not lack anything, especially refined jades. I bid 100,000. Li Qiye didn't even bat an eye and bid a higher price with complete ease. Qi Xiaodai was driven mad by Li Qiye. Would they even need to buy it when the price of the bean was this high now? This was truly insanity. Qi Xiaodao, on the other hand, kept quiet. He was personally delighted to see the two getting together because he wanted them as a pair. Meanwhile, Sikong Taotian was hiding to the side, waiting to watch the fun, for he knew it was fast approaching. Really crazy. There were a few people who wanted to bid on the beans, but after seeing Li Qie and Sima Longyan's attitude, they immediately dropped the thought. This matter was as clear as day to anyone. They wanted to have a competition of wealth. Only big losses would come from this if other people were mixed in. Lacking experience, full of vim, lacking age, full of money. Such a good thing. A cultivator from the previous generation couldn't help but lament. Everyone was quite perplexed by Li Qie, this nobody who appeared out of nowhere yet dared to compete with wealth against Sima Longyan, who came from the same country. 100,000. 100,000 going once. Any other bidders? Naturally, the auctioneer was quite excited. This price was far higher than his expectations, so he immediately shouted. After being provoked by Li Qie like this, especially in front of the lover in his dreams, how could Sima Longyan swallow this anger? He immediately exclaimed, 200,000. I bid 200,000. 500,000. Li Qie's demeanor remained calm as he bid a new price in a carefree manner. Qi Xiaodai was shaking from anger and wanted to explode into a tantrum. This price had completely exceeded their hopes. On the other hand, Qi Xiaodao only awkwardly smiled. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. At this point, Sima Longyan gazed intensely at the smiling Li Qie, who simply shrugged and said, "Money is not something I lack. 500,000 just to see a smile from a beauty is not an egregious matter. 1 million. Sima Longyan's enmity pierced the sky itself. He came from the furious immortal saint country, thus he was always high above everyone else, who would ever dare to offend him. 5,000,000, Li Qie slowly enunciated. Crazy, this is truly crazy. There was a sudden uproar right after Li Qie's bid. Even buyers with some wealth were startled by this price. This was 100 times more than the price of a rotten underworld bean. 5 million. 5 million. Is there anyone else with a higher bid? The auctioneer was crazily ecstatic. This would definitely be the most exciting scene of this auction. 10 million. Sima Longyan decisively made a decision and looked at Li Qie in disdain as he sneered, "I have plenty of money." In fact, 10 million royal noble refined jades to buy one pot of rotten underworld beans was extremely insane, but since Sima Longyan's arrow had been shot, he had no choice but to follow through even if it was a big loss. However, he couldn't lose face, especially in front of Qi Xiaodai. At this time, Li Qie cheerfully smiled and leisurely gave him a thumbs up as he spoke, "So rich. 10 million to buy one pot of rotten underworld beans. I quit." Li Qie's sudden withdrawal left an annoying sensation in Sima Longyan's mind. It was as if he mustered all of his strength to deliver one devastating blow only to find that it missed completely. Nevertheless, Sima Longyan still sneered and proudly said, "Competing with me with just someone like you? Still so lacking. 10 million. 10 million. Is there anyone else who wants to go even higher?" The auctioneer shouted with much excitement. This was most likely the most expensive pot of beans in his auctioneering life. It was hundreds of times higher than the ordinary price, extremely ridiculous. 10 million, this bottle of rotten underworld beans goes to young noble Sima of the furious immortal saint country. Ultimately, the auctioneer repeated 3 times without anyone else bidding, so Sima Longyan became the highest bidder. Chapter 263, You're still too inexperienced to compete against me. Everyone became astonished due to the final price of the rotten underworld beans. It was too illogical, even someone who needed it would not be able to accept such a price. In the end, the pot fell into the hands of Sima Longyan. Why did you suddenly go insane? Seeing Sima Longyun successfully obtain the pot of beans, Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but explode and shout at Li Qie. The rotten underworld beans was something that they must get, but because of Li Qie's meddling, Sima Longyun was able to grab it with such a sky-high price. Even if Sima Longyun didn't win it, they wouldn't have been able to afford such a ludicrous price. At this time, Qi Xiaodai became exasperated because of Li Qie's troublemaking. If he didn't go all out on bidding, then maybe they would have been able to grab this pot of beans at an acceptable price. Sister doesn't need to be angry. If you need it, I'll just give it to you. Money is only an external thing, it doesn't matter at all. Right now, Sima Longyun immediately handed the pot of rotten underworld beans over to Qi Xiaodai. 10 million jades for a pot of rotten underworld beans was outrageous even for Sima Longyun, but if it could earn Qi Xiaodai's favor and strike a blow to his love rival, Li Qie, this was plenty worth it for him. This is all your fault. Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but announce her displeasure towards Li Qie with a deep tone. Li Qie remained unperturbed and answered with a smile while looking at Sima Longyun, the rotten underworld bean has a great effect. However, a pot of useless beans is not useful at all. Using a pot of useless beans to please a beauty, this matter is really too embarrassing. What do you mean? Sima Longyun's expression turned cold after hearing Li Qie's words. Many people present were also surprised at this sudden development. Li Qie smirked and slowly explained, as an alchemist, I will provide you with some common sense. Correct, rotten underworld beans are not valuable right after maturity, they need to be buried for a long time before becoming something worthwhile. Clearly, there are a few complications when this alchemist buried them. When he sun-dried these underworld rotten beans, they must have been next to lustrous bloodworms. If you can see it, then you can buy it. This is not fraud on our part, so we will not bear the responsibilities. The auctioneer eloquently clarified because this was not his first time dealing with such a matter. One can only accept his misfortune when such an issue occurs at a grave auction. A formal auction would have some insurance, but the starting price would be much higher. A cultivator nodded in agreement. All the cultivators in the eastern 100 cities knew the rules of a grave auction. They understood that the pavilion did not commit fraud, so naturally, they didn't have to bear the responsibilities. Sima Longyun's complexion turned pale. He wasted 10 million royal noble refined jades to buy a pot of rotten underworld beans in order to please the beauty. He didn't expect to treat money like trash and waste this much to buy a pot of useless beans. The lost money was not the issue, it was losing all faith in this seemingly prodigal endeavor. To simply put it, this matter was a joke to all the present spectators, so how could he not turn pale from anger? At this moment, the initially angry Qi Xiaodai also turned silent. If it wasn't for Li Qie's troublemaking, she would have most likely paid a high price for these useless beans. If little girl doesn't understand, then do not speak nonsense, lest you cause more misunderstandings. At this time, Li Qie glanced at her and nonchalantly said. Qi Xiaodai immediately became annoyed with a stomach filled with hot air, but she could only hold it in. She glared at Li Qie with quite a bit of exasperation. The next item up for auction. The grave auction continued even after such a commotion. Everyone became alive again and did not hesitate to bid just because of the rotten underworld beans matter. Afterwards, a dozen or so items were brought up for bid, and they were all buried precious ancient medicines. The items inside the tomb became fewer as many of them were sold. Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but bitterly smile because there were no more rotten underworld beans amongst the remaining buried items. At the end of the auction, there were a few buried items that even the pavilion's appraisers had difficulty identifying. Next is the cheapest item up for auction. The auctioneer declared as a wooden box was being brought up. This wooden box had completely decayed and there were many patches of rotten mud stained on the top. There was no need to look any further, even if there were ancient medicines inside the box, they were most likely rotten. If it wasn't for the rotting mud sticking on it, then this wooden box would have decayed entirely. This item is a rotted wooden box. After our appraisal, there is a medicinal scent inside, and it could be precious spirit medicines. We will not open the wooden box to take out the medicines. This ancient medicinal box will start at 300 royal noble refined jades. The auctioneer said. What a joke. Buyers immediately booed after hearing the auctioneer. One of them exclaimed, this ancient medicinal box looks completely rotten, yet you still want 300 royal noble refined jades. This is straight up robbery. The auctioneer replied, our appraisers have examined it. The inside is definitely filled with precious spirit medicines. There is a herbal aroma of jewel sandalwood, extremely pure. This is a very rare spirit medicine. At this time, Li Qie also carefully took a whiff of the wooden box that had basically turned into mud to check the medicinal scent inside. Even if it is a precious ancient medicine, it still isn't worth anything. One would instantly know after just taking a look at the wooden box. It has decayed into mud, so any ancient medicines inside would also be rotten. In my opinion, at best, it will only be worth 100 heavens primal refined jades. Use this low price so that everyone can gamble to see if there are any remnants of drugs inside this mud. An alchemist offered his opinion. 300 royal noble refined jades, this is the lowest price. If no one wants to bid, then our inheritance ancient pavilion will have to take it back. The auctioneer maintained this bottom line and declared to all the buyers. Chapter 264, Turning Something Rotten into Something Magical. The auctioneer was this persistent because their appraisers determined that this box once sealed an amazing ancient medicine. Unfortunately, it was not sealed correctly and had rotted away. We'll begin at 300 royal noble refined jades. At this time, the auctioneer hammered down. No one made a bid. After a second hammer, there was still no one who gave an offer. It has turned into useless residue, it's definitely not worth 300 royal noble refined jades. An alchemist shook his head and stated. Even though 300 royal noble refined jades was not a ridiculous amount to most of the present buyers, there was no sense of profit from buying a slab of mud. 300 royal noble refined jades, going one last time. After the last hammer, the auctioneer shouted loudly. An old alchemist immediately declared after the auctioneer finished his introduction. I'll go with 1,500. A different ancient saint hurriedly bidded right after. I'll do 2,000. Suddenly, many people bidded and were even competing just to bid. They followed in Li Qie's footsteps, someone who managed to grab a great deal with the lowest price. 300 refined jades to buy finest grade rotten underworld beans that was worth more than 1 million refined jades. This caused many people to become extremely interested in ancient medicines that were not able to be appraised by the pavilion. They all wanted to be like Li Qie, who greatly profited. Ultimately, all of the unidentified ancient medicines were sold with fairly good prices. Unfortunately, these buyers who wanted to test their fortune had far worse insight than Li Qie, so they didn't have much of a harvest. Regarding this result, these buyers had nothing to say, for they understood the risk. Open the coffin, quickly, open the coffin. Let's see if there are any finest ancient medicines inside or not. After everything in the tomb was auctioned off, the buyers present became impatient and all loudly shouted. One of them excitedly said, "That's right, hurry up and open it." As a legendary alchemist's tomb, we still haven't found any monarch medicines or even 7 transformations soul grass. This is a bit unacceptable. Medicines and grasses older than 3 million years were referred to as monarch medicines. Of course, monarch medicines were extremely rare. Countless alchemists spent their whole life searching only to never be able to see a true monarch medicine. Good, open the coffin. In the end, after the pressure from the excited mob of buyers, the pavilion decided to open the coffin. All eyes were glued on it as everyone held their breath in eager anticipation for the items inside. Keep in mind that any grand character, before dying, would bury the most precious and valuable item of their life next to them. At this point, everyone wanted to see what items this legendary alchemist buried with him. Heavenly cauldrons, immortal Dan, ancient medicines, or a manual regarding the alchemy Tao. With a cracking sound, the coffin was finally opened. There was a small trace of remains inside. Its owner seemed to be an old man when he was alive, and the bones appeared to be bent like those that belonged to a hunchback. It was as if he was curling his body when he died. It didn't feel like a spectacular nor formal type of funeral. The thing that was more shiver-inducing was that this body was completely black. It was as if he died from being poisoned. Outside of the black and tiny corpse, there was another item that was more than 3 feet long. It appeared to be a measuring stick. With an inky color and distinctive outlines, this measuring stick seemed to be made out of wood. No one could really tell the specific type of wood it was made of. The corpse inside the coffin gripped this stick really tightly as if it was extremely important. However, once the buyers saw the small, black corpse, they couldn't help but become disappointed. Seeing that the thing buried with him was only a measuring stick, their disappointment increased even more. It seems like this legendary alchemist had left all of his treasures behind to his descendants and didn't bury anything amazing with him. A disappointed person remarked after seeing the inside of the coffin. This alchemist might have died in an accident. Another older alchemist speculated after seeing the black corpse, his entire body is jet black, there is a chance that he died during a pill refinement session. It could have been an ominous medicine and he died from suffering the medicinal spirit's backlash. An ancient saint carefully examined this corpse and also nodded in agreement, that is plausible. There is no divinity in this corpse even though he is a legendary alchemist. Outside of an abnormal death, there is no better explanation. Only experts would have corpses with divinity. Normally, they would have to be at the heavenly sovereign or heavenly king level to have divinity. For example, after a heavenly king passed away, it wouldn't matter if his body had decayed, there would always be a part that will not be rotten, like a finger, or the bone between the eyebrows, or an eye. This meant that this part was his most powerful aspect when he was alive. The remains with divinity could be sold at a high price. For example, a finger bone of a heavenly king could have an absolute power to be reckoned with once refined into a treasure. Chapter 265, A Wooden Ruler Bringing About a Storm. The appraisers of the inheritance ancient pavilion busily tried to identify this body along with the 3-foot-long wooden ruler. In fact, this body did not need to be appraised, the integral focus was all on this wooden ruler. However, after a long discussion between the appraisers, they couldn't come up with any specific result, they couldn't even identify the wood that this ruler was made out of. One had to know that the appraisers of the pavilion could be considered the absolute authority regarding this field. The inheritance ancient pavilion was one of the oldest auction houses, and its appraisers were part of a group that had seen the most treasures in this world. However, they couldn't even determine the material of this wooden ruler. Li Qiye's gaze was locked on the corpse the moment the coffin was opened. After a long while, he then gazed at the wooden ruler instead. After a meticulous observation, a brilliance flashed in the deepest parts of Li Qiye's eyes, causing him to remember the rumors of that one era. With a slight shudder, Li Qiye thought about an even older legend that had something to do with a mythical race. It is strange, it is a bit strange. At this time, Sikong Taotian, who had been standing silently next to Li Qiye, couldn't help but murmur. Li Qiye glanced at him and idly said, "What's so strange about it?" This, Sikong Taotian wryly smiled before finally answering, "I have seen many different types of wood, and I'm quite knowledgeable about wooden materials used to craft coffins or divine wood used to create treasures. However, this wooden ruler. It is an oddity, I have never seen this type of wood before. There is a myriad of vegetation in this world, it is normal that you haven't seen all of them." Qi Xiaodai shook her head and said. Sikong Taotian pondered for a bit before replying, "What you say is completely true. Who can say that they know all the different species of wood in this world?" At this point, He turned around and asked Li Qiye, "Dao brother, do you have any insight?" Li Qiye gave him a look and said, "It's hard to say. All in all, this is not an ordinary piece of wood." A different thought had appeared in his mind. "What are you all still debating about? Hurry up if you want to continue the auction. Everyone has to leave, you know." Seeing the appraisers from the pavilion debating for a long time without any result, a dissatisfied buyer demanded. Many other buyers also protested, "That's right, just decide on a price with some decisiveness. Hurry up and don't waste everyone's time." In the end, the Inheritance Ancient Pavilion arrived at a unanimous decision. The wooden ruler will be auctioned, but not the corpse because it didn't have any divinity. Normally, once the auction ended, the corpses would be returned to the owner of the tomb or the descendants of the corpse. This is a divine ruler, everyone can first take a look at it. The auctioneer raised the wooden ruler with both hands and declared to the crowd. At this time, everyone came closer to take a careful look at this wooden ruler. Some people were sniffing and others went as far as to lick it, but there was no discernible taste nor smell. As they were observing the ruler, they found that there were engravings of little ghosts on it. There were 99 of them. Each and every little ghost carving had a different expression that was shown with great clarity. Those who were more cowardly would be scared and nervous after seeing these seemingly alive little ghosts on top of the ruler. "Brother Zhu Yan, what are these ghosts? Which branch are they from?" After looking carefully at this wooden ruler, an ancient saint asked a great character who came from the ghost race. This person who came from the ghost immortal race observed the ruler with a serious expression, then he shook his head to say, "I also cannot tell. Even though the ghost immortal race is considered to have 100 different branches, I really haven't seen these little ghosts before, and I've never heard of them either. It could just be that the crafter of the ruler made up some images." The Ice Feather Palace's Bing Yuxia carefully contemplated about this wooden ruler before finally murmuring. Of course, only she herself heard these words. "Gentlemen, everyone has seen this ruler now. As the last buried item within this tomb, our Inheritance Ancient Pavilion will use the grave auction rules to sell this off. This ruler was created by using divine wood. Since it has a great and extraordinary origin with the ghost race, the starting price will be 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades." The auctioneer declared. These words were met by an immediate uproar as the scene became rambunctious. A buyer couldn't help but counter, "You're kidding. The origin of this wooden ruler isn't even clear and the wooden material is not known, yet it is starting at 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. This is too much of a cheat. Yeah. I think that even if it was 3,000 Heavenly King refined jades, it would still be too expensive. 3,000 Heavenly Sovereign refined jades might be worthy of consideration." Another buyer echoed the sentiment. The auctioneer shook his head in response, "This wood is as hard as steel, these engravings of the 99 ghosts. They are a supreme creation from the ghost race. Our Inheritance Ancient Pavilion does not dare to make any baseless statement regarding this ruler, but we can absolutely guarantee that this ruler is made from divine wood. As for the type of divine wood, there is a need for further deliberation. Of course, if there is someone willing to let us know, we would be happy to accept the assistance. Fellow Taoist is correct." At this time, Li Qiye smiled and said, "This ruler starting with 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades is indeed a bit too much. In my opinion, this ruler was crafted from a harmonious ghost tree. This ruler is odorless and has spiral shell patterns on the actual wood. Combined with the faint white amidst the black, these are the characteristics of the harmonious ghost tree. It is indeed rare within the mortal emperor world, but there is not too many marvelous uses for it." Harmonious ghost tree, all the buyers were surprised after hearing this name because many of them had never heard of such a tree. Harmonious ghost tree. An appraiser from the pavilion who specialized in wood became serious after listening and slowly said, "This is a rare species of trees in the mortal emperor world, they only grow in the burial grounds, away from the sight of mortals. Even though this wood is indeed rare and precious, it is completely accurate to say that there is not much use for it. If you don't trust my words, then you can carefully look at it to see if the wood outlines of this ruler contain spiral shell patterns with a faint white within the black shade or not. This is a special characteristic of the harmonious ghost tree. Li Qie smilingly spoke. All the buyers took turns looking at it, and then someone said, "It really does have that spiral pattern with the white and black color scheme. I heard about a legend relating to the ghost race, something to do with their origin. Legend has it that the progenitor of the ghost race was the soul of an ancient corpse, and it finally came back to life. It married a mortal and gave birth to future generations. There is another legend that states that there are 99 descendants, each of the descendants built their own tribe, which is why the ghost race is also named the 100 race." At this time, Li Qie said with a smile. Li Qie's statement was immediately refuted by a master from the ghost race. He coldly shouted, "Nonsense! The progenitor of our ghost race was a ghost who became an immortal and eventually gave birth to our ghost race. In our veins flows the blood of the ghost immortal." There were 3 different theories regarding the origin of the ghost race's progenitor. The first was that he was a ghost who became an immortal, another was that he was a soul of an ancient corpse, the last was that he was the result from a relationship between a ghost and a mortal. In fact, their ghost race only accepted the first theory and were especially averse to the soul from a dead corpse theory. The entire ghost race vehemently denied this theory. And as for the last one, some believed it while some didn't. Li Qie smiled and replied, "Even though all of your ghost race currently denies this theory, it is undeniable that, during the ancient era, there were ghost members who believed such a theory." Humph. Those are just heretics. They are not qualified to be a part of the ghost race. The master from the ghost race coldly proclaimed. Li Qie continued on with a grin, "Whether it is heresy or not, it is all in the past now. However, it is a fact that there were ghost race members who believed in this theory. Therefore, during immemorial eras, ghost race members carved the images of the 99 ghosts in order to honor the origin of the ghost race. I trust that this wooden ruler came from the heretics of the ghost race, and it is a memento of the ghost race's origin. The harmonious ghost tree is indeed precious, but if it is only a memento, then I'm afraid it doesn't have much value. If that is the case, then 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades is too much. Let it be 3,000 ancient saint refined jades, then." After Li Qie's explanation, another buyer immediately exclaimed. "Yes, 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a memento is totally not worth it. I don't even want it for 3,000 ancient saint refined jades. How about 3,000 royal noble refined jades?" Many buyers here began to cause a commotion. Another buyer also lamented his bad luck as he shook his head in dejection. "I actually thought a legendary alchemist would be buried with great drugs and ancient medicines. I didn't expect this guy to be a heretic of the ghost race. If the other ancient medicines buried along with him weren't worthwhile, then this grave auction would have been meaningless." At this moment when many buyers were clamoring, Bing Wuxia, who was relaxing under her pavilion, stared at Li Qie with a strange expression. She seemed determined to see through him. "Help me act out a play, go ahead and bid." At this time, Li Qie elbowed Qi Xiaodai next to him and whispered. Qi Xiaodai angrily glared at him and replied, "Why should I act with you? I am not interested." Chapter 266, Sky High Price, Hurry. Li Qie said slowly. This gentle word carried a dignified tone without a hint of anger. Qi Xiaodai's heart shivered for a moment after being stared at by Li Qie. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly acquiesced at this moment as she angrily spoke, "Fine, I'll bid then." At this time, Qi Xiaodai loudly shouted amidst the clamoring crowd to the auctioneer, "If this ruler starts at 3,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades, then I will be willing to bid." Qi Xiaodai's sudden declaration of 3,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades attracted the gaze of many people. It was not a small amount, a memento worthy of such a price would be quite amazing. 3,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades to buy a wooden ruler memento? Are you crazy? Is this broken ruler really worth that much money? Li Qiye looked at Qi Xiaodai and exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. Qi Xiaodai was fed up since she was supposed to act with him, but right now, he was making fun of her. How could she not be angry? She angrily glared at him and snapped, "What does it have to do with you? I like to collect mementos. If I like it, then I'll buy it." Unsuspecting spectators watching their noisy scene actually thought that they were quarreling lovers and laughed at the interesting spectacle. "If sister likes it, how about I buy it for you?" Seeing an opportunity, Sima Longyun immediately voiced his concern. Qi Xiaodai coldly glared at him and responded, "I will buy the items that I like myself. It is not only your furious immortal saint country that has money." Sima Longyun could only smile awkwardly after being met with Qi Xiaodia's response. "Little sister, if you like it, then I'll buy it for you." At this time, Bing Yuxia actually decided to join in as she cheerfully smiled, "A girl like a noble canary with some temper, my favorite type. How about I buy it for you?" Finished speaking, she told the auctioneer, 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. "I want this wooden ruler. This is too crazy." Everyone immediately became lost in a furor the moment Bing Yuxia stated this price. 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a ruler like this was truly having too much money without an outlet for spending. But what can one do? This person came from the Ice Feather Palace and she was the descendant, she truly had such wealth. Even if Sima Longyun wanted to buy the wooden ruler to please Qi Xiaodai, with Bing Yuxia bidding 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades, he didn't have any other option. And it wasn't just not having 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a wooden ruler, even if he did, he would be scolded to death by his elders. Even if he did come from the saint country, this amount was still monstrous to a young disciple like him. The auctioneer immediately shouted, 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. Is there a higher bid? He didn't think that 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades was a sellable price after Li Qiye's interference. However, with Bing Yuxia's gesture, this was the best chance to profit. Crazy. The other buyers all shook their heads and let go of this thought. Such an amount of refined jades to buy a useless wooden ruler, this was too insane. For what reason will a little girl dress like a boy all day? At this time, Li Qiye had to repress the urge to curse in his mind. He wanted to buy it cheap, but he didn't expect for this Bing Yuxia to interfere and ruin his plan. Bing Yuxia didn't care for Li Qiye's expression. She stared at him with her pretty eyes that flashed a hint of happiness and leisurely said, "It is my hobby, does fellow Taoist have something to say about it? I can't believe Miss Qi is so beautiful and charming. Are you interested in visiting my Ice Feather Palace as a guest?" Having said that, her eyebrows slightly raised, giving off a playful expression while teasing Qi Xiaodai. Qi Xiaodai was at a loss for words. Bing Yuxia was clearly a beauty, yet she, time and time again dressed like a man and even went as far as teasing other girls. "Quit your bullshit." Li Qiye put on a rough appearance and pulled up his sleeve to say, "Oh, how grand you are. You, this pervert, actually wants to steal my woman. 3,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. Your father will go with 4,000. As long as Miss Qi likes it, I will buy it even if it is at a higher price. This is so crazy. This brat's boldness truly reaches the sky, he actually dares to oppose the Ice Feather Palace's descendant like this." The buyers present couldn't help but to rowdily discuss this matter after seeing Li Qiye's display. Another buyer added, "This is called a newborn calf not being afraid of a tiger. This brat probably just recently came out with high spirits so he doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth, this is probably why he dares to provoke the Ice Feather Palace. 4,000. 4,000. Is there a higher bid?" The auctioneer immediately shouted after hearing Li Qiye's bid, 4,000. Just 4,000 jades and then you can obtain the happiness of the beauty and bring her back, this is absolutely worth it. At this time, Bing Wuxia stared at Li Qiye with a cheerful smile and a provocative furrow of her brows. Initially, she was a great beauty, but dressing as a man gave her a different attractive flavor. My grandmother. Why are you, a girl, competing with me for a woman? Li Qiye couldn't help but curse with a rude attitude. Your father only wants to lose money, but not lose the battle. I will do 20,000. In fact, he wanted to tell her to stop. This was really messing up his good matter. He could initially buy it with a low price, but now, it was a sky-high price. So insane. At this moment, everyone became staggered with shock while shaking their heads. This was no longer an auction, but rather, a competition for one's lover. You're crazy. Even Qi Xiaodai could not bear to watch any longer. Spending 30,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy this wooden ruler was too irrational. However, her attitude, in the eyes of others, made her seem to be a distressed lover who was sad about her honey wasting money. Sima Longyun was especially cold to the extreme as his eyes flashed a frightening murderous intent. 20,000. 20,000 refined jades. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer couldn't contain his excitement. Naturally, he wished that this love competition would become even more intense. Oh, quite a character. Bing Wuxia laughed and looked at Li Qiye with simpering eyes. She leisurely said, it seems like. I have to bid 30,000, then. Li Qiye was quite annoyed. He could have bought this for a much cheaper price, but because this young miss was causing trouble, his plan completely failed. You are a girl, so why are you causing a ruckus, here? If you were a boy and came here to flirt, then I wouldn't blame you, but why is a girl like you competing for a girl with me? Do you have nothing else to do? You're just a little girl, don't pretend to be a boy all day long. Go back to your ice feather palace, go to the Grand Monarch Ridge and take a good look at the heaven-cutting tablet. This is something a girl should do. Li Qiye snappily scolded her with some rude gestures. However, Bing Wuxia was quite shocked and Li Qiye brought up the Grand Monarch Ridge's heaven-cutting tablet. Her eyes became serious as she glared at Li Qiye. This brat is too arrogant. He actually went as far as to offend the Ice Feather Palace like this. Buyers were quite amazed at Li Qiye speaking to Bing Wuxia in such an unrestrained manner. Sima Longyun, on the other hand, was sneering in his mind. This thing that doesn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. He dares to provoke Ice Feather Palace like this, truly courting death. But right when everyone thought that Bing Wuxia would explode, she suddenly revealed a beautiful laugh that was capable of toppling cities and kingdoms in her male outfit, stirring an indescribable feeling in others. Fine, since you want to buy this item to please the heart of the beauty so much, I will oblige and let you have it. Bing Wuxia beamingly smiled and said. Li Qiye rolled his eyes a bit. If it wasn't for this girl messing around, he would have been able to buy this wooden ruler at a much lower price. 20,000. 20,000. Does anyone else want to go higher? The auctioneer shouted after seeing Bing Wuxia withdraw from the competition. Other people naturally would not bid against such a price to buy a wooden ruler. Only a madman would do such a thing. Some buyers were curious, so one guy asked, what is this brat's origin? 20,000 virtuous paragon refined jades is not a small number. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to get so many refined jades, so a few grand characters were quite curious. Li Qiye eventually grabbed this wooden ruler, and the auction was now over. The majority of the buyers already left, but one buyer couldn't help but to express his feelings of regret. It is a shame that there were no monarch medicines like within my expectations. Sima Longyun was filled with anger, but right before he left, he still maintained a gentlemanly air. He said goodbye to Qi Xiaodai and sent her an invitation. Would sister be available to visit my furious immortal saint country as a guest? I am willing to be your tour guide. Qi Xiaodai was not very fond of Sima Longyun, so Qi Xiaodao quickly defused the situation. Brother Sima, when we have time in the future, we will surely visit your country. Before Sima Longyun left, he gave Li Qiye a fierce glance while Li Qiye was too lazy to look back at him. Chapter 267, Heaven-Cutting Tablet. Li Qiye put away the wooden ruler, then he said to the Qi duo, "We are going back." He didn't want to garner too much attention after grabbing this wooden ruler, so he planned to leave this area. As they began their departure, someone blocked their path before they could return to the Lion's Roar Gate. Heavenly flowers fell down from the sky as immortal hymns resonated about. A group of beautiful women descended from the sky, and below their feet were blossoming ice petals. Right afterwards, Bing Yuxia appeared before everyone. Her sudden appearance along with the Ice Feather Palace disciples alarmed the group of Qi Xiaodai. Sikong Taotian also lost his calm and said, "This hard-to-mess-with girl is eyeing us." The wary Qi Xiaodai and Qi Xiaodao both knew that the Ice Feather Palace was absolutely a monster that their Lion's Roar Gate couldn't afford to offend. "How about the two of us talk for a bit?" Bing Yuxia walked forward as if she was dancing and cheerfully smiled towards Li Qiye. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes at this strange Bing Yuxia before him and smiled, "We can talk. My favorite thing to do is to speak with pretty girls with our knees pressed close." As the successor of the Ice Feather Palace, Bing Yuxia's power was unfathomable. She was a girl, but she always dressed as a man without a care for the world. However, she was still very famous within the Eastern 100 cities, and others had always been wary of her. Yet today, this little demon in front of her didn't think much of her despite her threat. He maintained his calm as if victory was already within his grasp. "It seems that you are confident enough." Bing Yuxia slowly spoke. It was rare for someone to bluster like this in front of her. Even the descendants from ancient kingdoms would not necessarily be able to speak such arrogant words. Li Qiye glanced at her and smiled to say, "Because I am Li Qiye." They were such dull words, yet they carried an imposing and majestic aura that shot straight to the sky. "Because I am Li Qiye." Such a sentence exuded a sensation of being above all. This kind of confidence was capable of being the sole ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not bad, this phrase, "because I am Li Qiye." After a while, Bing Yuxia laughed in a valiant and refreshing manner while exuding an alluring charm. After cracking up for a while, Bing Yuxia asked Li Qiye, "What do I have to do to convince you to talk about the heaven-cutting tablet? How about I connect the strings for you with some people? Within the Eastern 100 cities, whether they be the princesses of ancient kingdoms, saintesses of grand sects, fairies of sacred gates, I actually know quite a few of them. Do you want me to hook you up?" Li Qiye smilingly shook his head and said, "Women who can grab my attention aren't limited to the few around you. Even though they are not bad, they're still a bit short. How about this? If you stay by my side and be my maid, I will tell you an ultimate secret regarding the heaven-cutting tablet of your Ice Feather Palace. The fact that your matriarch was too arrogant cannot be denied. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only brought back the heaven-cutting tablet that year. However, your matriarch was also exceptional and possessed heaven-frightening intelligence. As a frog at the bottom of the well, she was able to comprehend the whole picture while being limited to just one star. She was capable of understanding the mysterious profundity to finally become a generation's invincible immortal emperor. If you stay behind as my maid, I will let you know the true origin of the heaven-cutting tablet. At that point, your harvest will not simply be the heaven-cutting tablet." Finished speaking, Li Qiye then glanced at Bing Yuxia. Bing Yuxia suddenly shivered as she stared at Li Qiye and said, "You know our matriarch, I wish I could meet her, but unfortunately, I was born millions of years late. Otherwise, with my supreme and peerless charm and also being born in the same era as your matriarch, I would have been the best Tao companion for her." Li Qiye laughed then shook his head. Li Qiye's statement was half true and half false, so people couldn't decipher its validity. Enough narcissism. You think a little demon like you would be favored by our matriarch? When our matriarch was alive, even the flowers and the moon shied at her presence, and she viewed all the men in this world like dirt. In regards to a little demon like you, I'm afraid my matriarch wouldn't even give you a single glance. Bing Yuxia looked at Li Qiye and shook her head disapprovingly. Li Qiye simply smiled in response and didn't say anything else. What do you want before you're willing to talk about the heaven-cutting tablet? A moment later, Bing Yuxia asked with more gravity. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile while staring at the cross-dressing Bing Yuxia before him. Even though Bing Yuxia and little girl Bing Yu's appearances were different, their charm was quite similar, especially when both of them were cross-dressing. However, Bing Yuxia, right now, was not as great as immortal Emperor Bing Yu that year. Bing Yuxia was just a little girl who was arrogant to the extreme. Nevertheless, she really had the ability to be so domineering. Forget it, I am the type who finds joy in helping people. This is all because I've read so many books and became this knowledgeable, resulting in gaining greater responsibilities, am I right? Li Qiye smiled before continuing, I'll give you a little hint. Don't waste time on the inscriptions on the tablet. The meaning of the inscriptions is that it is fundamentally meaningless. Chapter 268, Wooden Ruler's Secret. Having heard this, Bing Yuxia couldn't help but murmur, the inscription's meaning is fundamentally meaningless. Little girl, don't be cross-dressing all day long. A girl should be a girl, don't try to be a man. Don't be like your matriarch who lived alone for the rest of her life. In the end, Li Qiye said with some emotions, then he turned away and left. Upon hearing this, Bing Yuxia suddenly became shocked. She looked up to find Li Qiye, but he had already left the pavilion so she couldn't see his expression. In the end, Bing Yuxia left along with the female disciples of the Ice Feather Palace. Before leaving, she closed the fan in her hand like a gentle young noble and smilingly said to Li Qiye, if fellow Li is interested, I will connect your red strings in the future and introduce a few princesses from ancient kingdoms to you. Li Qiye could only force a smile at Bing Yuxia's still not caring for the world appearance. When he was watching her back during their departure, he couldn't help but to softly sigh. Although she looked nothing like immortal Emperor Bing Yu, her charm reminded him of immortal Emperor Bing Yu, the arrogant little girl. Even though he did not train that little girl in the past, he was the one who led her to join the War God Temple. Unfortunately, the old man from the War God Temple could not grasp the opportunity in the end, and they couldn't do a good job of training her to become an immortal emperor. Ultimately, that little girl left the temple and proudly traversed the 9 worlds by herself to finally become an invincible immortal emperor. The proud and cold as ice girl was always domineering and arrogant. She had one life of invincibility, yet she became alone for the rest of her life. That girl. In the end, Li Qiye silently lamented. That girl must still be hating him more or less in her heart. Bringing up this so-called harmonious ghost tree was just his attempt at tricking the inheritance ancient pavilion. Yes, the wooden patterns of this ruler did resemble the ones of a harmonious ghost tree. However, it was not made from a harmonious ghost tree. Li Qiye was absolutely certain of this as he held the ruler in his hand. This wooden ruler was made from ghost ancestral wood. There was only one ghost ancestral tree in the entire 9 worlds. Li Qiye did not lie entirely back at the time of the grave auction. This item truly had something to do with the ghost race and even its origin. There were 3 claims to the origin of the ghost race. The first was the theory proposed by the ghost race themselves, and it was also the most credible theory. This theory stated that the ghost race's progenitor turned from a ghost into an immortal and finally left behind descendants in this world. Afterwards, 100 tribes were established, resulting in the current ghost race of today. Because of this theory, the ghost race was also called the ghost immortal race. Another theory was that this progenitor was a true ghost. By combining with a mortal woman, he finally gave birth to descendants which resulted in the current ghost race. There were both skeptics and believers regarding this theory within the ghost race. The majority did not deny nor admit this claim. The last theory had always been vehemently denied by the ghost race. The ghost race was also called the 100 races with many side branches. However, all of the branches essentially denied this last theory. It stated that the progenitor was a corpse that eventually gave birth to a soul and became alive, then it bred with a mortal woman and its descendants became the current ghost race. Any believers of this last theory would be considered heretics within the ghost race. Future generations did not know why the ghost race was so antagonistic to this theory. In fact, even the ghost race themselves did not know why. The denial of this claim had existed since the Desolate Era and had continued up till now. However, Li Qiye had lived for countless years and knew some inside stories regarding this last theory. It was indeed not an aimless arrow. In a very far and ancient era, an ancient corpse coming to life did appear. No one in this world knew how long this ancient corpse had lived before this. As for this corpse giving birth to a soul, future generations could not find out whether it was the progenitor of the ghost race or not. However, Li Qiye knew a secret unbeknown to the future generations. The origin ground of the ghost race had a ghost ancestral tree. It was the one and only tree of its kind in this world. It was absolutely worthy of being referred to as a supreme immortal tree or peerless god tree. This ghost ancestral tree, to a certain extent, was related to the origin of the ghost race. In an extremely ancient era, legend has it that the ghost race's progenitor left behind a key, and it could unlock the secrets of the ghost race's origin. This key had a lot to do with the ghost ancestral tree. This key was called the ghost's origin ancestral key, and it had a heaven-frightening secret embedded within. In a future generation, Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, heard of another rumor. A certain alchemist clan at Eastern Descent City became in-laws with a ghost tribe. People said that this ghost tribe once had an unfathomable character, and there were whispers of him being a true ghost. Unfortunately, this ghost tribe believed in the third theory of the ghost race's origin, which eventually led to the tribe's complete destruction. And this grand character, who was possibly a true ghost, was able to escape into Eastern Descent City and hid in the alchemist clan to escape this calamity. This time at the grave auction, after looking at the geography of the burial ground, Li Qiye felt that this had a chance to be the land of the alchemist clan in the legend. After opening the coffin and seeing the pitch-black corpse, Li Qiye was sure that this was not the coffin of a legendary alchemist, it was merely using this name to bury someone else. He was the grand character of the ghost tribe. Moreover, he had underwent suppression when he was alive, so his divinity withered away. Chapter 269, Fate-Changing Legends also stated that this ghost tribe truly believed in the third origin theory, and that they tried to find the true secret of the ghost race's origin no matter the cost. Later on, this ghost tribe was fortunate enough to actually find the ghost ancestral tree in the legends as well as the ghost's origin ancestral key. As a result, they were able to solve the secret of the ghost race. Because of this, the tribe became even more trusting of the third theory, and in their attempt of solving this mystery, it brought about a catastrophe to them. Ghost's origin ancestral key. Li Qiye gently stroked the wooden ruler in his hand and couldn't help but smirk. Back at the grave auction, the moment he saw this wooden ruler, he immediately guessed its origin. Now, with it in his hand, he was completely certain that this was the ghost's origin ancestral key. In fact, the ghost race always held a suspicious attitude regarding the ghost's origin ancestral key. They believed that it was just a non-existent item made up by a few heretics. It was not strange for them to adopt such an attitude. In the end, no future generations had ever seen this key before, let alone solving the secrets of the ghost race's origin. However, Li Qiye knew more than the ghost race and others when it came to the ghost race's corpse and the ghost ancestral tree in the legends. He knew that there was indeed such an ancient corpse, but whether it was the progenitor of the ghost race or not, it was still worthy of further deliberation. 99 Little Ghosts. Li Qiye gently stroked the wooden ruler and murmured, just like the legends. I also want to see what secrets and harvests you will bring me. You absolutely must not let me down. Above the wooden ruler were 99 little ghosts with different expressions. In fact, Li Qiye knew that these 99 ghosts were not carved on it. Although the ruler was in his grasp, Li Qiye still needed time to research it. It was not such an easy matter to understand the mysterious profundity of the ghost's origin ancestral key. However, 20,000 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy this key was absolutely worth it. This was an item that was desired by him. As the saying goes, being unable to find the destination after wearing out iron soles, then inadvertently finding it without any effort. Once Qi Xiaodao prepared the materials, Li Qiye was ready to change his fate. The elders that were not in secluded meditation wanted to observe Li Qiye's fate changing to determine whether it was true or false, however, Li Qiye rejected this. Li Qiye only allowed Qi Xiaodai to observe from afar. The truth was that Qi Xiaodai was worried as well. In the end, fate changing was not a trivial matter. Qi Xiaodao would become a cripple if there was a mistake. Before they began, Qi Xiaodai was still quite restless as she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this too difficult? Fate changing, this is defying the heavens and it will bring about the heavens' wrath." Qi Xiaodie's fear was not unjustified. Even a legendary alchemist would not necessarily have the ability to change one's fate. Fate changing was an extremely mystical matter. Some legendary alchemists spent their whole life yet they were not able to understand its mystery. Li Qiye glanced at her and answered, "Don't worry, this is a trivial matter. To be more exact, this is not fate changing but fate advancement. Xiaodao is of a turtle fate, and your Qi clan are all natural-born turtle fates with a great chance of passing on this characteristic. Your progenitor was of the heavenly turtle fate, so this is only advancing his true fate back to its original level, nothing more. True fate changing is another story. For example, if you had an ordinary fate type and you want to change it to a saint fate, that would truly be fate changing. Such a heaven-defying matter would bring about the heavens' extermination. The high heavens would never allow for such a thing to happen." Li Qiye said dismissively. Li Qiye was 100% certain regarding this type of fate advancement. During an older era, he and the alchemist god had actually performed true fate changing. They even worked on what was called the immortal fate in the legends. Later on, he had performed true fate changing a few times. No one in the present times knew more about fate changing and life extension compared to him. Qi Xiaodai, still with some apprehension, inquired further, "Will this type of fate advancement bring about the heavens' wrath?" She was concerned about her little brother more than anyone else. She didn't want anything unexpected to happen, otherwise, how could she face her mother's entrustment? A minor heaven's wrath should not be an issue. "I have thought about this before agreeing to do it for him." Li Qiye flicked his sleeve and said, "Okay, don't stand here and bother me with your chit-chat. I'm going to start." Qi Xiaodai was quite annoyed by Li Qiye and responded with a glare. As a heaven's proud daughter, countless people always indulged her whims, especially the young geniuses. They were even more obedient towards her. However, this little demon simply didn't put her in his eyes, so how could she not become angry? "Sis, you can rest assured. I believe that Brother Li absolutely has this ability." Qi Xiaodao quickly comforted his sister. He was really afraid that these two will argue again. "Good, get ready for it. Do you remember the method I told you before?" Li Qiye asked Qi Xiaodao. Qi Xiaodao then took a deep breath and gently nodded his head. "Brother Li, I am prepared. Go for it." Li Qiye summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron and slightly shouted, "Open." As his words rang down, the myriad heavenly cauldron fell to the ground and turned into a gigantic cauldron with its frog mouth shut tight. The inside became its own vast heaven and earth. At this time, Li Qiye's left hand touched the cauldron's body and channeled his alchemy Tao. The myriad heavenly cauldron's origin flame blazingly appeared. One flame contraption immediately formed and transformed as an ancient medicinal fragrance arose. Inside the transforming flames were faint divine trees with magical arts, mysterious and inscrutable. Seeing the transformations of the flame caused the Qi duo to become shocked. They had seen the alchemists in the sect refining Dan, but they had never seen such a level of flame control or contraption creation. As the fire continuously changed its form, the flame contraption finally turned into an ancient-style medicinal contraption. With roars of tigers and lions resonating from within, it was extremely huge and could contain 3 to 5 people. Put in the materials. At this time, Li Qiye gazed at the transformation of the medicinal contraption and commanded. Qi Shaodai didn't dare to hesitate and immediately placed the prepared materials in order. The intervals in between were all according to Li Qiye's command. Li Qiye used his alchemy Dao to control the contraption to refine all the medicinal materials. In a flash, these materials became part of the contraption. Li Qiye shouted and the cauldron suddenly changed. It took the medicinal dregs out of the contraption and put them into the cauldron's origin flame, so there were only the purest of essences inside the contraption. Such a removal method astonished the brother and sister even though they weren't experts on the alchemy Dao. This was absolutely the technique of a master. At the very least, no alchemists inside their lion's roar gate were able to do such a thing. Your turn. At this point, Li Qiye shouted towards Qi Shaodao, who then jumped into the medicinal cauldron without any hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. After he jumped into the cauldron, his entire body was dipped into the medicinal concoction. At this second, explosions resonated from within as strange images consisting of flying dragons and phoenixes started to appear. Next were the Z sounds. The medicinal concoction pierced into Qi Shaodao's meridians like fine needles. This immediately caused him to tremble with unbearable pain, his face became distorted, revealing his state of extreme pain. Qi Shaodai couldn't help but to hold her breath while witnessing such a scene. Her heart was hanging on a thread as she clenched her fists tightly from being worried. As the medicinal concoctions were piercing Qi Shaodao's meridians, a lion's roar resounded. A golden lion emerged in all of its incomparable tyranny. Qi Xiaodao's body was immediately on the verge of exploding as his muscles bulged, they were filled with outbreaking power. Open your fate palace. Li Qiye immediately shouted right when Qi Xiaodao's tyrannical lion physique appeared. Qi Xiaodao roared as his fate palace appeared above his head along with his true fate. At this time, there was an old turtle inside his fate palace. This was an extremely rare true fate. Many other cultivators only had a pure true fate without anything else to accompany it, but not Qi Shaodao, who had the old turtle as his friend. The tyrannical lion acted as if it had seen its enemy the moment it laid its eyes on the old turtle. It immediately rushed up, aiming to bite this old turtle. Go! In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye shouted and the entire cauldron shook. A dragon made from medicines jumped out of the medicinal contraption as the dragon roars pierced the 9 heavens. It coiled its body and immediately clung onto the tyrannical lion. Rar, the lion retaliated, thus resulting in a battle inside the medicinal contraption between a lion and dragon. With continuous cries, the dragon tried to coil itself around the lion while the lion tried to snap it away. Get ready for the pain. Li Qiye cried out. In a flash, his right hand lifted up the cauldron's origin fire and this fire immediately turned into a long and thin acupuncture needle. Poof! Li Qiye struck like lightning with his fiery needle into the old turtle's body. In a split second, the old turtle was writhing around in pain. Qi Shaodao also had a difficult time bearing this pain. This was a type of suffering from the depths of the soul. It was far beyond the pain threshold of flesh. He screamed out in pain as he nearly crushed his teeth in agony. Chapter 270, Tyrannical Lion Physique, Heavenly Turtle Fate, Settle down, Li Qiye cried out. His voice was like a morning bell, waking the suffering Qi Shaodao and enlightening him with perfect wisdom. Qi Shaodao immediately mustered all that he could to calm his mind. Despite doing so, his body was still shaking in extreme agony. At this time, Qi Xiaodai was still clenching her fists tightly and was nervous to the point where she almost forgot to breathe. Li Qiye's right hand was magical as it controlled the fiery needles piercing into the old turtle. It moved and wove inside Qi Xiaodai's body and, in just a flash, it created profound mystical patterns that became engraved in the deepest parts of the old turtle's soul, exuding all of its dazzle. Right when these profound mystical patterns were completely woven, Li Qiye's left hand that was placed on the cauldron activated the medicinal contraption. Immediately, a phoenix hymn resounded as the contraption turned into a phoenix that carried the entire medicinal concoction. It then flew up and rushed towards the old turtle. In this instant, the fiery needles that were weaving these magical outlines suddenly exploded with an unstoppable blinding force. These magical outlines then swallowed the approaching phoenix along with the whole medicinal concoction and used an unbelievable speed to absorb its medicinal effects. Poof! These outlines suddenly grew bigger after absorbing the essence of the medicinal concoction, and then it took root in the old turtle's body. Go! At this time, Li Qiye commanded the dragon. The dragon then roared once and let go of the tyrannical lion. In the blink of an eye, it flew towards the rooted magical outlines inside the old turtle's body and was completely absorbed in an instant. Once it devoured all the essence of the medicinal concoction, these magical runes acted just like an outbursting root. It turned into a gigantic tree that was capable of covering the sky. In just a second, the magical outlines and the old turtle suddenly integrated into one. At this point, the tyrannical lion lost its opponent. It then crazily roared and aimed straight towards the old turtle, intending to give it a bite. At this second, the old turtle suddenly opened its eyes that were burning like divine torches. Bang! The old turtle swiftly flicked out its giant claw. Boom! This one claw was able to pin the tyrannical lion down. The lion struggled to get up, but under the suppression of the turtle's claw, it simply couldn't do so. At this time, divine brilliance flowed on the old turtle's body and aggregated above its shell before turning into a blue sky. The majestic old turtle, at this time, shouldered this blue sky as if it had turned into a god turtle capable of shouldering the 9 heavens. Boom! At this time, the old turtle slammed down its claw and struck the tyrannical lion flying away. The shivering lion wanted to rush in again, but it paused in the end while staring at the old turtle with some hesitation in its eyes. The old turtle emanating its heaven-shouldering momentum frightened the lion, so the lion went back to hiding inside the inner physique. Success! Li Qiye slightly nodded in approval after seeing such a scene, while the unbearably suffering Qi Xiaodao also began to gradually recover. At this moment, the old turtle accompanied his true fate as he carried the blue sky on his back in all of its splendor, just like a true god turtle. Qi Xiaodai was both happy and nervous, for she didn't think that this impossible matter was actually successful. Boom, boom. Right when Qi Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief, a thunderous lightning, as thick as a water-containing jar, descended from the sky and went straight for Qi Xiaodao with the intention to kill. Heaven's wrath. Qi Xiaodai became greatly alarmed the moment she saw this thick lightning striking down, as she exclaimed in horror. Go! In this moment, Li Qiye cried loudly as the myriad heavenly cauldron immediately opened its mouth wide. An origin flame from its deepest depths rushed out and turned into a gigantic, unfathomable mouth that was capable of devouring all existences. Before the Qi duo could react, the origin flame had already completely devoured the lightning without a trace remaining. This origin flame acted as if it didn't eat enough after absorbing all the lightning from the sky. At this time, it slowly went back inside the cauldron. Only a minor tribulation, yet you still dared to strike down. Li Qiye said without a care in the world after the origin flame devoured the lightning. Good heavenly cauldrons all have experienced lightning tribulations from the heaven and earth. As for the myriad heavenly cauldron, needless to say, it had undergone an uncountable amount of lightning tribulations, even far stronger ones. To this divine cauldron, such a minor lightning tribulation like this one was only an unfilling breakfast. It is done. Li Qiye withdrew his cauldron contraption and released Qi Xiaodao, then he calmly said while the Qi duo was still in shock. Qi Xiaodai was absent-mindedly standing there in a daze. It took her a long time to regain her wits, for this scene was simply too shocking. Fate changing was such a profound alchemy art and was something that countless alchemists aspired towards throughout their whole life, yet they still were unable to reach its boundary. Even legendary alchemists would have an extremely difficult time to perform such a task. Even though her little brother's case was only fate advancement and couldn't be considered a true fate change, it was still layered with arduous challenges. It required an extremely powerful alchemy Dao and a strong grasp on a profound fate-changing technique. There could not be a single mistake during the process. This was a chance that only appeared like a shooting star. Once the opportunity was lost, it would delay the fate-changing process and could even result in death. A matter such as this was extremely difficult for even legendary alchemists, yet it was nothing in the hands of Li Qiye. At this point, Qi Xiaodao's entire body was shaking like soybeans being roasted. The moment he opened his eyes, it revealed a pair of bright and spirited pupils. His blood energy became even more formidable and others could even hear the sound of it flowing like a storm. This is amazing. I can feel my blood energy flowing like 10,000 stampeding horses. Qi Xiaodao was ecstatic. Before, his blood energy came to a halt and his cultivation was stuck in the soul creation realm. But at this moment, he felt the magnificence and vastness in his tyrannical blood energy. This is the advantage of the tyrannical lion physique. Your blood energy is great, and at this moment, your true fate can control your physique. It is not a problem to reach the royal noble realm. Li Qiye looked at Qi Xiaodao's current state and approvingly nodded his head. The finally composed Qi Xiaodao took a deep breath and then bowed down with much gratitude. I will never forget Brother Li's life-altering favor. If you ever need this little brother in the future, just say one word and I will not refuse walking through a sea of fire or a mountain of blades for you. Li Qiye accepted Qi Xiaodao's respectful gesture and nodded his head to say, stand up. Enjoy your new talents from having the tyrannical lion physique along with the heavenly turtle fate. Qi Xiaodao bowed 3 times again as the worries in his heart were swept away. Even though he was a cheerful person, being stuck at the soul creation realm with nowhere to go rendered his inner heart completely different from his external demeanor. But today, this nightmare has finally been dealt with. To him, the path was now bright and clear with an easy path to travel. Qi Xiaodai silently stood at the side. Prior to this, she once thought that Li Qiye was a swindler. When Li Qiye was talking about fate changing, she believed that Li Qiye was only speaking nonsense and didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth. However, this impossible matter, in her eyes, and in the eyes of many others, happened in the hands of Li Qiye. It was as if all things were trivial under his doing, as if nothing was difficult at all. An uproar immediately shook the Lion's Roar Gate's upper echelon after the successful fate changing. All the elders found it to be impossible, but after examining Qi Xiaodao, the shocked elders knew that it was really successful. Having heard this, an elder who was studying the alchemy Dao immediately came out from his secluded meditation and didn't mind losing some face to ask a junior, Li Qiye, about fate changing. It is only a minor technique. Li Qiye only answered dismissively with this sentence to chase this elder away. Such a nonchalant phrase left the elder with a wry smile as he stood there silently for a long time. This was fate-changing. How many alchemists spent their whole lives to never touch such a magical boundary? Only legendary alchemists could do such a thing. Even though these words might have sounded arrogant, this elder couldn't deny the fact that Li Qiye had the qualifications to do so. He was at such a young age yet he was able to perform fate-changing. This was indicative of his unlimited future potential. He was absolutely capable of becoming an alchemy emperor. He didn't dare to say much even when Li Qiye wasn't willing to teach him the fate-changing art. Such a secret art would not be passed on to outsiders by any alchemist or sect. However, he still had the gall to ask Li Qie about the alchemy Dao. Keep in mind that this elder could be considered as a big character. He had some accomplishments regarding the alchemy Dao, however, in front of Li Qie, he acted like a respectful student with complete devotion as he came again and again beseeching for Li Qie's teaching. Fine, taking your ancestor into account, I will teach you one or two things. In the end, Li Qie agreed to teach this elder the alchemy Dao. Li Qie was not interested in teaching the alchemy Dao to outsiders. However, this elder was indeed full of sincerity, and Li Qie, out of love for the absolute loyalty of the Lion's Roar Gate's ancestors to him, made an exception to teach him once. Having heard Li Qie's agreement, this elder bowed in extreme excitement. He was even willing to become Li Qie's student. During these lessons, the elder was very astonished. Li Qie's teachings immediately enlightened him, all of his previous unanswered questions were solved in an instant. What stunned him even further was that Li Qie continuously taught him an alchemy Dao that brought him to the true orthodox path. At this time, this alchemist finally understood what the true alchemy Dao was. What he learned before was simply a minor Dao. Chapter 271, Qi Xiaodao's Secret Crush. Li Qie stayed at the Lion's Roar Gate for a short period of time. During this time period, outside of teaching this elder about the alchemy Dao and cultivation, he was contemplating about the ghost's origin ancestral key. As a result of his contemplation, he began to see some clues and found out a few secrets of the key along with some of its profundity. The Lion's Roar Gate treated him as the most esteemed of guests during his stay. If Li Qie didn't already have a sect, then the gate would have tried to recruit him. They would even let him enjoy the benefits of an elder. Brotherly, there will be a Dao lecture party later inside the imperial city, do you want to go? Qi Xiaodao, who had disappeared for several days, rushed in and told Li Qie. He was clearly unable to hide his excitement. Li Qie noticed this excitement, so he immediately looked at him and said, "Your excitement, don't tell me your spring is coming. It is only a Dao lecture, do you need to be so excited for something so ordinary?" This, Qi Xiaodao was quite embarrassed after being seen through by Li Qie and gave a mirthless smile. At this time, a voice rang from the door as Qi Xiaodai was standing right there. She looked at her little brother and said, "Princess Bao Yun is coming. Today, his matter was taken care of and he could cultivate normally again." This was his renewed hope as his will to fight surged once more. "So? You don't even have the courage to chase after a girl?" Li Qie smilingly said after being met by Qi Xiaodao's hesitation. Qi Xiaodao clenched his fists and said, "Good, even Brotherly will support me. If I don't try my best, then it would be a shame to your goodwill. Don't worry, Brotherly, I will not back down. If she doesn't like me, then so be it. However, if she is willing, then no matter what, I will battle to the end." At this point, his blood was boiling as his fighting intent surged high. Li Qie laughed and patted his shoulder before saying, "Now you sound more like a man." Qi Xiaodao was quite bold at the moment. At this time, his feelings were out of control and he wished that he could see Princess Bao Yun right away. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after seeing Qi Xiaodao's current appearance. Young love was quite a sight, worthy of remembrance. After traversing the eras, there might not be a woman capable of causing his heart to burn brightly like this anymore. "So your sister will marry that little pretty boy, Sima Longyun?" Li Qie asked about a different matter. Qi Xiaodao was worried about this matter. He shook his head and said, "Not marry, but the furious immortal saint country had come to propose even as early as 2 years ago. And recently, they have been more fervent about it. My royal father is a bit unable to withstand their pressure while my grandpa has not said anything about it. What is your father's opinion on this? Or rather, what is your sister's opinion on this?" Li Qie asked. Qi Xiaodao shook his head in response, "As for my sister, there's no need to say it. Basically, she does not like Sima Longyun. However, if my royal father truly tells her to marry him, then she has no choice. She had always sacrificed herself to protect the Lion's Roar Gate. If she were to decline, then maybe it would bring about some attacks from the Saint Country. Even if my sister is not willing, she will agree to this marriage for the sake of the Qi clan and the gate. What is your father's opinion? Li Qiye asked. Li Qiye didn't have much to say about Qi Xiaodai, but out of love for the Qi clan ancestor, he will still lend her a hand. Qi Xiaodao bitterly smiled. If my royal father was willing, then he would have already married her off. Royal father believes that the Saint Country only wants our supreme immortal physique law and that they have no good intentions. If my sister wanted to marry, then he wouldn't stop her. If she didn't want to, then he wouldn't force her either. However, in my opinion, if the Saint Country keeps on pressuring my royal father, then I'm afraid my sister will agree to protect our country. Having said this, he couldn't help but sigh. He desperately wanted to help out his sister, but with his strength alone, how could he fight against a monster like the furious immortal Saint Country? Furious immortal Saint Country. Li Qiye smiled. He knew its progenitor, a grand completion immortal physique. He went on to say, the lower tyrannical immortal physique law, it is flawed. My royal father also guessed the same thing. Qi Xiaodao shockingly exclaimed, Brother Li also knows this secret. It is only a secret for now. Li Qiye smilingly said. The furious immortal ancestor cultivated the furious immortal tyrannical physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. After he reached grand completion, he swept through the 8 desolaces. This matter was quite shocking at that time. There used to be a saying in that era, unless an immortal emperor came out, no one would be able to defeat him. In fact, Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, had seen his physique in that era. The truth was that his physique was flawed, even though people said that he created a supreme law for the furious immortal tyrannical physique. Unfortunately, he was missing just one part. Logically speaking, he had no chance of reaching the grand completion stage of the immortal physique, but he obtained a miracle that allowed him to survive the powerful physique tribulation. If it wasn't so, then he surely would have died under the terrifying tribulation. Qi Xiaodao emotionally said, My royal father also thought the same. He speculated that they only want our immortal physique law. After their progenitor, they no longer produced another grand completion immortal physique, so my royal father guessed that there is a problem with their law. They want to start with our immortal physique law in order to find a solution. Chapter 272, Goddess Mei Suyao Qi Xiaodao's ancestor was Lion Monarch Ba Xian. The Lion Monarch cultivated the furious immortal tyrannical physique. During that era, people said that he himself personally created a supreme immortal physique law, but others said that he obtained an extremely ancient version of this physique law. Li Qiye looked at Qi Xiaodao and asked, Does your Lion's Roar Gate have the furious immortal tyrannical physique law? A supreme immortal physique law was something coveted by all great powers. Even immortal emperor lineages wished to obtain such an item. Qi Xiaodao hesitated for a moment before finally answering Li Qiye, This is our Qi clan's secret, but since I owe Brother Li a great debt, I can divulge a thing or two to you. The truth is, I don't know the exact details. Our ancestor's supreme law has been lost, but 10 years ago, my grandfather went to the Heavenly Tao Academy because my maternal ancestor had cultivated at the academy. And so, my grandfather hoped to find an answer there. After his return, he underwent his death meditation and he never revealed the exact details to us. My grandfather is a natural-born saint physique. Alas, his youth was a struggle since he did not have a suitable saint physique law, thus his saint physique suffered great limitations. Regarding this meditation session, my grandfather told me that if he was successful, then he would obtain a grand completion saint physique. Because of this, outsiders always thought that my grandfather found our ancestors' supreme immortal physique law. However, since outsiders didn't have absolute certainty, there have not been people attacking all the way to our door yet. At this point, Qi Xiaodao was quite worried. Their current lion's roar gate was weak and far from being a match for a gigantic monster like the furious immortal Saint Country. Li Qiye smiled and understood the inside reasonings, then he asked, all the elders are devilishly training via meditation while maintaining a heavy guard. Is this to prevent outsiders from stealing the supreme immortal physique law, or is it for a different reason? I'm afraid that it is both. Qi Xiaodao wryly smiled and said, at the same time, it might be out of fear of an attack from the Saint Country, so they made good preparations. Ever since the Saint Country came to propose to my sister, my royal father ordered for us to be on guard. My royal father himself does not dare to leave the Lion's Roar Gate and had always been residing inside the imperial city, lest he risks internal unrest. Li Qiye stroked his chin and asked, when is your grandfather coming out? I want to meet him for a bit. He still had the treasure box of Lion Monarch Ba Xian in his possession. This was meant to be passed down to his descendant. The Lion's Roar Heavenly King, Qi Xiaodao's grandfather, was the descendant of Lion Monarch Ba Xian. It's hard to say, and I also don't know. Royal Father said that if grandfather was successful, then it could be within 3 to 5 years. If not, then it would not be any time in the foreseeable future. Qi Xiaodao said. Li Qiye pondered for a moment after hearing such an answer. His karma with the Lion's Roar Gate was not shallow. The Qi clan ancestor was his general, while there was a karmic fruit formed between him and Lion Monarch Ba Xian. Brotherly. At this time, Qi Xiaodao lifted his head to look at Li Qiye while scratching his head, then he asked, how do you feel about my big sister? He wanted to hook Li Qiye up with his big sister. In fact, he also felt that Li Qiye was completely worthy of his big sister. Li Qiye simply smiled and didn't answer Qi Xiaodao. I understand. Qi Xiaodao wryly smiled. Even a supreme character like Bing Yuxia could only be a maid in Li Qiye's world, even though his sister was the Lion's Roar Princess, but compared to Bing Yuxia, no matter whether it was their status, beauty, or talents, she was far from being Yuxia's match. Bing Yuxia could only be a maid in Li Qiye's eyes, let alone his sister. Brotherly must come to this Tao preaching. Qi Xiaodao became spirited and changed the subject. The person preaching the Tao this time is quite amazing, maybe this person could enter Brother Li's sight. Li Qiye smiled and asked, what makes you say that? The Tao preacher this time is the Eternal River School's goddess Mei, the contemporary #1 prodigy of the Eastern 100 cities. She can also be considered the #1 person in the region. Qi Xiaodao quickly explained to Li Qiye. He couldn't help but admire Goddess Mei. In fact, no one would be able to stay calm when it came to Goddess Mei of the Eastern 100 cities. Eternal River School. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and murmured. Qi Xiaodao continued on, yep, the Eternal River School, the Eastern 100 cities #1 sect. Goddess Mei is its current successor, and she is also their spokesperson for this generation. Only admiration could be found, and the name Eternal River School was brought up at the Eastern 100 cities. Even in the entire mortal emperor world, this name was like thunder next to one's ears. Eternal River School, 1 sect 3 emperors. One of the most ancient heritages in the mortal emperor world. There were only a few existences capable of being compared to the Eternal River School, such as the southern barren earth's mysterious bamboo mountain from the legends. Upon hearing this, needless to say about the geniuses in my country, even the prodigies of nearby heritages and countries all came running in hopes to hear her preaching the Tao in person. It is not convenient for my royal father to show himself this time, so my sister is the host for this Tao preaching session. Qi Xiaodao explained. Li Qiye let a smile bloom and looked at Qi Xiaodao before saying, is your father using this Tao preaching opportunity for your sister to meet some men, or is he using this opportunity to climb up the Eternal River School? Qi Xiaodao coughed and had to answer, probably both. Many geniuses from the powers nearby will come here to listen, and my royal father hopes that my sister could find someone she loves. If my sister marries away, then the Saint country can't really say anything else. Li Qie simply smiled and did not add anything else. He only thought that the royal lord of the Lion's Roar Gate truly gave his daughter a lot of consideration. For this Tao preaching session, my sister will be the host and I will only be helping out. Qi Xiaodao quickly said, how about brotherly help my sister out? I trust that brotherly can deal with anything. Although Qi Xiaodao understood that his sister didn't have a chance and that his efforts were useless, he still tried his best to create such an opportunity for his sister. I'll just watch from the outside. Li Qie smilingly said, you and your sister can take care of such a small matter. How could he not know Qi Xiaodao's intentions? Qi Xiaodao said no more. After staying together with Li Qie, he understood that one must grasp their own opportunities. His sister really missed a good chance and didn't win Li Qie's favor. Goddess Mei's Tao preaching at the Lion's Roar Imperial City became sensational news throughout the entire country, maybe even the entire Eastern 100 cities. In just a short amount of time, there were many rowdy discussions. Countless cultivators came to see the famous person, especially the younger generation who were too excited in wanting to see the supreme heir of the goddess. Goddess Mei, the eternal river successor, the person who entered the secular world, Mei Suyao. Anyone who had ever met Mei Suyao all proclaimed that a person like her should only appear in the high heavens. For what reason did she descend down to the mortal world? There were once countless saintesses and princesses along with noble daughters who were proud of their appearances and talents, but rumor has it that after these girls met Mei Suyao, they couldn't help but become dejected with low self-esteem from being utterly eclipsed. They became afraid of walking together with Mei Suyao and didn't dare to compete with her. Mei Suyao was not simply a person entering the secular world from the Eternal River School. Her fame was also not because of a shallow reason like her beauty. The more frightening part was that legend stated that she was a natural-born immortal bone, unrivaled and extremely rare even through the rivers of time. A cultivator's talents had to do with their life wheel, physique, and fate palace. Outside of these three things, other things rarely had a direct effect on cultivation, but an immortal bone was one of these rare things. Moreover, an immortal bone was extremely unique and rare. Rumor has it that a person with the Tao bone would be invincible in their era. There was even a rumor stating that a person with the Tao bone was comparable to having an immortal physique. Of course, they were only legends and people could not gather accurate speculations because ever since time immemorial, very few people had the Tao bone. However, Mei Suyao's Tao bone was even more amazing. Legend has it that her Tao bone was located between her eyebrows. This was the soul bone, so it was called the immortal soul bone. Hearsay stated that the immortal soul bone was the number one immortal bone. Whether this was true or not, people did not have a way of finding out. However, Mei Suyao possessing an immortal soul bone was extremely frightening. The immortal soul bone could turn complexity into simplicity. This meant that no matter the merit law, even if they were emperor laws or heaven's will secret laws, as long as Mei Suyao took a glance, she would immediately be able to grasp their profundities. She could learn anything in an instant. This was still not the most terrifying matter. Rumor has it that Mei Suyao's immortal soul bone far exceeded people's imaginations. She could drain the heavenly Tao and surpass the true gods. She was completely unique in this world. As the successor of the Eternal River School and someone who had entered the secular world, Mei Suyao's natural-born immortal soulbone was unfathomable. Not to mention the younger generation, even predecessors were wary of her. Chapter 273, Tao Preaching Event. The imperial city of the Lion's Roar country suddenly became very lively after the news of Mei Suyao coming to preach the Tao traveled far and wide. The sea of people was 10 times larger than normal. One could say that anyone who had previously heard of her good name all wanted to see her supreme elegance. Even if they had no way of getting close to the goddess, catching just a glimpse of her from the distance was more than enough. Rumor has it that she also wanted to go to the southern barren earth before this. I didn't expect her to return so soon. In just a short period of time, the entire bustling imperial city, no, the entire country was talking about Mei Suyao. Yeah, I did hear that Goddess Mei went to the southern barren earth to visit the mysterious bamboo mountain. An informed cultivator immediately spread the word. After hearing this news, there were some enlightened beings and ancient saints who were not too surprised. One ancient saint couldn't help but say, Eastern Eternal River, Southern Mysterious Bamboo, the two strongest contemporary forces of the mortal emperor world. Both of these grand heritages are one sect, three emperors. The descendants of these two sects have a tradition of competing against each other. Goddess Mei going to the barren earth to visit the bamboo mountain is quite ordinary. The descendant of the bamboo mountain this time is also quite amazing. I wonder who won in their competition. A southern cultivator knew even more about this matter. Goddess Mei's Tao preaching is like the deluge of heavenly flowers fluttering down from above, causing others to lose their way back home. After it is over, it becomes ingrained into the hearts of the listeners and it won't dissipate for a long time. 3 years ago, I had the fortune of listening to Goddess Mei preaching the Tao back at the Eternal River School. I benefited so much from it that I won't be able to forget it for the rest of my life. A young prodigy who once heard Goddess Mei's Tao preaching before didn't mind traversing millions of miles to come here. Those who had previously heard her preaching became even more charmed and lost. The Lion's Roar Gate was only a minor country. There were very few great sects inside its territory and there was also a paltry amount of cultivators. However, after Mei Suyao arrived, there were so many cultivators here that it crowded the imperial city. The Lion's Roar disciples mustered all of their strength in order to maintain order within the imperial city. The entire gate expended quite a bit of effort regarding this matter. In fact, the royal lord of the Lion's Roar Gate spent a great deal of time contemplating in order to successfully convince Mei Suyao to have her preach the Tao at their imperial city. The charming spirit race were the high heaven's favored child, and it could be considered the most gifted race out of the myriad of races. Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui came from the charming spirit race and finally became an invincible immortal emperor with the heaven's will. Her life could be considered to be the most brilliant during the desolate era. Even though many eras passed, even today, many people still relished in her old tales. Immortal Emperor that year, Li Qiye couldn't help but lament after recalling the old matters from a long time ago. Goddess Mei has arrived. Right when Li Qiye was in a daze while recalling his past, the imperial city suddenly went into an uproar as waves of people like primordial wild beasts rushed out. As Li Qiye was just standing there, he was pushed around until he arrived at the side of the monstrous crowd. Goddess Mei is here, hurry and come watch. Suddenly, deafening cries resounded everywhere. Both men and women were excited, especially the younger males who were extremely obsessed. Li Qiye could only smile while shaking his head at the sight of these obsessed male cultivators. He had witnessed this familiar scene countless times throughout the ages. Gallop, 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 a horse carriage approached on a winding path that had faint green smoke, just like a rainbow in the sky. Anywhere this horse carriage passed seemed to turn into a paradise. It was as if there were hundreds of flowers showing off their beauty amongst the lush vegetation and flowing springs. One could feel the immortal rhythm even before the person appeared. The loud imperial city fell silent in an instant. It was quite frustrating being at this scene as countless cultivators in the imperial city were constantly pushing each other. However, when this carriage arrived it was as if the ruthless summer had turned cold, a sensation penetrated one's soul, allowing them to be very refreshed. The carriage driver was an old man and Mei Suyao was nowhere in sight. The only discernible thing was a faint shadow inside the horse carriage. It was like a graceful present, like a fairy coming into being, extremely peerless. This graceful shadow swayed countless cultivators in the city. At this moment, all of them held their breath and stared at the faint shadow inside the carriage. "It is Goddess Mei," a person excitedly murmured, but even with all of his enthusiasm, he didn't dare to say it loudly. Li Qiye glanced from the far distance with a smile while gently shaking his head. This was too exaggerated. However, the Eternal River School was truly formidable to be able to groom such a descendant. Li Qiye didn't look for a long time, so he quickly entered the imperial palace. When Mei Suyao's carriage traveled by, another unit came in suit. This unit was extremely gallant, and all of their mounts were mysterious beasts, including heavenly stallions, winged tigers, and even dragon horses. This unit was led by a young man. He was extremely handsome and tall and was adorned with silver armor and a silver spear. His aura was extremely bright. He would be the swan amongst the chickens no matter where he went. It is Saint Child Qian Yu. A person recognized his identity after seeing him. An Eastern Hundred Cities cultivator said, Saint Child Qian Yu is truly sincere. I heard that he became charmed the first time he laid his eyes on Goddess Mei. He wanted to chase after her and was willing to be her follower, but unfortunately, Goddess Mei declined him. Yeah, I heard that when Goddess Mei went to the southern barren earth to preach the Tao, Saint Child Qian Yu also followed. Another cultivator added. Saint Child Qian Yu was someone loved by all in the Eastern Hundred Cities. How many girls have fallen for him? But who would have thought that he was willing to lose it all just to follow Goddess Mei? He's even willing to become her servant. A girl said with regret. An ancient saint predecessor shook his head to say, it is easier said than done regarding being accepted into the Eternal River School, especially its first branch. Being admitted into the first branch is harder than reaching the sky. The first branch, in the secular world, represents the Eternal River School. Only amazing geniuses throughout the eras were able to join this branch. I heard that Immortal Emperor Nu Zhan and Immortal Emperor Guan Feng all came from this branch. Saint Child Qian Yu is indeed a dragon and phoenix amongst men within the Eastern Hundred Cities, but it is impossible for him to enter the first branch. Otherwise, countless young prodigies of the cities would be willing to follow Goddess Mei. No matter what, we have to enter the imperial palace this time to listen to Goddess Mei. A young prodigy clenched his fists tightly and set his goal. Even watching Mei Suyao from afar or just a glimpse of her beautiful shadow was enough to make people swoon and cause them to go crazy. Chapter 274, Heaven's Secret Valley. This was the appeal of the Eternal River School, and this was the personal charm of Mei Suyao. Mei Suyao's Tao preaching event started right on time in the palace garden. The garden of the imperial palace was quite aesthetically pleasing, as there were ancient trees and vines filled with the fragrances of grasses and treasure medicines along with pretty blooming flowers. There were also flood dragons swimming in the pond along with old turtles and spirit cranes. Although the lion's roar gate was no longer the same as it used to be and was far less powerful than the great powers, as the descendants of the Qi clan, it still had a certain strength that was apparent from witnessing the palace garden. Many young prodigies who qualified to be inside had entered a long time before the start of the event to not miss such a rare opportunity. It was as if a waterfall made of people was entering the imperial palace. Some prodigies were riding their ancient chariots, signaling the pride of their clans. Others rode rare and precious beasts, while some soared with their flying swords. Then, there were those who were sitting on their treasure mountains and came from above. In a short amount of time, the palace garden became very bustling and crowded. Most of these young prodigies all had exceedingly high statuses. There were princesses and saint childs as well as descendants from the great powers or giants from different countries. As the organizers, the Qi duo were quite busy. They quickly greeted the guests that came from everywhere without any breaks. The young prodigies all came in groups of 3 or 5. They were all dragons and phoenixes amongst men. It was quite a beautiful spectacle to behold when all the men were extraordinarily handsome and all the women were pretty enough to cause fishes to drown and the birds to fall down from the sky. These groups were talking about all the important matters inside the Eastern Hundred Cities and other geniuses of the great powers. I heard Ba Xia was in the vicinity. I wonder if he will run here for this event or not. A young saint child said. Many of them were quite wary of Ba Xia. A royal prince shook his head and said, I hope he doesn't come here. That guy is too crazy and will always cause trouble wherever he goes. He has been even more insane recently. Some people said that his furious immortal tyrannical physique made some progress. I wonder if he had surpassed his minor physique tribulation or not. A different friend said. Ba Xia, the descendant of the furious immortal saint country, was the oldest royal prince. This was an amazing character, and he cultivated the country's defining treasure, the furious immortal tyrannical physique. A descendant from an ancient sect smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ba Xia will definitely not come. Just recently, he was chasing a fierce beast and entered an ancient ridge. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back so soon. Ba Xia might not come, but his martial junior brother, Sima Longyun, will definitely come." The royal prince said. A saint child sneered and said, "What is so special about Sima Longyun? He is only one of the 48 Xiantian physiques. He simply relied on the prestige of his older brother, Ba Xia. Humph, he himself is very unlikely to be more powerful than me. Places with people will have Jianhu, even the people of the younger generation of the Eastern 100 cities were not always friendly to each other. There was jealousy and revenge amongst many other things. A person comparable to Mei Suyao was definitely not just with hollow prestige. Li Qiye also came. He silently sat in an ordinary obscure corner of the garden and poured his own drink. Even though there were countless saint childs and princesses in the garden, Li Qiye didn't want to start a conversation with any of them. He simply sat there in silence in a forgettable corner. Li Qiye also didn't want to go bother Qi Xiaodao, who was very busy at this moment. Big brother is sure enjoying yourself. After Li Qiye finished drinking a cup, a person immediately poured him another. With a tan skin color, this young man carried a heroic presence. His body was the embodiment of natural sunlight, especially his little smirk hanging above his slightly dark face, it gave him quite a different style. This person sat down and immediately poured a cup for Li Qiye while revealing a big smile. Li Qiye glanced at him and said, "Do you not feel itchy after changing your face every day? Isn't it a great thing to just be yourself?" Having said that, he started drinking along. He didn't hand another cup to the young man either. The young man dryly smiled and said, "Big brother is messing with me. I am not as confident as Big brother, heh. I have many enemies at the Eastern 100 cities, so I have to hide from the wind." This guy was not a new person, it was Sikong Taotian who escaped some time ago. At the moment, Sikong Taotian returned once again and actually penetrated the royal palace. This brat was truly skilled, however, he had completely changed his appearance at the moment, and outsiders did not know that he was Sikong Taotian. Of course, he couldn't escape from Li Qiye's eyes. Big brother, the Space Trample Mountain's deity also came. Sikong Taotian passed a message to Li Qiye. "So what if the people from the Space Trample Mountain came? What does it have to do with me?" Finished speaking, he drank another cup. Sikong Taotian hurriedly poured another cup for him and said, "I heard Big brother killed Jikong Jian back at ancient Sky City. I'm thinking that Jikong Wudi will find you to get even." Sikong Taotian himself was quite amazing. However, in front of Li Qiye, he didn't dare to bluster and actually went as far as acting like a little brother. "You really have some abilities, you actually ran over to the Grand Middle Territory in such a short amount of time and found out about this matter so clearly." Li Qiye glanced at him and said, "Are you scheming against me?" Sikong Taotian's expression immediately changed as he pointed his finger towards the sky and said, "Big brother, your joke is too much. I, Sikong Taotian, am only a little punk. Big brother, you are a god from the 9 firmaments. Even if I am 100 times more courageous, I still wouldn't dare to have the slightest shred of disrespect towards Big brother. Big brother slays true gods in the 9 heavens and massacres demon kings in hell. As for such a lowly character like me, I am too busy being respectful and in awe of Big brother, so how could I have time to even dare be disrespectful towards Big brother?" "Fine, stop your flattering." Li Qiye continued on, if someone who comes out of the Heaven's Secret Valley was a punk, then there are too many punks in this world. Having said that, he placed his cup in front of Sikong Taotian. With a shiver in his heart, Sikong Taotian immediately turned pale after hearing Li Qiye words. Ever since he came into being, no one had ever been able to see through his origin because it had always been a mystery. He had met countless powerful characters, including mortal kings of ancient kingdoms, but they were not able to recognize his origin. Yet today, Li Qiye easily revealed his secret. Sikong Taotian's heart fluttered for a moment before taking a deep breath. Then, he poured more wine for Li Qiye and immediately smiled. Big Brother's vision is as bright as a torch, nothing can hide from you. Don't worry, if you don't annoy me, I won't go to the Heaven's Secret Valley and flip over your mortal king palace. Li Qiye nonchalantly said as he looked at Sikong Taotian. The hands that Sikong Taotian was using to hold the wine gourd couldn't help but shake. He had met countless great characters, but no one was able to make him so fearful like Li Qiye. How is the old mortal doing? Li Qiye instilled even more fear into the dazed Sikong Taotian. Sikong Taotian took another breath to compose himself, then he forced a smile to say, I won't lie to Big Brother. In fact, I have never seen mortal ancestor in all of my years. I heard the other ancestors say that mortal ancestor had been cultivating for a long time. Since he was able to withstand the heavens, there is still a chance. Li Qiye leisurely said. It was very likely that no one in the contemporary times knew of a heritage like the Heaven's Secret Valley. People who were privy to this were all extremely ancient old undyings and could be considered legendary characters. If these characters were alive in this world, then they were all halting their blood force. Chapter 275, Princess Bao Yun. Well, let's not talk about your Heaven's Secret Valley anymore, it is just an old and rotten matter. Li Qiye noticed the fear in Sikong Taotian and didn't want to make it hard for him. Sikong Taotian sighed in relief. He had always been very mysterious and he always hid his identity. However, he felt naked in front of Li Qiye as if nothing could escape his eyes. It is still better if Big Brother is more cautious about Jikong Wudi. Sikong Taotian regained his composure and whispered to Li Qiye, Jikong Wudi is definitely a demon, he is a natural-born Saint Fate, Saint Wheel, and Saint Physique. 3 Saint aptitudes, number 1 in the contemporary times, even Goddess May's natural-born immortal bone might not be more devilish than him. Anyone who heard about the 3 Saint aptitudes would faint from fear. From the ancient ages till now, not many people actually had 3 Saint aptitudes. He is only a 3 Saint aptitudes. Li Qiye smiled and said, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't care for his 3 Saint aptitudes. But if he does, then even if he had 3 immortal aptitudes, would still personally destroy his bones. Even if immortal Emperor Ta Kong was still alive, I would still find him to take care of business. He said as his eyes narrowed. He knew who committed the deeds back at the evil-infested ridge. If immortal Emperor Ta Kong was still in this world, then he would use his killing methods to annihilate the Space Trample Mountain. However, if immortal Emperor Ta Kong was not in this world, then he was too lazy to find his descendants and destroy the Space Trample Mountain just because of immortal Emperor Ta Kong's actions. Of course, if its disciples dared to come bother him, he would be happy to kill all of them. Sikong Taotian felt a dreadful sensation in his heart after hearing these words as a cold chill surged. He absolutely didn't think that Li Qiye was just blustering, he was definitely capable of carrying out this task. Oh, Brother Li is right here. Don't be offended at my lack of hospitality. Qi Xiaodao finally had a chance to take a break from his busy schedule. He noticed that Li Qiye was drinking in the corner, so he quickly came to see him. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Don't be so overly cordial with me, you are still busy. Look at your sister over there. Even though she is overloaded, she must be very excited. Ah, do you want me to tell my sister to give you a tour of the royal palace?" Qi Xiaodao immediately smiled while looking at his sister. Li Qie glanced at him and shook his head. Okay, brat, I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, nothing will happen to your sister. I will help her a little bit about that other matter. Qi Xiaodao would not let a single chance of hooking his sister up with Li Qie slip by, but how could Li Qie not know his good intentions? Li Qie was very approving of Qi Xiaodao, but as for Qi Xiaodao, it was normal for a golden girl like her to have some arrogance, so he had no ill will towards her. Since Qi Xiaodao was trying so hard for his sister, Li Qie would help Qi Xiaodai just to give Qi Xiaodao some face. Ah, is this a friend of brother Li? Qi Xiaodao immediately greeted Sikong Taotian, who was sitting together with Li Qie, because he did not recognize him. It is that thief. Li Qie looked at the embarrassed Sikong Taotian and smilingly replied. The little bandit. Qi Xiaodao stared after hearing Li Qie's words and immediately glared with caution at Sikong Taotian. Little bandit, why did you come to this place? Don't ruin this. This Tao preaching event is a grand matter to our Lion's Roar Gate. If you mess it up, then we will have an irreconcilable grievance. Qi Xiaodao's reaction was understandable. He especially didn't want to mess this event up, and Sikong Taotian, in particular, didn't have a good history with him. Who knows what heaven-frightening matter he would cause after sneaking into the royal palace. Must you be so dramatic? Sikong Taotian wryly smiled and said, I am a good person, I came here this time to give brotherly some news. Really? Qi Xiaodao skeptically asked, you even dared to dig the ancestral graves of the Tiger's Howl Gate, who knows whether you are here to steal our treasures or not? Sikong Taotian was suddenly speechless, but there was nothing he could do. His notoriety was quite well known to the point where everyone wanted to hunt him down. Don't worry, I will observe him. Nothing will happen. Li Qie didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Qi Xiaodao's caution and said. Sikong Taotian immediately smiled, is it okay now? With Brother Li's assurance, you can rest assured, I will absolutely be good and not do anything. I am only here to hear Goddess Mei's Tao preaching for a bit. If he dares to do anything, I will help you destroy his bones. Li Qie also smilingly said. Sikong Taotian, who was excited for a bit, immediately became dejected, so he had to say, I definitely will not do anything, I will guarantee it right now. He patted his chest right after speaking. So, earlier you were still planning on doing something bad? Li Qie looked at him and leisurely asked. No, absolutely not. Sikong Taotian immediately denied the accusation and pointed to the heavens to swear, brotherly, do not worry. I will be a good boy in the Lion's Roar Gate's territory, I will not even touch a single blade of grass or a single petal on a flower. Qi Xiaodao did not trust this guy even when he swore. His bad name had traveled far and he had committed a plethora of bad deeds, ranging from digging ancestral graves to stealing treasures. When it came to fooling and tricking, he was a master scoundrel. However, Qi Xiaodao was at ease with Li Qie vouching for him. Is my character really so poor? Sikong Taotian couldn't help but moan after being suspected so heavily by Qi Xiaodao. Qi Xiaodao angrily exclaimed, how can your character be any good? You still haven't returned my ingredients back to me. Once you give them back, then we can discuss about your character. Of course I will pay you back. Sikong Taotian embarrassingly smiled and assured him, I have been a bit strapped recently. Wait until I find enough money, then I will personally hand everything back to you. Qi Xiaodao couldn't trust such words from Sikong Taotian. He already felt that the medicinal ingredients that fell into the hands of this little bandit were meat buns thrown at dogs, there was no hope of getting them back. At this time, a round of applause sounded with the arrival of a girl. The flowers would give way while the moon was ashamed at her appearance. There was a hidden sense of nobility which incited a sense of admiration from others because they instantly knew that she was a girl made from golden branches and jade leaves. The moment this girl came in, Qi Xiaodao, who was wary of Sikong Taotian, suddenly forgot everything and stared at her in a daze. The princess of the Bao Yun clan. Sikong Taotian explained. At this moment, even if Sikong Taotian didn't say anything, Li Qiye would still know after seeing Qi Xiaodao's expression. Xiaodao, hurry up and greet our esteemed guest. Qi Xiaodai immediately called for Xiaodao after seeing the arrival of Princess Bao Yun. She wanted to give her little brother an opportunity. Qi Xiaodao regained his composure and glanced at Princess Bao Yun from the distance. He was still a bit hesitant. You're already shy before the battle, this attitude will not do. Li Qiye reminded him, go, demonstrate a man's courage, you have to be bold to conquer a woman. Whether you are successful or not, you have to let go of it all for one gamble. Even if you fail, it is not a big matter for you didn't lose anything. If you don't even give it a shot, then your defeat has already been determined. Losing before the battle begins, this is even more shameful than completely losing after the battle. Remember well, even invincible immortal emperors had moments of defeat, let alone you. This is no big deal. Go, the beauty is waiting for you over there. Li Qiye's encouragement shook Qi Xiaodao's heart. He took a deep breath and lit up his spirit. His eyes became bright and his aura changed, just like a gladiator inside an area. He walked towards Princess Bao Yun with an impressive demeanor. This brat's spring is coming. Sikong Taotian couldn't help but murmur after seeing Qi Xiaodao's refreshed air. I apologize for our poor hospitality when Miss Bao Yun came from so far away to visit. Qi Xiaodao was glowing with confidence as he went to greet Princess Bao Yun. He was already a handsome man, so when he exuded so much confidence, it was indeed quite charming. Princess Bao Yun also revealed a slight smile after seeing Qi Xiaodao and gently nodded her head, Brother Qi, long time no see. Qi Xiaodai tried to create a chance for her brother, so she immediately told Princess Bao Yun, little sister Bao Yun, I can't accompany you at the moment, so my little brother will be your guide. If he does anything that lacks manners, then just give him a good beating. Princess Bao Yun immediately laughed at Qi Xiaodie's words. Qi Xiaodao also used this opportunity to take the princess to another quiet place away from the people so that they could be alone together. Qi Xiaodao was a cheerful and talkative person, so, in just a short moment, voices of laughter came from that place. Without a doubt, he was getting along very well with Princess Bao Yun. I didn't think that this brat would be so good at courting girls. Sikong Taotian stared at Qi Xiaodao and Princess Bao Yun having fun in the distance and said with some surprise. Li Qiye gave a faint smile and said, there are no cowards amongst the Qi clan's disciples. Back in the grand era of the Qi clan, even during the most dangerous of times, they had always moved forward with their heads held high. Although millions of years have passed and the Qi clan has fallen, how could the Qi descendants throw away the glory of their ancestors? Having said that, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Sikong Taotian was touched and didn't say anything. He had also heard of the Qi clan's ancestors, a generation of supreme fighters who fought in the Immortal Massacre War and were renowned in the historical annals. Sima Longyun came. Someone announced this and many young prodigies stood up. Sima Longyun came in with quite a personable and extraordinary bearing. His haughty air from his powerful background was apparent from just a glance. Many young prodigies stood up to greet him as he was quite popular. Both Sima Longyun himself and his upbringing from the furious immortal saint country decided that he would be high above in status and well received everywhere. Chapter 276, Arrogance with no consideration for the opponent. Although Sima Longyun was not the clan member with the most promising future and that there was even quite a big gap between him in both background and talents compared to oldest Prince Xia, but by being bestowed the royal noble title at such a young age and having a mysterious fate cultivation meant that he was truly a genius of the saint country. He was quite well known in the Middle Eastern 100 cities as someone who has a bright future. Many of the younger generation cultivators were willing to win his favor. Sister is so beautiful tonight, anyone will surely fall in love at first sight once they see you. Sima Longyun immediately praised Qi Xiaodai upon his arrival. Even though Qi Xiaodai hated Sima Longyun, but as the host of this event, she had to put on a smile to greet the approaching Sima Longyun. After he took his seat, Qi Xiaodai let other disciples take care of him. Meanwhile, many other young prodigies immediately rushed forward to greet him in order to form some ties. As the moon surrounded by the stars and being called friends by everyone, Sima Longyun was riding high with quite an impressive aura. Even though some of the prodigies present did not like Sima Longyun, they couldn't deny that coming from a powerful country like the Saint country gave him some advantages that other powers could not compare to. Sima Longyun was laughing and enjoying himself as the star of the room, but when he saw Li Qiye sitting silently in a corner, he suddenly became serious with a feeling of annoyance. He suffered quite a loss not long ago at the grave auction, he even lost quite a bit of face. Today, when he saw this nobody Li Qiye at this place, how could he maintain his good mood? Today, at Goddess May's Dao preaching session, anyone who can enter are all exceptional people, all prodigies. Don't tell me a few nobodies took advantage of the situation and secretly snuck in. At this time, Sima Longyun coldly stared at Li Qiye, and everyone here could hear his words. Thus, many people looked over at Li Qiye who had kept a low profile in his lonely corner this whole time. They only now noticed him after Sima Longyun's provocation. In fact, they didn't even know who Li Qiye was. The Grand Middle Territory was too far from the Eastern 100 cities. The previous difficult Dao era had just ended recently, so very few of the younger generation entered the Grand Middle Territory. It was understandable that they didn't know about Li Qiye. Many people felt strange regarding Sima Longyun's sudden attack on Li Qiye. Of course, him being arrogant was not a matter of just 1 or 2 days, so they weren't too surprised. However, some of them carried a bit of schadenfreude while others lamented the person who provoked the Saint country. This was causing trouble for oneself, especially as an unknown junior. This was akin to courting death. Li Qiye, who was drinking alone, lifted his head at this time and saw Sima Longyun provoking him. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. On the other hand, Sikong Taotian was laughing because he knew this Sima Longyun who doesn't know life from death actually came here to provoke Li Qiye. He wouldn't even know how he died after the matter was over. Only contemporary heroes can come to this Dao preaching today. You're just a nobody yet you still dare to come here. Will you even be able to understand the mysteries of the Grand Dao? You aren't embarrassed at all. Sima Longyun smilingly said. A few young prodigies who wanted to flatter Sima Longyun also added with laughter, "Brother Sima, even if they don't understand it, there are those who will pretend they do. They will close their eyes and meditate on the ground. Even if they fall asleep, at least others will think that they were listening to the Dao preaching." A wave of disdainful laughter suddenly appeared. As for the young prodigies who didn't want to mingle with Sima Longyun, they simply shook their heads and felt that this unknown junior ahead could only lament his misfortune. He would absolutely suffer humiliation after provoking Sima Longyun. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and also smiled back at Sima Longyun sneering, then he said, "Ah, isn't this the foolish Sima who used 1 million refined jades to buy some trash rotten beans? You're dumb to the point where you can't even distinguish between good and bad underworld rotten beans, yet you still came running here to listen to the Dao preaching session. In this society, even a little 3-year-old child would be able to discern between good and bad rotten underworld beans. You are even dumber than a 3-year-old child. Coming for the Dao preaching session, this is even more nauseating than an ox chewing on peony. At least, when an ox does it, it will learn the taste of the peony. As for you, I'm afraid you won't even know how to write the 2 words, Dao preaching, afterwards. You have such a low level of intelligence yet you still don't mind showing yourself in public. With your level of comprehension, even if you take off your pants and reveal the short to the point of negligible thing on your crotch, you would still be proud of it. It is not shameful to be foolish, but coming here as if you are afraid of others not knowing just how dumb you are, then starting to display your stupidity like this is just too embarrassing. You should just go back to your Saint country's playground and play in the mud. But watch out, don't mistake the shit in the manure pit for mud, otherwise the stench on your body will be unbearable. Li Qia leisurely spoke without any sign of annoyance. These words should be coming from a fishwife shouting profanity in the streets, yet when they came from the composed mouth of Li Qia, they sounded as if they belonged to the preachings of a heavenly scripture. Don't come outside if you are so intellectually impaired. Stuttering the whole time and can't even finish an orderly sentence. Run and hide back in your saint country, don't show your face around here and embarrass yourself. You're seeking your own death. In just a second, Sima Longyun unleashed his rolling momentum towards Li Qia. What are you trying to do? At this time, Qi Xiaodai scowled as her pretty eyes became serious with golden lights. Qi Xiaodai already hated Sima Longyun. At this moment, even before the event had begun, he was already causing trouble. This was truly the same as destroying her reputation, so she was quite enraged. Sima Longyun replied, "Sister, this is not me wanting to cause trouble, but this brat is going too far and doesn't know life from death. Today, I will teach him an unforgettable lesson so that he won't cause trouble in the palace." Sima Longyun was still a genius and somewhat witty, so he immediately came up with a decent excuse. Qi Xiaodia's angry heart became even more annoyed with Sima Longyun. If she was not cautious of the saint country, then she would have immediately kicked a person like this out of the royal palace. Brother Li is our Lion's Roar Gate's esteemed guest and has been in the palace for some time. How could he have caused any trouble? Qi Xiaodai said. Sister, Sima Longyun hurriedly said. But Qi Xiaodai cut him short and coldly said, I am the organizer of today's Dao preaching session. I do not wish for any controversy. Today, I will gladly welcome everyone who came to my royal palace as guests. However, if there are any grievances, then wait until the end of the event and take it outside of the royal palace to resolve it. Over the years, Qi Xiaodai was very cautious towards the saint country, so her attitude today was very tough. Fine, I will give some consideration to sister today. Sima Longyun took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He then stared at Li Qia and coldly declared, You better not leave the Lion's Roar country, or you will die without a grave. Li Qia was too lazy to give him another glance and continued to drink. Sikong Taotian poured him another cup right away. To Sikong Taotian, Sima Longyun was not someone that could get into his sight. Qi Xiaodai silently looked at Li Qia and secretly shook her head in her mind. She knew that Li Qia was a bit unfathomable, but she couldn't understand where Li Qia got his confidence from. He actually dared to use the strength of one person to provoke the saint country. One has to know that the saint country was not so easily provoked in the eastern 100 cities, not even by the other great powers. Qi Xiaodia's apprehension was not without reason. The saint country was indeed very formidable. Their power compared to the heavenly god sect, as a newly risen power, was much more impressive. Unfortunately, Qi Xiaodai simply didn't know that Li Qia didn't put the saint country in his mind at all. He even killed experts from the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, so was the saint country actually a problem for him? The atmosphere quickly recovered again after Sima Longyun's episode. Many prodigies began to have fun conversations again. At the same time, some of them were also inquiring about Li Qia's origin. Unfortunately, no one at this place recognized Li Qia. Meanwhile, as the moment of the Dao lecture drew closer and closer, there were more and more young prodigies arriving. When the curtain of night fell, a lively atmosphere permeated throughout the beautiful garden. Qi Xiaodai busily greeted these young ones from all the sects and countries throughout the eastern 100 cities. She prepared everything without asking for Qi Xiaodai's help, since it was not easy for him to spend some time together with Princess Bao Yun. At the same time, Qi Xiaodao and Princess Bao Yun got along very well. They were alone in front of a quiet pond outside of the pavilion with quite a romantic atmosphere under the moonlight. Sometimes, there would be laughter from both of them. Clearly, they were very happy to be speaking to one another. Huh, big brother Li, to be honest, the little girl from the Qi clan is not bad. Sikong Taotian poured more wine for Li Qia and said. Li Qia glanced at him and asked, How old are you? Around 500, but in front of Big Brother, I am still the little brother. Sikong Taotian smiled hee as he replied. Li Chia flicked his sleeve and said, "Fine, stop the flattering, what do you want?" Chapter 277, Hu Yu Nothing. Sikong Taotian said with a smile, "The Chi brat is actually not bad. Even though I cheated some medicines from him, I do want to become friends with him. The brat is a good person. I can see that the brat is trying his best to set you up with the little Chi girl. Although the little Chi girl is a bit arrogant, it is fine for she has not experienced enough things. However, since you treat the Chi brat quite well, if you don't mind the little Chi girl who has eyes yet does not see Mount Tai, then let her stay by your side, even just as a maid. This will be a great fortune to her. At the end of the day, you already have 2 supreme beauties by your side, adding one more isn't a big deal." Sikong Taotian busily tried to convince Li Chia. Compared to the Chi duo, Sikong Taotian's eyes were much more experienced. The Chi duo were still too young and had not seen enough waves and winds. Sikong Taotian was different because he had seen many things in this world. He knew when to go forward and when to retreat as well as weighing the various situations. I will not take random people to my side. Those who are able to stay are at the very least people worthy of my grooming. Li Chia glanced at Sikong Taotian and said, "If you stay and work for me, I can think about it a bit." Sikong Taotian's personality reminded him of Nan Huiran, who was adept at dealing with people. However, Nan Huiran lacked the scoundrelly characteristic of Sikong Taotian. In fact, Nan Huiran's talent was not up to Li Chia's standards and was not worthy of his grooming. However, Nan Huiran was the first to join his ranks when he first arrived at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Because of this loyalty, Li Chia did not mistreat him and even obtained an emperor law for him. Li Chia drank another cup and said with ease, "I enjoy your deceitful nature. Follow me, and I will not mistreat you. As long as you follow me with your heart, you will be the second monarch Ren of the Heaven's Secret Valley." These words immediately shook Sikong Taotian's mind. He definitely knew what ancestor Ren represented in the Heaven's Secret Valley. And not just their valley, in all of the mortal emperor world, their ancestor Ren was quite renowned. Unfortunately, his end was approaching and their valley could do nothing about it. "Big Brother has seen our ancestor Ren before?" Sikong Taotian couldn't help but ask. Li Chia smiled and drank another cup without saying anything. Meanwhile, Sikong Taotian was in a daze and even forgot to pour him another. "The Tiger's Howl Gate's successor, Hu Yu, is here." A small uproar occurred in the yard as many young prodigies stood up to come greet the person who had just arrived at the door. A young man with tiger-like eyes and a tiger-like forehead walked in at this time with a suppressive, beast-like aura like a tidal wave sweeping through the scene. Anyone met by his gaze would feel the sensation of being observed by a fierce beast, giving birth to an uneasy and dangerous sense of crisis. Qi Xiaodai also changed her expression at this young man's arrival. Rumor has it that Princess Bao Yun was most likely betrothed to this person. This was her little brother's biggest love rival and also the most dangerous rival. Even though Qi Xiaodai held some hostility against Hu Yu, but as the host, she still personally went to greet him. "Brother Hu Yu, long time no see." At this time, many young talents went up to greet Hu Yu one after another while clasping their hands together. No matter how arrogant they were, they couldn't afford to let it show. Even Sima Longyun from the Saint Country came to greet him. The Tiger's Howl Gate was a very powerful inheritance within the Eastern 100 cities. Legend has it that their progenitor was a demon tiger who became a god, and he called himself a true god. He left behind a considerable amount of power to the gate. The Tiger's Howl Gate was not necessarily stronger than the furious immortal Saint Country, but Sima Longyun did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Hu Yu. At the Eastern 100 cities, Hu Yu was a top-ranked youth. Someone actually listed the top young geniuses in the city and Hu Yu was among the top 5. One could even say that Hu Yu was not much worse compared to Sima Longyan's martial brother and the oldest prince, Ba Xia. This was why the always arrogant Sima Longyan had to show some respect to Hu Yu. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes the moment Hu Yu came in. Like what Qi Xiaodao had said, Princess Bao Yun was likely to marry Hu Yu, and the Bao Yun clan was very happy about this possible marriage. This was Qi Xiaodao's biggest rival, and since he agreed to help Qi Xiaodao, he absolutely would not give Hu Yu a chance. This brat is also not simple. Sikong Taotian immediately said after seeing Li Qiye gauge Hu Yu, he is the successor of the Tiger's Howl Gate and is already a 5 celestials enlightened being. Rumor has it that in his veins runs the blood of their progenitor, the Tiger God. One of the younger generation, yet he was already a 5 celestials enlightened being. This was truly amazing and could even be considered supremely talented. No wonder why outsiders said that he had the blood of the Tiger God. Cultivators of the star-plucking realm were called enlightened beings. This was an extremely difficult Tao test to pass on the cultivation path. As a 5 celestials enlightened being at such a young age, Hu Yu was indeed formidable, and he was not necessarily any weaker than the descendants of the immortal emperor lineages. After Hu Yu entered and nodded his head to greet everyone, his tiger eyes swept around as if they were searching for something. After seeing Qi Xiaodao together with Princess Bao Yun, his gaze immediately turned cold, then he started walking towards them. He is walking towards the Qi brat. This guy is definitely his most powerful rival. At the moment, the Qi brat's cultivation won't do he cannot compete against the other brat. Sikong Taotian murmured as Hu Yu walked over towards Qi Xiaodao. I hope he is smart and won't touch my little brother. Otherwise, I will break his bones. Li Qiye drank his cup in one gulp and slowly stood up. Since he agreed to help Qi Xiaodao chase after Princess Bao Yun, naturally, he would not sit idly by and do nothing. Sikong Taotian immediately followed with excitement since there would be a fun show to watch. He had heard of Li Qiye's tales back in the Grand Middle Territory. This was a beast who dared to slay experts from an ancient kingdom and a monster who massacred the heavenly god sect. If Hu Yu truly didn't know when to back off, then he would die a miserable death. Qi Xiaodao, who was talking with Princess Bao Yun, noticed Hu Yu walking over and his heart shook for a bit as he took a deep breath. He then stood up with surging battle intent, not willing to take a step back. Today, he will strike to make his own opportunity. Princess Bao Yun also changed her colors the moment she saw Hu Yu. Her pretty face also turned cold. The one she did not want to see the most was Hu Yu, but this marriage was outside of her control. Qi Xiaodai was also quite alarmed at the scene since she knew something big was about to happen. She clearly understood that her little brother was far from being Hu Yu's match. In just a short moment, the atmosphere became tense to the point of being noticeable by those present as they all looked over at this direction. Then, the silence was broken. Brother Qi, thank you for your hospitality towards Bao Yun in my stead. You are a busy person, so allow me to accompany Bao Yun right now. Hu Yu came and spoke to Qi Xiaodao with polite words. Qi Xiaodao then took a deep breath to calm down and calmly said, Brother Hu is too cordial. Princess Bao Yun is a guest, so I will do my best as the host. Hu Yu laughed in response and said, the Dao preaching session is about to begin, so I'm sure you are all busy. I'll stay with Bao Yun, and we'll talk about the marriage between our two houses as well. Qi Xiaodao's expression greatly changed after hearing these words. Princess Bao Yun's face also dimmed down, but she couldn't comment on it. At this time, Qi Xiaodai clenched her fists tightly, but the situation was not appropriate for her to act. So you are Hu Yu. Right when Qi Xiaodao was in a bind, Li Qiye's carefree voice appeared as he slowly walked towards them. Hu Yu's cold tiger eyes swept by and slowly said, I don't care who you are, I'm not interested in being polite at this moment. He carried an aggressive aura as he spoke. Polite? Li Qiye smilingly replied, you think too highly of yourself, I'm not here to be polite with you. Hu Yu immediately turned around as the cold flashes in his eyes became even brighter and oppressive towards Li Qie. As a rising murderous air like a fierce beast, like a hungry tiger wanting to devour human flesh erupted, it caused all the spectators to become fearful. It doesn't matter who you are, if you are smart, then get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I don't mind staining my hands with blood even before the Dao event. Hu Yu's murderous aura instantly rose, causing many people here to have shivers without being cold. Li Qie batted his brows and said, "A 5 celestials enlightened being, right? Okay, today, I will break the bones of a 5 celestials enlightened being." Li Qie's words were immediately met by an uproar. Many young prodigies glanced at each other, and a prince said, "This brat is too crazy, does he not know who he is messing with?" Suddenly, numerous people present all thought that Li Qie was courting his own death. Hu Yu at the Eastern 100 Cities was a grand character, as a 5 celestials enlightened being, he could sweep across the younger generation. Blind little beast. At this time, Sima Longyun suddenly stood up and coldly shouted, "A nobody like you is not worthy of brother who personally making a move. I alone will be enough to slay a little beast like you." Scram, Li Qie didn't even move his eyelids, his hand turned into a fist, and the fist turned into a hammer as he chopped downward. His hell-suppressing godly physique immediately exploded. Under this chop, thunder and lightning broke out and space itself shattered. The power of this fist was as strong as the earth itself, capable of crushing a myriad of domains. A minor completion immortal physique was unstoppable. Chapter 278, Goddess Toppling Myriad Kingdoms Open. As his face greatly changed, Sima Longyun shouted and summoned a shield. With powerful blood energy, this shield confidently met Li Qie's fist. Bang! This fist heavily assaulted the shield as was Sima Longyun continuously pushed back. The ground behind him was stomped by his feet and from the force exerted by his body, one hole formed after another. Then, with a snapping sound, the shield in his hand immediately cracked into several pieces that fell to the ground. The scene was suddenly silent, all the young prodigies were shocked. Li Qie's casual punch was able to destroy a treasure shield in an instant, this was like a giant axe smashing into their hearts. What kind of frightening flesh was this? Little beast, you don't know who you are provoking. Upholding an ugly expression, Sima Longyun crazily roared. His blood energy immediately surged and the energy around his body turned into a powerful ox. At this time, his body was encompassed in a golden light as if it was a set of golden armor. A huge ox with golden brilliance surrounding its body as if it was made from gold appeared right before Sima Longyun's body. Moo! A cow's bellow rang as the ox's aura slammed into the air like a tidal wave. In a flash, it was as if there was an army of stampeding oxen breaking the dam. Golden Ox Physique. Many young experts lost their colors after seeing the majestic aura of Sima Longyun. A grand completion Xiantian Physique. A person took a deep breath and murmured. Only a minor art. At this time, Li Qie turned around and didn't even bat an eye for he did not place Sima Longyun in his sight. In a flash, Li Qie's ocean-sized blood energy appeared along with his fate palaces. The Kunpeng appeared in the air as its emperor energy also assaulted the atmosphere. The moment the spectators felt this presence, they couldn't help but exclaim, "An emperor's law." Even Sima Longyun was alarmed after hearing the words "Emperor's law." He then coldly shouted, "Kill!" Bang bang bang. In just a second, the golden ox ran like crazy as its 4 hooves punished the heaven and earth. Its steel heel kicked forward as fast as lightning with a force capable of destroying the mountains and rivers. Scram, the mad cow, with its steel hooves carrying a monstrous force, did not daze Li Qie. He shouted and his hand that was akin to a heavenly rod suddenly smashed forward. The invincible hell-suppressing godly physique took action with an unstoppable, suppressive might. Boom! Li Qie immediately struck the golden ox flying away. Sima Longyun's entire body also flew outside as he spat out blood. Next was a series of explosions as Sima Longyun slammed into and collapsed parts of the palace. He was quite a mess after he struggled to crawl up from the broken debris. This course of events rendered everyone astonished. With a grand completion golden ox physique, Sima Longyun, a royal noble, was struck flying away by one fist. The enemy simply did not regard him as an opponent. At this point, Qi Xiaodai was also quite amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. Until now, she had always assumed that Li Qiye was only versed in the alchemy Dao and didn't feel that his cultivation was particularly stronger than her. However, it was one thing if he didn't take action, but once he did, it was quite unbelievable. Even Qi Xiaodao shouted out in fear from witnessing Li Qiye's dominance as he drew in a cold breath. Needless to say about other people, even Hu Yu's expression sank as the cold glimmers in his tiger eyes carried a frightening murderous intent. At this time, Li Qiye didn't bother to give Sima Longyun another glance. He turned around and revealed a calm smile as he spoke to Qi Xiaodao, "I am always ruthless and cruel when killing tigers and dragons. Xiaodao, take Miss Bao inside the palace lest fresh blood spray on her." Goddess Mei, at this time, everyone forgot about the battle earlier as they quickly turned around towards the voice. A woman adorned with a snow-white outfit arrived by treading on the moon. She carried an unrivaled ethereal appearance like a descending goddess, like a fairy beneath the moonlight. The pen and ink could not describe this woman nor her transcending aura. It was as if the flames and smoke of mundanity could not touch her peerless grace. Her shape was just perfect, a bit skinnier would be too thin, a bit more round would be too plump. Both her features and figure could be considered supreme. Along with a gentle atmosphere, strange images appeared due to her arrival. It made others feel as if they were merchants trapped in the desert only to suddenly find an oasis with hundreds of blooming flowers and budding seeds. The snow was starting to melt and the water began to form gurgling streams. These strange images made others forget about worldly troubles, leaving behind all disputes and grievances. Humans were truly susceptible to such an aura. Even Hu Yu, who wanted to deal with Li Qiye, lost his anger. He simply snorted towards Li Qiye before his gaze completely fell on the woman without being able to change his sight for a long time. Goddess Mei. Many people were toppled at her sight as someone murmured. Even all the delicate golden girls with noble birth couldn't help but suffer from an inferiority complex. Qi Xiaodai could be considered a heaven's proud daughter in both her appearance and cultivation. She was not the type to belittle herself, but after seeing Mei Suyao, she couldn't help but lament with a sigh for she felt menial in comparison. Today, us virtuous friends came together to address the mysteries of the Grand Tao. As someone who was not tainted by the mundane world, Mei Suyao only used one word to resolve the conflict. This was indeed a frightening woman. Everyone sat down after Mei Suyao took her seat. They focused their thoughts with an air of solemnity while listening. To all the cultivators, being able to listen to Mei Suyao's Tao preaching was a great fortune. Many people had a great harvest after hearing just one of her lectures. Suyao will first reveal my lacking aspects and start with a section. If it is flawed, please correct me. Mei Suyao sat in an orderly fashion with the air of a supreme goddess. The origin of the Tao is the heart, and it is also the origin of the heaven and earth, the origin of all the myriad of existences. Suyao's Tao preaching was pleasant and sweet to the listeners. It had the power to linger in their hearts for a long time. Her Tao preaching contained a profound content along with an easy-to-understand rhetoric. She used simplicity to explain complexity, then she turned complex ideas into simple concepts. Strange images started to form at the height of her lecture as the heavenly flowers bloomed amongst the golden spring that gushed forth from the earth. It was as if an immortal monarch was preaching the Tao as the visiting saints and the holy Buddha were also chanting. In just a moment, everyone here became fascinated. Many of their questions regarding the Grand Tao were suddenly solved. Many young people here felt as if their souls were drifting in the air, even characters like Hu Yu became spellbound from the lecture. While sitting in his corner and carefully listening to Mei Suyao, Li Qiye also nodded his head. It was truly not simple for a girl this age to understand such profundity. The Eternal River School was truly unfathomable to train a successor of this level. This girl was worthy of her natural-born immortal soulbone. Other geniuses could not compare to such a peerless advantage. Once one had such a supreme talent like the immortal soulbone, all techniques would be made simple and all Tao were common. It would be difficult for someone of this talent to not be heaven-defying. After listening to a section, Li Qiye silently left and entered the depths of the royal palace to truly enjoy its beauty. This time, Li Qiye did not enter the royal palace to listen to Mei Suyao's Tao preaching, he was only here to support Qi Xiaodao. At this moment, he had given Qi Xiaodao a chance, so after listening to a part of the lecture, he became disinterested and decided to leave in order to enjoy the dim moonlight overlooking the pretty scenery of the royal palace. Chapter 279, Alaya Heavenly Fragrant Tao. It was not because Mei Suyao's Tao preaching was insufficient nor was her lecture lacking profundity. In fact, Li Qiye was quite approving towards her teachings. However, Li Qiye had no need to listen. In this regard, he had traveled much further than Mei Suyao. Even without a technique like Mei Suyao's, he would still be able to create wonderful images from his Tao lecture. He once taught immortal emperors and dispelled true gods' confusion, he was once called the immortal emperor's teacher. Someone as young as Mei Suyao could not compare to him with regards to the comprehension of the grand Tao. Li Qiye trod on the moonlight while watching the pretty scenery and lost track of time. In the distant past, he had came here before. He once protected the Qi clan for 3 generations, so he was very familiar with this place. However, compared to the past, the Lion's Roar country had fallen and didn't have its secret strength nor resources of the past. In the end, after millions of rolling years, the Qi clan descendants had used up all of the things left behind by the ancestors. Li Qiye planned to leave the Lion's Roar country because there was not much left for him to do here. The only remaining matter was to personally hand the treasure box left behind by Lion Monarch Ba Xian over to Qi Xiaodao's grandfather. Brother Li is feeling quite poetic. The great grand Tao is one where you stand alone and step towards the everlasting. This is the Alaya Heavenly Fragrant Tao that you need to search for. You are wasting away your talent. The immortal soulbone combined with the Alaya Tao is enough for you to compete for the heavens will in the future. Enlightening all living beings isn't something that you need to do. Moreover, you won't be able to enlighten me. Today, even if your progenitor, immortal Emperor Su Shui, personally came, she wouldn't necessarily be able to enlighten me. Don't use such a minor scheme against me in the future, otherwise, I will spank you in front of everyone. Finished speaking, Li Qiye took his leave. Mei Suyao watched Li Qiye's shadow as her peerless pretty eyes became extremely deep. She leaned her head in contemplation, resulting in a charm that affected all living beings. Even the blowing breeze became gentle. When Li Qiye returned to the garden, the event had ended and all the prodigies had left. Where did you go? Qi Xiaodai hastily asked Li Qiye after seeing him. I was looking everywhere to try and find you. Li Qiye looked at her and asked, where is Xiaodao? He took Princess Baoyun back. Qi Xiaodai then continued, my royal father wants to meet you, what do you think? Fine, we'll meet for a bit then. Li Qiye thought for a moment. If Qi Xiaodia's father was trustworthy, then he would hand Lion Monarch Ba Xian's treasure box over to him. Having heard this, Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but wryly smile in her mind. Normally, people who wanted to see her royal father would not be able to, however, this guy was actually reluctant. At this time, Qi Xiaodai couldn't say anything since she couldn't see through Li Qiye. Under her lead, Li Qiye met the Lion's Roar royal lord inside the royal palace. He was a middle-aged man around 50 who had a bright spirit. Qi Xiaodao was a lot like his father. For rulers of kingdoms with a cultivator's origin, their titles all had a certain meaning. Usually, They were all called royal lords, and there were those who were called mortal kings or demon kings. For example, Demon King Luan Ri and Heavenly Jewel Mortal King used those titles. Only extraordinary royal lords were called mortal kings or demon kings. Demon King Luan Ri and Heavenly Jewel Mortal King were the most talented geniuses of the last generations in the Grand Middle Territory. The royal lord of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom was also a mortal king. And because his country was an ancient kingdom, he was absolutely qualified to be a mortal king. Therefore, most rulers all claimed to be royal lords and did not dare to recklessly call themselves Demon King or Mortal King. The Lion's Roar ruler was one of these cases. The Lion's Roar country was only a minor nation, so he didn't dare to take the Mortal King title. Most royal lords were enlightened beings or ancient saints. Of course, a few rulers of small nations were only of the royal noble realm. As for mortal kings and demon kings along with the rulers of other ancient kingdoms, it was not something one could be certain of. They could be heavenly sovereigns or even heavenly kings. I truly appreciate fellow Taoist performing the fate changing for my son's sake. Dao Friend is my son's second parent, someone who gave him another chance. The Lion's Roar royal lord did not dare to be discourteous after meeting Li Qie. He clasped his hands together and spoke. Li Qie accepted the royal lord's gesture since it was a natural thing for him to do. The royal lord then quickly asked him to sit down. The Lion's Roar royal lord's cultivation was not shallow, and he was also a good ruler. He spent most of his time in the imperial city, especially in the recent sensitive time, so he didn't dare to leave the city. However, one could see a worrying trace amidst his brows. I wonder when the Lion's Roar Heavenly King will leave his secluded meditation. After taking his seat, Li Qie went straight to the point. The royal lord was a bit surprised when Li Qie's first words were about his father. What does Dao Friend want to meet my father for? Li Qie shook his head and didn't say anything. As he was met by silence, the royal lord didn't press on. He pondered for a moment before speaking. I won't hide it from Dao Friend. My father is undergoing his death meditation. Even I won't be able to see him. If you want to see him, I'm afraid you will have to wait until he exits. Li Qie contemplated for a moment and ultimately didn't hand over the treasure box. This was related to the Lion Monarch's inheritance, so he couldn't hand it over to the royal lord so easily. If his father, the true descendant, couldn't leave his meditation, then Li Qie would rethink about entrusting this treasure box to him. Chapter 280, Princess as a Servant. While Li Qie was contemplating about the treasure, the Lion's Roar royal lord was also pondering. He wanted to say something but hesitated, instead. If royal lord has something to say, then go ahead, we don't need to be so indirect. Li Qie spoke after seeing his hesitation. The royal lord wryly smiled and eventually said, I heard that Dao Friend came from the Cleansing Incense ancient sect and has not been bestowed the title of royal noble. Ah, my Lion's Roar Gate is only a minor country, but I wonder if we are fortunate enough to dub Dao Friend a noble? Each country had a different set of standards regarding the royal noble title bestowment. There were those who were extremely fastidious and strict, especially the ancient kingdoms. Cultivators who have been bestowed the title all had to be experts of the mysterious fate realm, so the cultivators of this realm were called royal nobles by the world. However, not all royal nobles were experts of the mysterious fate realm. Many minor nations that want to favor some great characters would also offer this title. However, for the majority of the nations, the first requirement for this title was indeed the mysterious fate realm. As for a weak nation like the Lion's Roar country, it was not easy for them to attract talents, which was why their royal noble bestowment had a lower requirement. They would not dare to bestow the full royal noble title and instead would only give out the noble title. Even though it was just one word less, it carried a prudent significance because they didn't dare to easily bypass the tradition. Li Qie only smiled at the royal lord's proposal. Meanwhile, the royal lord hurriedly continued, even though Dao Friend will be a noble of our country, you can still obtain the title from a different nation. Moreover, Dao friend will not be under our rule, you will not need to perform lord and follower ceremonies. I only hope that in the future when the country is in trouble, Dao friend will lend us a hand. If Dao friend is willing, then Dao friend can take a piece of territory from my lion's roar country. The royal lord's conditions were already extremely favorable without any restrictions. This was an extremely rare thing to see. In fact, he wanted Li Qiye to stay. Li Qiye's cultivation was a different matter because, as an alchemist capable of fate-changing, even though he was not a legendary alchemist, he was already extremely heaven-defying. If the world knew about such a talent, then not to mention their lion's roar country, but even the great sects and powerful nations would all compete for him. This was absolutely a highly sought-after talent. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then he replied, I remember that your lion's roar gate once had a block of territory named the Ancestral Divine Region. It is still there. It is a fiefdom to the north of my country. The royal lord quickly answered. Li Qiye smiled and said, Okay, I will accept the noble title. Land is not an issue for me, so I will temporarily stay at the Ancestral Divine Region. Just like you said, if your country has a calamity in the future, I will lend you a hand. Li Qiye's condition left the royal lord and even Qi Shaodai in a momentary daze. They both assumed that Li Qiye would pick the richest region of their country if he was willing to accept the title, however, they didn't expect for him to pick the Ancestral Divine Region. This region that was situated to the north of the country could be considered far away from the central power. Moreover, the populace was quite sparse and it couldn't be considered a piece of fertile land. And in the end, Li Qiye chose this barren land. How could the royal lord and Qi Shaodai not be caught by surprise? Yes, okay, as long as it is something Dao friend wants, it is absolutely no problem. After the royal lord regained his wits, he immediately nodded his head. This was even better than his highest expectations. Li Qiye nonchalantly said, The Ancestral Divine Region is desolate and I am missing an attendant. So be it, have Qi Shaodai follow me. These words greatly changed the royal lord's expression. Even though his nation was a minor one, his daughter was the precious jade in his hands. No matter what, he would never allow his daughter to become someone's servant. Don't worry, I am only missing an attendant, I will not do anything to her. Li Qiye smilingly said. This sentence left Qi Shaodai enraged with flames, it sounded as if she was a super ugly girl. Li Qiye wanting her to be a servant was far from being as annoying as his last phrase just now. Royal father, I will follow him. Right when the royal lord wanted to refuse Li Qiye's request, Qi Shaodai stood up and coldly said while looking at Li Qiye. About this, on the other hand, the royal lord was hesitating. He stared at Li Qiye, then back at Qi Shaodai. He was quite confused, he naturally didn't want his daughter, the jewel in his eyes, to become someone else's servant. However, at this moment, his daughter actually accepted the proposition herself. The furious immortal saint country's Sima Longyun had come to propose. Even though his daughter didn't directly oppose it, as her father, he knew that she was not willing. Yet at this moment, she wanted to become Li Qiye's servant, thus resulting in him becoming a bit stunned. Never mind, do as you see fit. In the end, the royal lord gently sighed as a sign of acquiescence. Eventually, Li Qiye accepted the bestowment before the golden throne room. The royal lord handed the grand seal which signified one's sovereignty over the ancestral divine region to Li Qiye, so Li Qiye immediately became the highest ruler and sole owner of this land. Li Qiye did not linger around. On the second day after the bestowment, he immediately headed for his territory with Qi Shaodai alongside him. At that time, the royal lord didn't want his daughter to go, he was still trying to convince her to let go of this idea. However, for unknown reasons, even with the status of a servant, Qi Shaodai was determined to go as if she was possessed. In the end, he could only gently sigh and send Li Qiye off with his daughter. Unfortunately, Qi Xiaodao didn't come to say goodbye. Qi Xiaodao had to bring Princess Bao Yun back to her clan as her flower escort. After the end of the Dao preaching event, this brat had escaped to an unknown place. Even Qi Xiaodai, as the host of the event, didn't see where he had run off to that night. Li Qiye didn't pay it any mind. The chance was in Xikong Toutian's hands, just like Qi Xiaodai. If she let go of this opportunity from her grasp, Li Qiye would not catch it for her. Li Qiye left the royal city and entered the ancestral divine region, but he didn't go towards the region's capital where the ruler presided. Instead, he kept on heading northwards. Are we not going to the regional capital? Qi Xiaodai was surprised to see Li Qiye not intending to enter the capital. We are not. Li Qiye casually threw the seal that signified one's power of the region to Qi Xiaodai and said, in the future, you will take care of the ancestral divine region's administration. I will do whatever I want because I will only stay for a short period of time. Noble bestowment, this was only because your Qi clan and I have a karmic relationship. With her hand holding the seal, Qi Xiaodai took a moment to regain her composure as she was sent into a daze. She gently sighed in her mind, these words were very arrogant and didn't put anyone in his eyes, but she didn't say anything else. In the end, Li Qiye brought Qi Xiaodai to a flat river. This flat river was thousands of miles wide, only a vast expanse was visible from a glance. Qi Xiaodai kept on following Li Qiye. Her knowledge of this location was quite limited, she didn't know what this place was even though she was the princess of the country. Finally, there was a peak at the end of the river. It was not too high and not too low. Even further ahead across the range was a towering geographic spectacle with high mountains and foggy clouds, it was extremely splendid and majestic. Qi Xiaodai looked ahead and gave an evaluation. The rolling mountains before us are surely part of the Heavenly Tao Academy's territory. Then she gave it another careful look, this place seems to be the far western region of the Academy, and it is very far from the Academy's ancestral ground. Correct. Across these mountains is the territory of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Li Qiye looked ahead and nodded in agreement. Qi Xiaodai was lost for a bit. She didn't know why Li Qiye ran to this place. If he wanted to visit the academy, then he should have gone east because its ancestral ground was in the far east. Even though in front of them was still the academy's territory, its disciples would not come to this western land. Eventually, Li Qiye and Qi Xiaodai climbed on the fair-sized peak. As she was climbing this peak, she noticed that there was an abandoned temple at the top of the peak. This abandoned temple had not been visited for countless moons and was extremely decrepit. The walls and the roof beams had lost their colors, moreover, along with entrenched old vines, there were weeds and wild vegetation running rampant in all directions. Small creatures like rats and snakes infested this place. When they entered the abandoned temple, there was a thick layer of dust accumulated throughout the ages with spiderwebs everywhere. While standing inside, the only discernible thing was that there were two statues within. The ancestral divine temple. Li Qiye gently sighed with some emotion while standing in this tattered hall. Qi Xiaodai was also a bit confused as she stood in this place. She did not understand why Li Qiye went to this ruined location instead of the prosperous regional capital. Take care of this place. I'm afraid we will have to stay at this place for some time. After taking a glance around, Li Qiye commanded Qi Xiaodai. Qi Xiaodai was a bit startled. There were dust and spiderwebs everywhere, this type of cleaning up was something that she, a golden daughter, never had to do. Qi Xiaodai took a deep breath and channeled her blood energy. She rolled up her sleeves and flicked it towards the temple. Suddenly, the wind roared as dust flew everywhere. In just a moment, both of them were shrouded in dust. Do not be disrespectful to the predecessors. Use your hands to clean it. Li Qiye casually threw a spatial pouch towards her and said, there are items for your daily necessities inside. Do a good job of cleaning this place, I'll go out for a bit. Li Qiye left behind the spatial pouch as he departed. Chapter 281, 100 Battles. God King Li Qia left behind the spatial pouch, then turned around to leave. Qi Shaodai stood inside the tattered temple in a daze without being able to say a word. She felt very aggrieved. Even though the Lion's Roar country was not comparable to grand sects or ancient kingdoms, it still had hidden forces and was far stronger than an ordinary minor country. As the princess and golden daughter who was adored by the heavens, Qi Shaodai was always spoiled by others, yet today, she came with Li Qia to this desolate area as a servant. This was already one thing, and now she even had to do this dirty and tiring work as well. She had never done such a menial task before, but today, she undertook this task like an ordinary servant in the secular world. Qi Shaodai was speechless for a long time before she eventually picked up Li Qia's spatial pouch and began to clean. Even though she was a royal noble, it was still a big challenge for her since this was her first time doing these menial tasks, dusting the floor and walls, then taking care of the weeds. Qi Shaodai did quite a messy job, for she couldn't use her power, which resulted in a silly scene. Despite this being the case, Qi Shaodai quietly did her job. Even though she felt wronged and dejected, she kept on doing this dirty work that was proven to be a challenge for her. She was angry, and she didn't know whether she was angry with herself or Li Qia. To sum it up, Qi Shaodai would never do such a thing in the past, and her previous self would be quite surprised to see her doing this in the present. Qi Shaodai patiently endured her hot temperament with grief in her heart. Eventually, she managed to clean the temple. After leaving the ancestral divine temple, Li Qia took a stroll around the area to gaze at the rolling mountains ahead. These mountains were like waves that reached all the way to the high clouds. There were also valleys with indiscernible depths, filled with unpredictable dangers, quite a magnificent spectacle. Li Qia slowly walked forward, although they seemed to be nearby. After a closer look, one would find that these mountains were several dozen miles away. Li Qia eventually reached the area opposite of the temple. This was a small peak. Compared to the high mountains and vast rivers before it, it was truly insignificant and garnered nearly zero attention. However, there was a Dao shrine with only 5 rooms above this small peak. It had green tiles and gray walls, and one couldn't tell how long ago it was built. The green tiles had become gray from the accumulation of dust with weeds that spanned amongst its cracks. However, compared to the decrepit ancestral divine temple, this Dao shrine was still doing much better since, at the very least, there were still traces of visitors. Once one approached the building, one could see that there was a plaque hanging on its main door with 2 words, "Everlasting Courtyard." One couldn't tell how long these words had endured the passage of time, because the initially pitch-black words already became an indiscernible white. The gate of the shrine was wide open and unlocked, so Li Qia slowly entered. Once inside, he heard a thunderous snore that shook the shrine. It emanated from one of the rooms. Li Qia eventually walked in it to find an old Taoist lying on a bed. The old Taoist was lying face up in quite an unflattering pose. His arms and legs were spread wide to occupy the entire bed. It was quite unbecoming of a Taoist. He wore a shabby and old, oily Taoist robe that had not been washed for who knows how many years. It was fortunate that his disheveled hair was not smelly, contrary to its appearance. Otherwise, the stench would be unbearable. Although this old Taoist was unkempt, with a lion-like nose and broad mouth, his face was quite well sculpted. He was quite imposing, just like a traveler that was full of vigor and spirit. The old Taoist's slumber was quite deep. Even when Li Qia walked in, the old man still continued to snore. His thunderous snoring made others wonder whether he would actually wake up if someone were to carry him out of the Dao shrine. Li Qia then looked at the old sleeping Taoist without saying anything. He slowly glanced around the Dao shrine and meticulously analyzed each tile as if he was conducting an archaeological study. Li Qia didn't touch anything and only let his eyes do the work. In the end, Li Qia carefully looked at the name Everlasting Courtyard and then quietly left. Li Qia arrived back at the ancestral divine temple when it was almost dark, and the temple had become bright again. The wild weeds and vines around the area were all picked, the interior of the old temple was thoroughly cleaned and the broken areas were also repaired. Even though it was not completely free from the stains of mortality, it was definitely much better. It now carried the appearance of a place fitting for human inhabitants and was without the previous rotten look. Once inside, Li Qiye saw Qi Shaodai standing in the middle of the main chamber. There were 2 statues inside, and they were not deities worshipped by mortals. Qi Shaodai looked at one of the statues in a daze. She felt that it was very familiar but she couldn't recall its origin at this second. After Li Qiye came back, she asked, "Here. What statue is this?" This statue's body was half slanted in a very strange pose as if it wanted to kneel, but it was still standing straight, it was seemingly waiting to be bestowed a title. Its eyes were also hidden no matter the angle it was viewed at. Clearly, there was a pair of engraved eyes, but one couldn't see them due to its odd posture. Qi Shaodai had wiped them clean. When she looked at them, especially the statue in the strange pose, she felt a familiar yet unrecognizable sensation. Li Qiye also looked at the statue. He didn't give an answer and instead replied with a question, "What do you think?" He secretly sighed. The years were heartless, but the high-spirited time was just like yesterday. Qi Shaodai wistfully responded, "If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you." Li Qiye burst out in laughter then slowly said, "This your Qi clan's ancestor?" Qi Shaodai exclaimed after hearing Li Qiye's response in shock, "Am I Qi clan ancestor?" At this time, she understood why she felt that this statue was so familiar. The ancestral hall of her Qi clan also worshipped the ancestor, even though they rarely went back to honor him. Qi Shaodai had seen it 2 or 3 times. She then inquired once more, "But why is the pose so strange?" She felt that Li Qiye knew everything. She, as the descendant of the Qi clan, did not know about its ancestor as much as an outsider like Li Qiye. Perhaps Li Qiye was right, one must read more. The more one reads, the more one knows. Li Qiye was silent for a moment while looking at the statue, then he said, "This was the pose he took when he was bestowed the title of 100 Battles God King." Qi Shaodai was stunned after hearing this, 100 Battles God King. She did not know that her ancestor had such a title, so she asked in astonishment, "My ancestor was canonized as a god?" "You can put it that way. A legendary existence recognized your ancestor's feats, so he especially bestowed him the title of 100 Battles God King. It could be considered one of the most domineering titles amongst all the divine generals of that generation." Li Qiye softly sighed and went on to say, "During that era, your ancestor was the pride of the human race." Qi Shaodai quietly muttered, "100 Battles God King." At this second, her blood was boiling. It was as if she personally saw her ancestor sweeping through the world and fighting against the gods and devils. How heroic and majestic was this! How honorable and grand was this endeavor! She could feel the glory of her ancestor from his legend as she became lost in a hard-to-recover-from state of shock. After a while, she regained her composure and asked, "How do you know these things?" Qi Shaodai didn't know these matters as the descendant of the Qi clan, yet Li Qiye knew it like the palm of his hand. Li Qiye looked at her and said, "This is why I said to read more. Those who rarely read become mere straw bags. A girl with big breasts but no brains is not a good thing." Qi Shaodai scowled from both anger and embarrassment. She turned around and glanced at the other statue. This carved statue was an ancient man with many hands. Each hand had a different action and each hand was different. Some hands wielded weapons while others shouldered the sky. There were also those with different hand seals. Qi Shaodai looked at this statue with many hands and asked Li Qiye, "Who is this?" One statue was her ancestor, so the other one shouldn't be a fictional character. Li Qiye looked at this statue and took a while before opening his mouth, "Myriad images true God." Qi Shaodai responded with some bewilderment, "Myriad images true God?" She had never heard of this title nor such a character before. She asked one more time, "Was this true God a follower of my ancestor?" Chapter 282, Ancestral Divine Temple. You'd be wrong. Li Qiye said with a smile, God kings are not necessarily greater than true gods. There are many ways to call these beings, like gods, deities, or godly monarchs. The people with these titles were not necessarily real gods. God kings were one thing, but most deities and godly monarchs were false gods. Of course, some of them were also bestowed godhood. Li Qiye continued on, as for the god kings, this title was not bestowed to just anyone, and there are many things to keep in mind. Not just anybody had the qualifications to bestow this title. During the Desolate Era, God King bestowment was quite a rare matter, and even living immortal emperors were quite envious of such a privilege. During the Emperor's era, only immortal emperors could bestow this title. Qi Shaodai inquired again, was it an immortal emperor who bestowed the title to my ancestor? Li Qiye shook his head and replied, no, even immortal emperors were not necessarily able to bestow the God King title. There were so many generals amongst the many races that spanned across the 9 worlds. Regarding the legends of the gods, the person who bestowed the title of God King was a supreme existence. He created a divine investiture platform, a platform of a true god. The person receiving the title must be accepted by the generals of all the races. Once one was bestowed the God King title, they would also be recognized by the true gods. An accepted God King was a real god, not a false god. What about true gods? Qi Shaodai asked, are they the real deities? Li Qiye answered, you could put it that way. To bear the title of true god, one must have at least half the bloodline of a true god flowing in their veins. True gods are not humans nor part of the other races. Qi Shaodai jolted at the revelation, then there is a true god race in this world. Just what kind of race is it? Qi Shaodai had always thoughts that deities were only legends and had never heard of anyone actually seeing real gods. She wouldn't believe Li Qiye's words before, but now, she felt that they had a great degree of validity. Li Qiye didn't answer her, but she still couldn't help but to ask more questions. Who bestowed the title to my ancestor? Qi Shaodai was quite curious. Who could it be if it wasn't an immortal emperor? Who was even more qualified than an immortal emperor to perform the ceremony for their Qi ancestor? Li Qiye gave her a look and said, I'm certain that it wasn't an immortal emperor. Qi Xiaodie's thoughts couldn't hide from Li Qiye's eyes, so he slowly spoke, the immortal emperor of that generation would not bestow your ancestor the title of God King. Do you know the name of the war your ancestor participated in? Qi Shaodai said with a blank expression, I think, it was called the Immortal War or something. Qi Shaodai pondered for a bit. She had heard of this legend, but as for the exact details, not to mention her, even the oldest member of the present Qi clan would not be able to answer because there were no records of that year. Li Qiye said, the Immortal Massacre War, also known as the Immortal Massacre Campaign. She then asked, the Immortal Massacre War. Could it be that it was about killing immortals in the mortal world? Are there really immortals in this world? Li Qiye shook his head and responded, no, not killing immortals, but an immortal emperor. In a flash, Li Qiye's gaze became profoundly deep. At this second, it was as if he had returned to the heroic yet tragic era of the past. Killing an immortal emperor. Qi Shaodai didn't dare to imagine such a frightening thing. Before immortal emperors shouldered the heavens will to become invincible, there was a chance for others to defeat or kill them. However, once they carried the heavens will, they alone would stand at the highest peak and achieve solitary invincibility throughout the rest of their lives. It was too unbelievable that there were people who had killed an immortal emperor in the distant ancient era. Qi Shaodai was shocked and lost her mind for a while after hearing this. She eventually murmured in a daze, Immortal Massacre Campaign, slaying an immortal emperor. No one would believe such a tale about the Qi ancestor participating in the Immortal Massacre Campaign and how he was present in a war to kill an immortal emperor. Even Qi Shaodai couldn't believe it, but somehow she trusted that this matter actually happened. One did not need to envision such a scene, only hearing about the legends regarding slaying an immortal emperor was enough to make one's blood boil with excitement. After a while, she became calm again and took a deep breath to look at Li Qie before asking, what was the outcome? She very much wanted to know the result of this mythical war. However, Li Qie didn't answer Qi Xiaodie's question. He simply gazed at the far distance with a profound glare. Li Qie withdrew his gaze after a long time and then looked at Qi Xiaodai to say, you must be tired, go get some rest. There will be a lot more things to do in the next couple of days. At this time, Qi Xiaodai was quite dirty as her pretty face was covered in dirt. After a full day of manual labor, she almost turned into a stray cat. After hearing Li Qie's words, she became spirited again. After smelling the unpleasant scent on her body, she was both angry and annoyed as she quickly went to take a bath. After she left, Li Qie looked at the Qi ancestor's statue and slowly spoke, you were truly loyal that year and used your death to protect me. I gave your descendants 3 generations of prosperity so our karma was considered to be over. Today, I brought your descendant here in commemoration for your past devotion. Whether she will obtain a great fortune or not will depend on her and her alone. Li Qie then changed his gaze to look at Myriad Image's true God and whispered, today, I came to take it away since you promised me that year. As for the Void Gate, I will investigate it closely to find out the truth. Li Qie had his reasons for picking the ancestral divine region as his fiefdom. In fact, this temple was built by him. Because he promised to protect the Qi clan for 3 generations, there was a period when he spent a lot of time at this place. The first reason was to give Qi Xiaodai a great fortune as well as a chance for the Qi clan. Second, Li Qie came to study the defining technique of Myriad Image's true God. Third, Li Qie wanted to learn about the Void Gate. This was an unsolvable mystery since the ancient times. In the distant past, Li Qie once rescued Myriad Image's true God from the Buddhist burial plateau, and then this God left behind his defining technique to repay the debt of saving his life. Li Qie had never taken the true God's defining technique, 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. This time, by going to the eastern 100 cities and traveling to this area, Li Qie was going to pick up this defining technique out of necessity. Today, Qi Xiaodai woke up quite early but Li Qie was up even before her. He stood inside the main hall in front of Myriad Image's true God statue. He was in a strange pose as both his arms were horizontal to his shoulders with his palms stretched outwards. He stood on one leg and was half squatting. While Qi Xiaodai was feeling strange while staring at this sight, Li Qie suddenly moved. He used the tip of his foot to spin around like a spinning top at an inconceivable speed, becoming faster and faster. Qi Xiaodai became dazed from watching such a sight. And in the midst of her blurred vision, Li Qie suddenly disappeared. Qi Xiaodai stared and rubbed her eyes. Li Qie indeed disappeared, and it was not because of her eyesight. She was quite alarmed. Why did Li Qie disappear when he was just here? She was gazing at him the whole time yet he managed to disappear without her awareness. Li Qie disappeared for a long time and Qi Xiaodai turned from calm to fearful. Qi Xiaodai was terrified and cried out, "Hey, don't mess around, I don't want to play with you." While Qi Xiaodai was horrified, the true God statue suddenly lit up as a brilliance appeared on its chest. Then, Li Qie jumped out from inside. With a blank mind, she was quite startled. She looked at Li Qie then back at the statue, then back at Li Qie. She jumped up after regaining her wits and exclaimed, "There! There is a secret inside." At this time, she suddenly understood that this was not just an ordinary statue. Obviously. Li Qie put away the true God's defining technique, the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds. This was one of his goals when he decided to come here. He looked at her with one eye and said, "Do I have so much free time as to just come to this unwanted location to look at the scenery?" Qi Xiaodai was quite surprised. She didn't expect this old temple to have a secret that no one knew about. She took a deep breath and asked, what kind of temple is this? Li Qie, once again, didn't answer the question. He stood in front of the Qi ancestor's statue and spoke in a grave voice towards Qi Xiaodai, sit down. Qi Xiaodai was caught off guard, but she suddenly realized something and sat at the location Li Qie pointed to. The 5 minds to observe the heavens, the 5 bodies to communicate with the earth. Li Qie corrected her posture and taught her how to reach samadhi. After Qi Xiaodai reached a state of deep meditation, Li Qie reminded her, look at your ancestor's eyes, always look at this pair of eyes. Qi Xiaodai quickly focused on her ancestor's eyes with a straight stare, but she couldn't see them at all. Li Qie gravely instructed her, look with your mind, not with your eyes. This thing cannot be seen by ordinary eyes. Li Qie put on the demeanor of a strict teacher. Qi Xiaodai followed his instructions, but she couldn't see the statue's eyes no matter how hard she looked. After several attempts, although she was not willing, she had no choice but to accept the reality, I still can't see anything. Even after following Li Qie's guidance and despite her hardest effort, she couldn't see her ancestor's eyes. Chapter 283, Thousand Martial Divine Gaze Dao. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Li Qie finally said, let me see your eyes. Qi Xiaodai then turned around and Li Qie held her face with his hands in order to open her eyelids to carefully look at her pupils. The two were so close that their breaths exhaled into the face of one another. Li Qie was carefree but Qi Xiaodai became flustered. This was her first time being so close to the opposite sex, so she was at a loss of what to do. Qi Xiaodai's eyes had a faint golden color, one wouldn't be able to see it without a careful look. Li Qie carefully examined her eyes and eventually let go with his hands while shaking his head. His gesture caused her to feel uneasy. With a negative sense of foreboding, she asked, is something wrong? Li Qie didn't answer and simply replied, you stay here, I will have to go out for a while. He decisively left after speaking. Qi Xiaodai was surprised but Li Qie had already left before she could ask him anything. She was not someone who gave up easily, so, after his departure, she continued to follow his instructions to look for the eyes of her ancestor. However, no matter how many times she tried, she was not able to see the statue's eyes. Eventually, Qi Xiaodai gave up because she understood she was missing something. She, herself, didn't know the part that was missing, but maybe Li Qie did. Li Qie left for many days and was without any news. Early on, Qi Xiaodai assumed that Li Qie was busy with something so he was late, thus she didn't pay it any mind. However, day after day had passed and Li Qie still hadn't returned. This caused Qi Xiaodai to be quite alarmed. Was Li Qie not returning? Had he abandoned her? Qi Xiaodai was lost with many inscrutable and negative thoughts. In the end, she calmed down while staying alone inside the ancestral divine temple. Li Qie's trip took 3 months. It was a morning when Qi Xiaodai woke up very early. She planned to cultivate but she became frightened the moment she stepped into the main hall because a person was standing there. After the initial scare, she noticed that Li Qie was sitting in the hall so she happily exclaimed, you're back. But at this time, Li Qie ignored her. With one hand, he lifted his myriad heavenly cauldron while the other hand channeled a fire to refine a medicinal paste. A refreshing aroma of herbs permeated from within the cauldron. Li Qie then seriously commanded, go. He then took out a jade bowl and it sucked in the paste from the cauldron. The ointment was green in color, even though it had just left the cauldron, it was cold instead of hot. Qi Xiaodai felt the coolness while standing next to Li Qie. He commanded, come over here. Once she got close, he told her to sit down, I'm about to apply the ointment on your eyes. It will hurt a lot, but try to endure. His words caused her to hesitate, but he then waved his sleeve, stop dawdling around. I had to sell a favor to the war god temple in order to refine this ointment. If you keep on standing there, the medicine will become hot and my precious, rare herbs will be wasted. Her heart shivered after hearing Li Qiye's words. She then bit her teeth and lifted her head. She let Li Qiye do whatever he wanted as he applied the paste onto her eyes. At first, Qi Xiaodai felt the medicine was cold and comfortable, it was no big deal. But a moment later, she began to scream miserably, "Ah!" A stinging sensation pierced her eyes. It was unbearable to the point where it was as if her eyes were being penetrated. A frozen winter overcame her eyes as her pupils loomed into the darkness. During her moment of pain, Li Qiye grasped her hands and calmed her down. "Don't move, hang in there. You must let the medicinal essence refine your eyes." Qi Xiaodai cried out from the intolerable pain, "Ah!" Li Qiye kept on shouting at her, telling her not to move, but this pain was indeed insufferable. At this moment, Qi Xiaodai felt as if her eyes were broken and the fear of losing her sight overwhelmed her. Lost in the darkness, her heart only held fear. However, Li Qiye's hands were grasping her own. The pair of firm hands gave her power and this gradually calmed her heart. Amidst all of this, Li Qiye's strong hands were Qi Xiaodai's pillar. She eventually settled down as the pain slowly disappeared. Li Qiye reminded her, "The ointment needs to be applied to your eyes for a whole month until they are refined just right." Qi Xiaodai couldn't see anything at this time, so she only became relieved when Li Qiye was next to her. "What is going on? Your eyes have changed." Li Qiye continued. Fortunately, the change was not too drastic. Otherwise, even if the old men from the War God Temple agreed to give even more treasure medicines, I still wouldn't be able to change your pupils. Qi Xiaodai asked with surprise, "You went to the War God Temple? Could it be that Li Qiye took 3 months just to prepare rare and precious medicines for her?" "No." Li Qiye nonchalantly replied, "Only to its outer elder's place." Qi Xiaodai was quite astonished. The War God Temple in the Grand Middle Territory was renowned alongside the Heavenly Tao Academy of the Eastern 100 Cities. Even its outer elders were high above characters, her royal father wouldn't necessarily be able to meet them. However, Li Qiye not only managed to meet them, but he was also able to obtain many precious herbs from the temple. Li Qiye directed the treatment of her eyes with the ointment for 1 month. He was by her side the entire time because she found solace in his presence. Eventually, he took the paste off and carefully looked at her eyes while nodding his head in satisfaction, saying, "Good, it is fortunate that your natural eyes only changed a bit. Otherwise, there would not be any chance of salvaging them." Qi Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief after being able to see the light again, then she curiously asked, "How are my eyes now? Look for yourself." Li Qiye handed over a mirror. Qi Xiaodai noticed a change in her pupils. Before, there was a faint golden color to them and others wouldn't notice it without a careful glance. But at this moment, her pupils had turned into a true golden color in its entirety. The pair of golden eyes exuded a divine glow as if the laws of the Grand Tao were hidden within. Li Qiye then commanded, "Widen your eyes." Qi Xiaodai did it without any hesitation. "Ah!" Qi Xiaodai was scared out of her mind and threw away the mirror. It was because once she glared at the reflection, she saw a strange pair of golden eyes. It was as if they were crafted from pure gold and they were filled with a cold glitter. Qi Xiaodai was startled by her own eyes. What is going on here? It took her a while to regain her composure as she carefully looked again in the mirror. Her pupils had changed completely, they were without any white or black, there was only a golden glaze. Qi Xiaodai was still able to see clearly, so she was in a state of disbelief. "These are called the eyes of God." Li Qiye slowly explained, "Your ancestor, 100 Battles God King, dominated his entire life with many amazing techniques and a vast amount of knowledge. There were 2 techniques that could be claimed his strongest, but these techniques were not passed down to the Qi clan." Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but wonder, why not? She had never heard of such a matter before. Thus, Li Qiye answered in turn, "Because not anyone can learn these 2 great techniques. Your ancestor was born with a natural pair of heavenly turtle divine eyes, extremely peerless. His two great techniques were formed with his natural disposition as the foundation. Li Qiye looked at Qi Shaodai and continued on, you inherited the blood of your ancestor, but alas, it is a bit too thin. You had a pair of divine eyes when you were born, but because your inherited bloodline was too diluted, your divine eyes transformed. This is why you have the eyes, but they are crippled without any special techniques. This time, I brought you here to see if you can inherit the 1,000 martial divine gaze Tao, one of your ancestors' two great techniques. At this point, Li Qiye shook his head and went on to say, unfortunately, your divine eyes were crippled and could not see your ancestors' eyes. However, within this misfortune, one can still find hope, your eyes did not deform too much. Luckily, I also knew of a formula to fix your divine eyes. Qi Shaodai was dumbfounded while listening to Li Qiye's long spiel. That day when Li Qiye said that he was lacking an attendant and wanted Qi Shaodai, she agreed as if she was possessed by the devil. A princess like her actually becoming someone's servant, this was too unbelievable. She didn't quite understand her own state of mind at that time. It could have been to repay Li Qiye for changing her brother's fate, or to avoid Sima Longyun, or perhaps it was both. Chapter 284, Space Crossing Earthworm. Back when she made the agreement, she didn't think it through and didn't expect for Li Qiye to bring her here just to impart her ancestor's great technique to her. Qi Shaodai suddenly froze and muttered, why did you? There were many unclear emotions mixed in her heart and she didn't know what to say. Because of your talents, knowledge, and personality. I initially didn't want to train you. Li Qiye said dismissively, but because of the Qi clan, I gave you another chance. If you can grasp it, it will be akin to grasping your own destiny. Qi Shaodai was in a daze. If she didn't agree to become Li Qiye's attendant at that moment, it meant that she would have lost a chance granted by the heavens and would have to live in regret for the rest of her life. Li Qiye gravely spoke to her, don't think too much. Sit down, this is a good chance. Qi Shaodai regained her composure after a deep breath. She slowly sat down according to Li Qiye's instruction and closed her eyes. Use your mind, the divine eyes use the mind to point straight at the source. If you can't see using your mind, then you cannot exert its power. The divine eyes build 10,000 Tao, but the source is not from the eyes and instead, the mind. The divine eyes are merely the windows. When the windows are opened, whether you can see the scenery outside or not depends on your own soul. Li Qiye instructed her. She couldn't see the first nor the second time. The third time, the Qi ancestor's statue suddenly appeared clearly in Qi Xiaodie's mind. It suddenly turned around and opened its eyes. At this very second, Qi Shaodai saw her ancestor's eyes clearly and became startled by its golden glow. She happily opened her eyes and shouted, I saw it. After opening her eyes, the statue's eyes disappeared again. Not bad. Li Qiye expressionlessly nodded his head and said, staring alone isn't enough. You must keep on gazing at them with your mind. It is up to your own fortune whether you can obtain the 1,000 martial divine gaze Tao from your ancestor or not. Qi Shaodai took a deep breath and solemnly nodded her head, then she said, I will try my best. Qi Shaodai was obviously older than Li Qiye by several years, but at this moment, she acted like a proper student before him, creating quite an inconsistent scene. She closed her eyes and gradually saw her ancestor's eyes again. It was a golden pair of eyes that began to change gradually. Once they opened, the depths of the eyes caused Qi Shaodai to fall into a world of grand Tao. The divine eyes slowly created many chains of universal laws as it built a new grand Tao that kept on changing without any order. Qi Shaodai became immersed inside as her soul was drawn in by the mysteriousness of the grand Tao. For the next period of time, while Qi Shaodai was lost in the supreme art of her ancestor, Li Qie was staying at the ancestral divine temple and trained the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds technique taken from myriad images true God. Li Qie's eyes suddenly narrowed and flashed out a strand of glimmering light as he pinned down 3 verdant iron bamboo into the ground in an instant. Qi Shaodai quickly dug with her shovel in complete unison with Li Qie. Li Qie's actions were extremely swift and, each time, he nailed down 3 bamboo at the same time. Meanwhile, Qi Shaodai quickly dug and didn't dare to be careless nor slow. Finally, all the bamboo in Li Qie's hands were rooted in the ground and they formed a circle. Li Qie took the shovel from Qi Shaodai and immediately dug the central location. Once he reached the right depth, he finally dug something out. It was a giant earthworm. Qi Shaodai had never seen such a large earthworm before and became frightened. It was a giant earthworm with a fair-sized trunk made out of yellow mud on its back. Qi Shaodai exclaimed after seeing such a strange scene, "What is this thing?" It was one thing to dig out an earthworm from the ground, but an earthworm carrying a yellow mud trunk was an entirely different matter. This is not an earthworm. After seeing that the earthworm was still perfectly fine, Li Qie let loose a sigh of relief. Why did we dig it up like this? The earthworm was strange enough, but Li Qie's digging style was quite bizarre as well. It is not a simple earthworm, it is a space-crossing earthworm. Even if you knew that it was underground, without pinpointing its exact location, you wouldn't be able to find it even after digging out an entire mountain. It is not in the same dimension as we are, so only when you know its specific dimensional location would you be able to lock it down. Li Qie said, but this is still not enough. If you disturb it, this space-crossing earthworm will run away to another dimension in an instant. One must trap it down before digging it out. This worm has an earth affinity, so the thing to trap it must be of the divine wood affinity, and wood overcomes earth. That's why we needed the verdant iron bamboo with its high wood affinity. Qi Shaodai further inquired, so as long as we have this bamboo, we will be able to trap it? Li Qie then answered, no, once a space-crossing earthworm leaves the ground, nothing can trap it. Only when it is underground would one be able to use the property of wood overcoming earth to trap it. The moment it leaves the ground, it is a free bird flying in the vast sky, a loose fish diving in the wide sea. Space itself is its heaven and earth, and it could escape to another dimension in the blink of an eye. Qi Shaodai was in a daze after listening to this, for this was her first time hearing about such a strange thing, about this space-crossing earthworm. At this point, Li Qie lifted the earthworm and opened the yellow mud trunk on its back. Chapter 285, Little Autumn. There was nothing inside when Li Qie opened the yellow trunk, and this caused his expression to change. Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out, "Are you looking for this?" The appearance of this person shocked Qi Shaodai. The old Taoist who was sleeping in the Tao shrine was standing right next to them without any warning. His eyes still contained a blurry drowsiness and were half opened. The old Taoist carried a clay cannon in his hand. The cannon was not huge, but it seemed to be very heavy from his posture. Li Qie jumped out from the mud as his eyes gazed at the clay cannon in the old Taoist's hands. The old Taoist lazily said, "Coming to my Tao shrine to steal stuff is not good." Li Qie looked at him and nonchalantly replied, "Steal? You are the one who is stealing. My ancestor once buried the space-crossing earthworm at this place for generations just so that, one day, I could come and take it back in the future." With his tired eyes, the old Taoist glanced at Li Qie and asked, "Your ancestor? Who is it?" His question was also something Qi Shaodai wanted to ask, but she didn't want to pry. Li Qie slowly placed the earthworm down and said, "You ask too many things. There are some matters that shouldn't be asked. Otherwise, one will die an unsightly death." "Really now?" The old Taoist beamingly smiled and said, "This old Taoist has been wanting to die for a while now, but it is simply not possible. Since you dug out the earthworm, you should just give it to me, right?" Last time, this thing escaped way too fast, otherwise, it would have been a side dish to accompany my wine. Old Taoist, you shouldn't touch such a thing. Li Qiye slowly spoke, did the patriarch of the everlasting courtyard not tell you? The sleepy old Taoist didn't care, so he grinned, hee hee, little demon, don't boast too much, this old man doesn't believe your ruse. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes while staring at the old Taoist and asked, where is Magu? Where did Magu go? The old Taoist suddenly stood up and the initial drowsiness was dispelled completely. His old eyes gazed at Li Qiye intensely, they became extremely frightening as if they were capable of swallowing all things. Qi Xiaodai was quite startled. Although she hadn't seen a real expert before, she knew that this old Taoist was very scary. However, she didn't understand why the old Taoist was so alarmed after hearing the name, Magu. The old Taoist was aghast while he stared at Li Qiye. He then said with a grave voice, you. Who are you? The old Taoist then unleashed a bloody light. Qi Xiaodai could feel the suppressive aura that was capable of destroying all things. The old Taoist tried his best to hide his blood energy, but even the faint bloody light was enough to make Qi Xiaodai feel as if there was a dragon in front of her. Li Qiye slowly said without a worry in the world, old Taoist, it is best not to make a move against me. Even if Wang Yuan of your Heavenly Tao Academy crawled out of his grave, he would not dare to take any actions against me. Otherwise, I will destroy your Heavenly Tao Academy. Qi Xiaodai cried out after hearing the name, the second sage. Wang Yuan, this name was like thunder in one's ear, especially within the Eastern 100 cities. Wang Yuan was not an immortal emperor, but he was no less prestigious than one. In an ancient era, he once revived the Heavenly Tao Academy, causing the fallen academy to rise once again. Because of this, his status in the academy was the same as its progenitor. Millions of years had passed and Wang Yuan had died a long time ago, but the academy still remembered his contributions, so they called him the second sage. Only Wang Yuan alone carried this title in the Heavenly Tao Academy. The old Taoist was stunned with his eyes wide open as they locked onto Li Qiye. He didn't dare to take any reckless actions, so he slowly converged his blood force. Li Qiye ignored him and gently knocked on the yellow trunk of the earthworm with a rhythmic tapping pattern. A noise suddenly appeared, fu. A moment later, the space-crossing earthworm woke up and scurried far away. After creating some distance, it started cursing, Aiya. My mother ya. Which bastard sneak attacked your father? Qi Xiaodai was frozen, she had never seen a talking earthworm that knew how to curse at people. This was really going too far. Hundreds of different flowers bloomed in the Eastern 100 cities, and Qi Xiaodai had seen many great demons, but she had never seen an earthworm successfully cultivate the Tao. The space-crossing earthworm saw the old Taoist and then jumped up to exclaim, Aiya, my mother, it is this smelly Taoist, ah. Seeing the old Taoist carrying the clay cannon, it became angry and yelled out in an angry tantrum, bastard Taoist. Stinky Taoist. Quickly give me back my divine cannon. Otherwise, this divine immortal will blow up your little shrine. The old Taoist narrowed his eyes and laughed, such a loud earthworm. Watch out or I will make you my wine side dish. My ass, your bullshit stinks so bad. You only managed to sneak attack me a couple of times. With just your lame skills, you still dare to dream about stealing my divine cannon? Bah, 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 stinky Taoist, return my divine cannon. The earthworm angrily threatened the old Taoist, otherwise, this boss will banish this place where the chickens don't even want to lay their eggs at, to a different dimension. Damn your ancestor. If this boss didn't promise to not leave this place, then I would have banished you and your shitty shrine a long time ago. Hurry up and give me back my divine cannon. Qi Xiaodai was shocked. It was not strange for a person to curse someone else like this, but a cursing earthworm was quite an unbelievable sight. Li Qiye patted the position next to him and told the earthworm, okay, little autumn, hurry up and come over here, I will get you back your divine cannon. The earthworm jumped and stared at Wuxia in astonishment while saying, how do you know about the Nihility Temple? He was in disbelief and asked, who are you? The earthworm with the foul and vicious mouth suddenly became cautious. Wuxia leisurely replied, I even know the bird that clipped you out from the Nihility Temple. If you keep running your mouth, I'll have it eat you. Mother. The space-crossing earthworm suddenly jumped up as if it had seen a ghost, and it started to stutter, are you being serious? You tell me. Wuxia spewed out a true mantra, and this true mantra turned into an orderly universal law that entered the earthworm's body. The earthworm then shivered and deafeningly shouted, oh my God! Young noble! Young noble is invincible in this world, in the 9 heavens and the 10 earths, in the 5 desolaces and the 6 Tao, in all the realms and myriad dimensions. This little autumn knew that nothing could stop young noble from returning. The king is back to reign over the world and all existences in the universe, to create 300 billion imperial concubines in your harem and marry millions and millions of fairies. The earthworm started to spew out a plethora of praises towards Wuxia in just a moment. Qi Shaodai and the old Taoist's eyes opened up wide. The arrogant earthworm that was cursing at everyone earlier could actually act like a sycophant in this manner. Wuxia then told the earthworm, okay, if you keep on talking rubbish, I will throw you back to the Nihility Temple. The space-crossing earthworm hurriedly ran over to Wuxia's side and dawdled around with an incomparably affectionate appearance. It seemingly wanted to win Wuxia's favor. Wuxia had to tap the yellow trunk on its back before it laid down next to him. With Wuxia as his backing, the earthworm became even more arrogant. Stinky Taoist, give me back my divine cannon. He shouted loudly at the old Taoist, if you don't give it back, my young noble will knock all your teeth to the floor and break your home, no, he will destroy this rotten temple of your heavenly Tao Academy. Wuxia tapped the earthworm again and said, okay, stop talking so much. The earthworm immediately became silent. Wuxia looked at the old Taoist and said in a carefree manner, Taoist should give the divine cannon back to my pet now. Wuxia spoke in a polite and formal tone. There was no longer any trace of drowsiness in the old Taoist's sleepy eyes. He carefully looked at Wuxia and pondered for a bit before forcing a laugh. I was just kidding, it was just a joke with the earthworm and its rotten mouth. I only took its divine cannon when it was unprepared, but there is no malice behind it. The old Taoist then handed over the divine cannon in his hands over to Wuxia. Wuxia then placed the divine cannon back in the yellow trunk on the earthworm's back. However, the earthworm did not let it go so easily and cursed, your grandmother, you dared to sneak attack me before? This boss will let you off this time, I want to find Magu. The earthworm was out of control with Wuxia behind him. The old Taoist's face became frozen after hearing the name Magu. Wuxia appeased the earthworm and said, okay, fellow Taoist has given it back to you so just let it go. You also borrowed the heaven and earth vein of the heavenly Tao Academy. Humph, it seems like this smelly Taoist is lucky this time. The earthworm was still feeling indignant, but it had no choice other than to eventually drop the matter. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.